Delhi police that he has thrown the body parts in Mehrauli jungle as well as in the other jungle area also, and that's why the police conducted the search over there. And the latest is something has been recovered. We are just waiting for the update what exactly that is. Yes.
Anuj, I'm going to come back to you. I want you to stay with us. Sandeep is also joining us live from Mumbai. Sandeep, as I'm going to come to you, I want to ask one more question to Anuj. Anuj, you were talking about the black polythene. You were also telling us about the recoveries. We're also being told that that it is a 6-month-old case, arrested after Aftab had killed her, chopped her body, disposed of the pieces. The police, Anuj, is also planning to go to different places where he visited with Shraddha and otherwise to get more recoveries. And there's a protest that we are breaking out to and going across to. There's a Yuva Morcha protest against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. They're demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi over his comment on Veer Savarkar. So the latest visuals of that protest coming on our screen as a protest breaks out after comments had been made against Veer Savarkar. The police complaint had also been marked after Rahul Gandhi's comments over Savarkar. He had allegedly made derogatory remarks against freedom fighter Veer Savarkar. I want to go across to my colleague Niranjan, who's joining us now. Niranjan, a complaint filed in the Thane Nagar police station stating sentiments of local citizens are hurt, and now we can see a protest in Mumbai that has broken out.
Well, Rhythm, we had to cut to these visuals because we get a sense that the story is going to escalate today, because yesterday Rahul Gandhi made a very controversial comment against Veer Savarkar, and these are pictures that are coming in of the protest that took place this morning. And essentially what has happened is Rahul Gandhi yesterday, in an attempt to target Veer Savarkar, showed a few documents where Veer Savarkar had signed off a letter to the British. And like write letters, you sign off, right? You write yours sincerely. Or your best regards. So, back in the day, during the British rule, your obedient servant or something to that effect was what he had signed off. That is, Veer Savarkar had signed off like that in a letter that he had written to the British, which is a very silly issue, by the way, to firstly pick up and then call him a servant of the British, because it was a sign-off of Veer Savarkar in a letter saying that your obedient servant, Veer Savarkar, etc. So, he made that, comment. He showed that letter. And all of yesterday, we've seen the complaints that have come in from Veer Savarkar's family. The BJP has attacked, Rahul Gandhi. Shiv Sena, both factions, both the Shinde faction and even the Uddhav Thackeray faction, has said that they will not tolerate any attack on Veer Savarkar. And today we are hearing that the MNS is also going to go and protest in Shegaon, where Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra will be. So today is going to be a very interesting day politically, because they're going to sort of try and target him. Target the rally of Rahul Gandhi, the Bharat Jodo Yatra. That's what we are hearing. And the story is likely to escalate. And I think every party in Maharashtra, maybe even the Congress party, is embarrassed with what Rahul Gandhi has said, because in Maharashtra, Veer Savarkar, and across India, Veer Savarkar is an icon, he's a freedom hero. And this pattern to attacking Veer Savarkar has gone on for too long, because even someone like a Sanjay Raut, for example, who's part of the Mahavikas Aghadi, he said that they will not tolerate any comment like this, adding that such comments by Rahul Gandhi will also create, friction in the Mahavikas Aghadi. So, back-to-back comments coming in, back-to-back protests. In fact, yesterday the grandson of Veer Savarkar, Ranjit Savarkar, also went to the police. He filed a complaint, and there was an FIR also lodged. We were told we will have to get a check on that. But this comment, which many people feel was needless, in fact, the words of Ranjit Savarkar, the grandson of Veer Savarkar, said it's such a stupid issue to pick up. Those were his exact words. He said it's the height of stupidity to take a sign-off of a letter to call Veer Savarkar a servant of the British. And I think it was a very needless comment, because even otherwise Rahul Gandhi was getting support from his MBA allies, including the Uddhav Thackeray faction and NCP and just the usual handful of people who sort of support him on Twitter, walked with him. So the family says he wasn't getting much traction in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and that's why he made this comment. Nonetheless, he's got brickbats. He's getting condemned across the board, even from his own allies. I'm not sure the NCP has said anything yet, but even the NCP will realize that this is a controversial issue, something that they won't want to burn their hands with. The Congress party as well, several leaders have gone silent. State leaders at least are completely silent on this issue. And today, this is going to be one of our big stories because you've heard Devendra Fadnavis, heard Uddhav Thackeray, you heard Eknath Shinde, across the board. MNS is also on the same page. So most parties in Maharashtra are on the same page on this one. And this is something that they could have avoided. An insult to India's freedom icon is not something that's going to go down well.
Absolutely. And like you've said, these are shocking comments that are coming from Rahul Gandhi, massive outrage. And Niranjan, the one thing they need to remember when they're talking about Veer Savarkar and freedom fighters is that these kind of letters that they're putting out is only going to rake more controversy. It's only going to be hurting the sentiments of Indians. So in a democracy, to be stating such things seems to be completely blasphemous, and we have to see what's going to happen. I'm also going to try and go across to reactions that should be coming on the story. If we're also trying to get informed reactions. But Niranjan, one more question to you. These statements have been made. There is a protest that is broken out. There is also we can see the visuals on the screen of the protest. You said this is going to escalate further. What could possibly happening through the day today?
Well, we are hearing from the MNS that a team is already heading to Shegaon. So Shegaon is where the yatra of Rahul Gandhi is going to continue today. So they are on the offensive. They are going to sort of try and confront him there, where the Bharat Jodo Yatra is going to happen. They think they're going to show black flags. They will protest. So there is going to be a showdown for sure, Rhythm. Because politically, and let me tell you that even the Uddhav Thackeray faction has taken...
Only going to interrupt you for a minute because I'm joined by BJP leader Ram Kadam, Niranjan on the phone line. Mr. Kadam, we're seeing today protests breaking out after blasphemous comments on Savarkar by Rahul Gandhi of the Congress party. What action is going to be taken when sentiments of Indians are being hurt by him?
See, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been insulting our freedom fighters, Swatantraveer Savarkar, time and again. And intentionally, he has been indulging into this, just to hog limelight, or I don't know what his intentions are. But this is extremely deplorable. He should read his grandmother's letter, where Mrs. Indira Gandhi had mentioned that Savarkar's sacrifice for this country cannot forget. Then when he doesn't know the history, then he should go and read the history better. Without knowing the history, he has been again and again insulting Savarkar. This is extremely deplorable. Will not accept it at all. He has to come forward and apologize. This is the point number one. Point number two, what about Uddhav Thackeray? The person who is insulting Savarkar, Mr. Aditya Thackeray, is hugging them. What is this nonsense? When late Balasaheb Thackeray, he himself was annoyed when Manishankar Iyer passed such kind of a derogatory comments against Savarkar. That time he came forward and he reacted, but the same time, just for a power blinded, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is not saying anything at all.
Absolutely. And, there are two things that Mr. Ram Kadam, you've said. This is intentional. We've seen several times that Rahul Gandhi has been intentionally going after freedom fighters and Veer Savarkar. An apology is definitely needed. But what sort of a strategy is this? And how can a strategy be anything based on insults and besmirching of the image of our freedom fighters?
See, I'll tell you one thing. As the entire nation knows that his Bharat Jodo Yatra is completely refused by the nation, and the leaders who are giving slogans, Bharat Tere Tukde Honge, those leaders are there in his Bharat Jodo Yatra. So this is a completely drama. And just to hog limelight, he has been intentionally doing it. That may be number one. And number two, he doesn't know the history. So better he should go and read the history. Then only he can comment.
Yes. And, Mr. Kadam, like you're saying, I also heard the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra yesterday, Mr. Fadnavis, talking about the kind of prolonged torture that Veer Savarkar had gone through, the songs of freedom and the suffering for 11 years. I've also visited the prison where, in fact, Veer Savarkar was. But I want to first, Mr. Kadam, go across and play out a reaction that's coming in from Ranjit Savarkar.
Rahul Gandhi is doing it time and again, and I think there is a political motive behind it. His Bharat Jodo Yatra is not working, and that's why. And I think he knows that if he makes some controversial statement about Savarkar, he is going to get publicity. So all this is doing for the publicity, and I think this is a very bad because to gain the publicity, you should not malign the great freedom fighter.
So all this is a publicity stunt is what you're saying. So, sir, we have also learned that you have filed a complaint at the Shivaji Park police station. What have you mentioned in the complaint, sir?
See, definitely I have filed a complaint against him because he has categorically said that Savarkar is getting pension from the Britishers and he was working for the Britishers against the interest of Hindustan. And he has further said that Savarkar was a servant of British. So this is a gross defamation of Savarkar and will never accept it. Savarkar has never even apologized. There is no evidence to it. And time and again he is making false statement. So I think I have decided that he should be taught a lessons. So I filed a complaint in the other police, Shivaji Park police station, so that for the defamation of Veer Savarkar. And again there is a clause that is a defamation of our national idols. So that also should be made applicable here.
Leader Rahul Gandhi in demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi over his comment on Veer Savarkar. Of course, we'll continue to get the latest inputs on that from the ground. But these are the visuals that we are seeing currently on our screens, where, of course, this is with the fact that the Yuva Morcha in Mumbai is protesting against the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi and demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi over his comment on Veer Savarkar. Well, we have more breaking news coming in. This one from Hyderabad. We're getting news where we're learning that the BJP MP, Dharampuri Arvind, residence in Hyderabad, has been allegedly attacked by TRS workers. So that's the big breaking news. What we can tell you so far is that the BJP MP has been attacked by TRS leaders. What is the reason of the same? We will get the latest inputs on that as well in a bit. But this is the big breaking news that's coming in from Hyderabad, where we're learning that the BJP MP, Dharampuri Arvind's residence in Hyderabad, was allegedly attacked by TRS workers. In fact, we can see those exclusive visuals as well on your screens from the BJP MP's residence. But what we know so far is that this attack was allegedly by TRS workers on the BJP MP Dharampuri Arvind's residence. So these are the visuals, exclusive visuals that we're getting for you. In a bit, we'll try getting the latest from Aneri as well as to what really led to this particular incident. But these are the visuals that you can see. All right, Aneri is joining us for more information on this. Aneri, good afternoon. What can you tell us? We're also seeing those visuals of the fact that the BJP MP Dharampuri Arvind's residence has been vandalized as well. Tell us more.
Well, Well, we have been seeing that yesterday BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri had made a comment against K. Kavita that she is in touch with Mallikarjun Kharge and the Congress leaders, because this has been a massive war of words amid the poaching controversy, where we see that Arvind Dharmapuri had made a comment that no one in the BJP is interested in K. Kavita's leadership, nor they want her into the party, but rather she is in contact with Mallikarjun Kharge and the Congress leaders. But now we see that there is a protest which was broken out, and the BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri's residence was vandalized. The furniture at his residence was also vandalized by the TRS, allegedly by the TRS workers. And also we see that how on the visuals you can see how the attack had taken place, and this comes just a day after Arvind Dharmapuri had made a comment. And just some time back, when we had seen K. Kavita, the MLC of the TRS, and also the Chief Minister's daughter K. Kavita, who was addressing the press conference, had also stated that she will not spare him, she will not spare Arvind Dharmapuri if he makes any sort of comments once again of this sort. And so a massive war of words breaking out here in the state of Telangana, where we see that on one hand there's a protest and there is an vandalism which has taken place at the BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri's residence, and now we see that Kavita, K. Kavita, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister and the TRS MLC, has come out openly and warned the BJP MP for making any sort of personal attacks on her or any sort of comments against her. So definitely a big fight between the TRS and the BJP, as we had also seen that there was a poaching controversy which went behind few days back, and also just few days back we had seen that there was a TRS meeting which was led by the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, where we had also learned, sources had also told us that the CM KCR had commented that BJP tried to poach K. Kavita, a big allegation which was levelled by CM KCR during the party meeting, a closed door party meeting rather. And now we see a massive war of words, and BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri from Nizambad's residence is vandalized. There was a protest which had broken out by the TRS workers. There was a sudden attack on the residence of the BJP MP.
So we can think all of this, of course, started with the poaching controversy on one hand, but on the other hand, as you're pointing out, this was allegedly done by the TRS workers. So has there been any reaction from anybody from the TRS on this particular incident?
Nivedna, we have been seeing yesterday when Arvind Dharmapuri spoke to us exclusively on Republic TV, he had also made this allegation that K. Kavita was rather in touch with the Congress leaders. We had seen how there was a poaching controversy a few days back which had broken out, where TRS had levelled allegations that BJP is trying to poach their MLAs, and now we see that few days on Tuesday there was a party meeting, there was a TRS party meeting which was held under the leadership of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, where sources had told us that KCR had stated that the BJP had tried to poach K. Kavita as well. But now this has been a massive war of words. Remember, next year Telangana will be going for polls. The state assembly elections will be happening next year, and so before that a massive war of words, massive political war of words which has been breaking out between the TRS and the BJP. And now yesterday Arvind Dharmapuri, the BJP MP, had stated that K. Kavita was rather in touch with the Congress leaders, Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the Congress president. And also we see that now K. Kavita has completely denied all of this and also warned the BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri. And in the meantime we see that there is an attack which took place at the residence of the BJP MP. His residence was attacked, the furniture there was vandalized completely, and now we also see that there is a massive anger among the TRS leaders as they attacked. They protested outside the residence of BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri.
Right, as you're pointing that out as well, and we can see those visuals of the TRS workers who protested in front of the BJP MP's house. All right, we'll come back to you, Aneri, to talk to you more about this particular development, but we're moving on to more breaking news at the moment. But thank you for joining us to give us that latest input. All right, we're cutting across to visuals that we're getting of the protests that have broken out after Rahul Gandhi's comment over Veer Savarkar. In fact, these protests are currently underway where the Yuva Morcha is protesting against Rahul Gandhi and demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi over his comment on Veer Savarkar.
Jai 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 Bhavani! Jai 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 Shivaji! Jai Bhavani! Jai Shivaji! Jai Bhavani! Jai Shivaji! Jai Shivaji!
Well, these are the visuals that we're getting for you exclusively on Republic TV, where the protests are currently against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. This was after the fact that he had made the comment. For more on this, we've joined in by our executive editor for News, Niranjan Narayan-Swamy. Niranjan, what more can you tell us about this protest? This, of course, comes after that particular statement that Rahul Gandhi had made about Veer Savarkar.
Well, you're looking at pictures from across Maharashtra now, so it's not just limited to just Mumbai or one or two cities, but across Maharashtra there are different protests breaking out as BJP, even factions of the Shiv Sena, the MNS are protesting against the comments made by Rahul Gandhi. These are comments that were made yesterday as part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, where he tried to sort of pull off a stunt showing a letter of Veer Savarkar, and there is massive anger over his comment and trying to attack Veer Savarkar while in Maharashtra. And these are protests that are likely to escalate because the MNS also plans to get out with Bharat Jodo Yatra. Earlier we had pictures coming in from Mumbai, and now there are pictures coming in of protests in different parts of Maharashtra as well, as BJP along with MNS and different factions of Shiv Sena. In fact, even the Uddhav Thackeray faction has not protested physically, but sort of more like a symbolic protest that they've done by just saying that they don't agree with Rahul Gandhi. Very soft, mild, of course. They don't really want to upset him too much. But this is the situation. There are protests, and we also spoke to Ranjit Savarkar, the grandson of Veer Savarkar. I just want to play that out right now because the family believes that he's crossed the line this time, and that they need to sort of rein in Rahul Gandhi's attempts to target Veer Savarkar, India's freedom icon, again and again and again. Let me go across to Atul Bhatkalkar. Atul Bhatkalkar is joining us on the phone line. Atul Bhatkalkar ji, coming to Maharashtra, passing through Maharashtra and attacking Veer Savarkar, insulting Veer Savarkar, and such a silly thing to say is what the family is saying, that they took a sign-off from a letter and tried to call him a servant of the British. I mean, this has not gone down well. Anybody who's watching, who knows about Veer Savarkar, has read up on Veer Savarkar, they all feel very angry about it.
Yeah, definitely. All patriotic people of the country are very much angry. This childishness and vindictiveness of Rahul Gandhi, and whatever statements he is making is nothing but out of frustration and to garner the more Muslim votes, to secure his own vote bank. And which is totally baseless allegation, totally not at all factual allegations. Even Mahatma Gandhi has written several letters to the British where he several times mentioned that His Excellency, most obedient servant. Then should we call Mahatma Gandhi as a traitor or a Mafia? Mahatma Gandhi got gold medal from the British Army because in 1905-06 in South Africa, Mahatma Gandhi served the British Army when British Army was fighting against the Boer and Zulu, which are the original tribes of South Africa. They revolted against the British Empire, and at that time Mahatma Gandhi had British soldiers, and so they finally British government had awarded Mahatma Gandhi with gold medal. So should we term Mahatma Gandhi as a traitor? Pandit Nehru himself written Meri Atmakatha in his book that in 1930, when he was imprisoned in Nabha jail by Britishers, he tendered an unconditional apology within 12 days. And as per his apology, he was released from the prison. And what was the Pandit Nehru's grouse? That prison was not well maintained. Walls were not cemented. There was no roof on the prison. And that's why Pandit Nehru has submitted written apology to the British government. And this is not research of any Hindutva historian or myself. It is written by Nehru himself in his Meri Atmakatha in this book. So real Mafimir in this country is Pandit Nehru. And so it is very humble, very ridiculous to even compare Savarkar's jail with Pandit Nehru's jail. Savarkar spent 9 years, 10 months and few days in Andaman jail. That is also in solitariness for many months. And so it is below the level of Rahul Gandhi, and I think he lost his mental balance. And that's why he's making such a type of nasty statement. But in coming days, people of Maharashtra and Mumbai will teach him appropriate lesson.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for that, Atul Bhatkalkar. Ravi Rana also joining us in the phone line, MLA. Ravi Rana, your response and your take on what Rahul Gandhi is trying to do. Even his own allies disagree with him. They're all very upset. People of Maharashtra, most of the people in Maharashtra are upset.
जिस तरह से राहुल जी गांधी की यात्रा में महाराष्ट्र में आके राहुल जी ने जो वाक्य बोला है, मुझे लगता है वो वीर सावरकर जी जिन्होंने अपने देश के लिए, देश की आज़ादी के लिए जो कार्य किया है, जिस तरह से उन्होंने त्याग किया हुआ है और काले पानी की सजा उनको अंग्रेजों ने दी थी, राहुल भाई गांधी भूल गए थे। जो अत्याचार अंग्रेजों ने किए वो भी भूल गए थे। और जिस तरह से उन्होंने एक बचपना बयान जो दिया है, मुझे लगता है वो आज वीर सावरकर जी का तो अपमान किया ही है, पर देश के नागरिकों का भी अपमान उन्होंने किया है। और महाराष्ट्र में आने के बाद जिस तरह से उद्धव ठाकरे जी के बेटे जो आदित्य जी है, वो उनको गले मिलते हैं, उनका स्वागत करते हैं। महाराष्ट्र की धरती पे आके महाराष्ट्र के जनता का अपमान करना, देश की जनता का अपमान करना, वीर सावरकर के बारे में अपशब्द बोलना, उनका अपमानित करना, ये सिर्फ वीर सावरकर जी का अपमान हुआ नहीं, पूरे देश का अपमान हुआ है। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि बाला साहब के थोड़े भी विचार अगर उद्धव ठाकरे जी में बचे होंगे तो उन्होंने वही के वही राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा रोकना चाहिए था, उसका विरोध करना चाहिए था। वो न करते हुए उनको गले लगाया। तो मुझे लगता है उद्धव ठाकरे पूरे कांग्रेसी विचारों के हो गए और उनको कहीं ना कहीं वीर सावरकर जी का अपमान करने वालों को गले लगाना, उनका स्वागत करना इस महाराष्ट्र की धरती पे, तो उद्धव ठाकरे को भी आने वाले समय में महाराष्ट्र की जनता माफ नहीं करेगी। और पूरे देश की माफी राहुल गांधी जी ने मांगना चाहिए और महाराष्ट्र की माफी उद्धव ठाकरे ने मांगना चाहिए। और अगर माफी नहीं मांगते तो दोनों पे राजद्रोह का गुना दाखिल करना चाहिए। ये मेरी मांग है कि वीर सावरकर जी का जो योगदान है वो हम जीते जी तो भूल ही नहीं सकते, पर हमेशा देश की आजादी में अगर स्वर्ण अक्षरों में अगर किसका नाम लिखा जाता है तो वीर सावरकर जी का लिखा जाता है। और उनका अपमान राहुल गांधी और उद्धव ठाकरे अगर मिलकर करते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं देश के बारे में इस तरह से अपमानित शब्द वापरते हैं तो देश का अपमान किया है, इनको राजद्रोह दाखिल होना चाहिए, मेरी मांग है। और देश से उन्होंने माफी भी मांगना चाहिए।
Absolutely. Thank you, Ravi Rana ji. Ravi Rana, MLA from Maharashtra, independent MLA, joining us on the phone line there. Across parties, across political lines, not just the BJP, but several factions of the Shiv Sena, several parties are now seeking an apology. Asking for Rahul Gandhi to either take back that comment or apologize. Some parties even going to the extent of saying that his rally must be stopped. Handing it back to you for now, Nivedana.
Well, thank you, Niranjan, for getting us the latest on that. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you to get us more developments of the story. But moving on to the big top focus story right now, where we're getting more breaking news in the Shraddha murder case. Now, according to the sources of Delhi police, big disclosure by Aftab in front of the police. Now, we're understanding that during the interrogation, Aftab told that he is a drug addict. And during the interrogation, Aftab stated that even on the day of the murder, which is on May 18th, he was intoxicated. So that is the big breaking news, a big breakthrough that's coming in terms of the Shraddha murder case, where we're understanding that the Aftab has told the police that he was intoxicated, and is another attempt to probably peddle the drug theory, because he has also been accused of changing his statements, which is why that narco test was also demanded for. We'll of course go to our reporters to get the latest on that, but what we're being told so far in this particular case, the big breakthrough coming in right now, that according to sources of Delhi police, a big disclosure by Aftab in front of the police in an attempt to also push the drug theory. He's also stated that during the interrogation, he said that he's a drug addict, and he even said on the day of the murder on May 18th, he was intoxicated. Now, continue to track the story. On the other hand, the Delhi police team is in Mumbai. Now, Republic spoke to senior police inspector Sampath Rao Patil, who said that they are cooperating with Delhi police. We get you all of that in this exclusive report.
दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम आई है, क्या कुछ अभी शुरुआत है, किस प्रकार का सहयोग आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
दिल्ली पुलिस यहाँ आए हैं, हम उनको सहयोग दे रहे हैं।
सर, कितने लोग आए हैं, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
एक ऑफिसर उनका है।
सर, जो विटनेसेस हैं उनको वापस से बुलाया जाएगा, स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड होगा उन लोगों का?
नहीं, उनको जो सहयोग देना हम दे देंगे उनको।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। कितने लोग आए, केवल ये बता देंगे?
उनका एक टीम आया है, एक ऑफिसर है, एक स्टाफ है।
दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम आई है, क्या कुछ अभी शुरुआत है, किस प्रकार का सहयोग आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
दिल्ली पुलिस यहाँ आए हैं, हम उनको सहयोग दे रहे हैं।
सर, कितने लोग आए हैं, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
एक ऑफिसर उनका है।
सर, जो विटनेसेस हैं उनको वापस से बुलाया जाएगा, स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड होगा उन लोगों का?
नहीं, उनको जो सहयोग देना हम दे देंगे उनको।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। कितने लोग आए, केवल ये बता देंगे?
उनका एक टीम आया है, एक ऑफिसर है, एक स्टाफ है।
Well, we also have Sandeep joining us live on the broadcast to give us more details. Sandeep, on one hand, you did have that conversation with Senior Police Inspector Sampath Rao Patil, where he went on to state that they are cooperating with the Delhi police. Try to give us a sense of where the investigation stands right now, because obviously before they were living in Delhi, they were from Mumbai. So give us the latest, what you're picking up right now.
So yes, as far as Delhi police is concerned, yes, they have landed in Mumbai, and in fact, the investigation of Delhi police is underway. And at this point of time, I'm at Manikpur police station, wherein shortly one of the prime witness in this case, that is Lakshman Nadar, is also expected, and in fact, his statement will also be, collected by Delhi police, and in fact, his statement will be recorded again at this Manikpur police station. And in fact, 4 to 5 officers that have been sent from Delhi in order to connect all the dots in the Shraddha murder case. And remember, the Delhi police team will be reaching out and also will be taking the statements of the proprietors where Shraddha and Aftab Poonawalla had in fact resided. So see, at this point of time in Mumbai, there are 2 to 3 different teams that is being formed by Delhi police, and in fact Lakshman Nadar, one of the prime witness in this case, one of the close friend of Shraddha Walkar, is expected out here at Manikpur police station. And as we had a conversation with Sampath Rao Patil, the senior police inspector of Manikpur, he clearly mentioned that the Vasai police is in fact cooperating with the Delhi police, and whatever support they will need, they will be giving it to them. So it will be very much crucial to see what all evidences are being given to Delhi police by Manikpur police, because primarily the investigation was in fact done by the investigating officer, that is Sachin Sanap. Sachin Sanap was the officer who investigated this case, and in fact he nabbed Aftab Poonawalla, and he was the person to take him to Delhi, and then an FIR was registered. Remember, there were 3 days wherein Sachin Sanap and Aftab Poonawalla were there in Delhi, and after several sorts of questioning, Aftab Poonawalla broke out in front of Delhi police, and later on 10th of November, the FIR was registered in Delhi, and now the Delhi police is, investigating this matter, whether it is Mehroli forest area, whether it is, Chhatarpur, whether it is Mumbai. Delhi police is not leaving a single, effort to make sure that Aftab Poonawala's case evidences are collected, and in fact, everything has been, given up in the court, and so that necessary actions can be initiated against Aftab Poonawalla.
Right, Sandeep, thank you for getting us the latest on that. We'll keep coming back to you, as you did point out that Delhi police is leaving no stone unturned to get to the crux of this Shraddha murder case, which is, of course, on the other hand, we're getting those murkier details as well. But, of course, awaiting more developments on that front. But right now, we're slipping into a short break. Mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after Aam Aadmi Party cash for tickets scandal hits Congress. And still to come on Republic TV, Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror, says no compromise in fight against terror. We'll get you the latest on that. Stay with us on Republic.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
A B2 app is very useful and very easy to use. I check my sugar in just less than 30 seconds. So this is the main device which you use with your smartphone application. You need to just insert this device into your smartphone, and now you need to insert the strip. And now you need to take your blood, and in less than 10 seconds you will get your results.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket Vikram S to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today, with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital. Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of 12 people, including Ayurveda director SN Singh, who's now been arrested. In fact, in last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals
Here are the other stories that we're tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi delivered the inaugural address at the third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism Financing in New Delhi. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also gave an address at the conference. Prime Minister Modi addressed global terrorism in the country, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism with the source of terror funding being organized crime. Director General of the National Investigation Agency, Dinkar Gupta, at the NMFT conference spoke about the change in India's security scenario after the centre adopted a zero-tolerance policy to terrorism, says it brought change in India's security scenario. Slipping into a short break, but lots more lined up on the other side. India's first privately developed rocket launched from Sriharikota. Massive push to the space sector. Punjabi singer Babu Maan gets death threat. Security beefed up. Is it free for all in Punjab is the question. We'll get you the latest on that. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket, Vikram S, to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital. Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of
and here is the mesmerizing wave formation. The next is the alternate wave formation, which is also called the DNA wave.
Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings in the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
Very, very important day today because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced in the court, and this is going to be the Saket court in the national capital.
Poster war peaking in New Delhi. BJP posted a post on Twitter saying, "From real life to real life, thanks Aam Aadmi Party for reminding us."
NIA has taken over the case of the Udhampur twin blasts. 2 FIRs have been registered.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues.
Murder probe widens. The police to take Aftab. Delhi police team in Gurugram likely to quiz his boss and colleagues. Mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after Aam Aadmi Party. The cash for ticket scandal hits the Congress. Good news raining in. India's first privately developed rocket launched from Sriharikota. Massive push to our space sector.
With a country and people who have been firm in tackling terror, we consider that
The Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror says no compromise in this fight. And Punjab singer Babu Maan gets a death threat. Security is beefed up, but is it free for all in Punjab? Good afternoon. Welcome to Republic TV. I'm Ridhuman and Bhardwaj, staying with the live and breaking news coming in from the capital, viewers. More and more leads coming in the Shraddha murder case, where Aftab has now stated that in front of the police he was intoxicated on 18th of May. Breaking news details also coming in as we are speaking that during the interrogation, Aftab told that he is a drug addict. Now, all these details coming, but the big question, is he trying to mislead the probe with the drug angle? Is there an attempt to peddle influence of the drugs theory? He tells the police, I was intoxicated. As I'm going to continue going across to the host of reporters investigating in this in the capital, in Dehradun, in Mumbai, I want to first go across to Piyush, who's joining us live on the breaking story that's coming in. Piyush, we've just picked up, he's now talking about an intoxication angle. He also says there was toxic abuse and assault over years. What more details are you picking up from the Delhi police?
So yes, Rhythm, as we go around this case, there are a lot of twists, turns and new revelations that are coming to fore. And the latest revelation that we have just come across is that yes, Aftab used to consume drugs. In fact, what we've been told is that he used to occasionally consume marijuana, and he had also got marijuana from Himachal, where he had gone along with Shraddha, and from there they had taken marijuana and they used to consume marijuana occasionally. So this drug addiction angle has come to fore from the Delhi police. But the biggest revelation today that has come to fore is that I am reporting right now from Gurugram, where he used to work in a private company, and just few meters away from this, in a vacant area, the Delhi police today found out some remains from the poly bag. Now, what we've been told is that this can be a big evidence as far as the body remains of Shraddha is concerned, but it is just not confirmed to us by the Delhi police. But yes, it can be a major evidence by the Delhi police. So two major revelations today that has come to fore, that Aftab used to consume drugs occasionally. He had taken drugs from Himachal, and today the Delhi police has found some remains from a vacant area in Gurugram, which is just few meters away from the workplace of Aftab. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Piyush, with those details that you're giving me, I also want to go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, since the past few days, you're tracking the story very closely. You also got us this phone reaction from the forensic officer. How are you looking at developments that are going to pan out today? What's going to be happening? We're seeing there's a black polythene bag that's being picked up in one of the forests where some of the body remains could have been dumped. We're also trying to still have the Delhi police uncover two very important pieces of information, the mobile phone and the weapon that was used. What are you picking up today?
Well, Rhythm, as far as the weapon is concerned, the Delhi police has said this is one of the reasons of demanding a narco test, because he has been giving very inconsistent statement regarding the weapon he used and from where did he really procure it, which is why the narco test has been ordered so as to dig in deeper in the mind of Aftab, because in his senses he is not speaking the truth and he's trying to mislead the Delhi police. Now the next thing that's going to happen is, like today they went to Gurugram to speak to his colleagues and to speak to his office manager and all the authorities that are there in DLF phase 2 cyber city in Gurugram, because one angle which is very important is that were there any accomplices, and through these interrogation the Delhi police will try to unearth the fact that if he had more friends, if he were dating anybody else in the office or not. So these are the concerns that the Delhi police want to really cater to, so that to strengthen their case, because the digital evidence, they still have some which traced back to the location of the Chhatarpur apartment, Rhythm. But as far as the hardcore evidence is concerned, the entire remains, the exhibits that have been recovered from the Mehruli jungle are yet to be given to the forensics for thorough DNA sampling. The DNA has been collected but is yet to be submitted, and as soon as it is submitted, the DNA will tell the right story and it would be the last nail in the coffin for Aftab Amin Poonawala. What is here to be underlined is that some body parts have been also notified by the Trilokpuri area police station. Yesterday we broke this news that in the Trilokpuri area from Pandavnagar police station, the Pandavnagar area, there were some body parts recovered in the month of June, and nobody came to claim or even file a complaint in that particular context. So that have also been handed over to the Mehruli police. So all these samples that have been collected will go to the forensic, where a proper DNA sampling will be done, and then the police will have the hardcore evidence in their hand that yes, it was Shraddha's remains. However, if we draw parallels towards the confession that has been given to the police and the way the Delhi police is combing out all these body parts from various jungles, like today Piyush, from where Piyush Ori was reporting, and he saw that the Delhi police have found something and they took it in a black poly bag. And remember that Aftab was also using poly bags first to wrap the body parts and then store it in the refrigerator, and then from there he used to pick out one poly bag and then put it in his backpack and take them to dispose of at various locations. Initially we thought that it was just the Mehruli jungle, but now that reports are coming from various parts of Delhi and NCR, like I just mentioned, Trilokpuri area has also recorded and informed the Mehruli police station of few body parts that have been that were found in a low-lying area over there in the vicinity. They have sent it out there, and now today, from where Piyush was reporting, another exhibit has been seized by the Delhi police, and they'll be collecting all these evidence. This was the reason.
Very clear, the Delhi police is picking up more details, and this is very, very interesting. Now, as you're giving us these details, and as Piyush has given us more details, Piyush also brought us the breaking news earlier that the probe is also going to shift to Mumbai. So we're first going to tell you when this investigation has started from Delhi to Mumbai. We've taken also the senior police inspector Sampath Rao Patil, whom my colleague Sandeep spoke to. Let's listen into that reaction, and then we go across to our reporters in Mumbai.
जिसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम आई है, क्या कुछ अभी शुरुआत है, किस प्रकार का सहयोग आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
दिल्ली पुलिस यहाँ आए, हम उनको सहयोग दे रहे हैं।
सर कितने लोग आए हैं कुछ बता पाएंगे?
एक ऑफिसर उनका है। हम
सर जो विटनेसेस हैं उनको वापस से बुलाया जाएगा, स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड होगा उन लोगों का?
नहीं, उनको जो सहयोग देना हम दे देंगे उनको।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। कितने लोग आए केवल ये बता देंगे?
उनका एक टीम आया है, एक ऑफिसर है, स्टाफ है।
दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम आई है, क्या कुछ अभी शुरुआत है, किस प्रकार का सहयोग आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
दिल्ली पुलिस यहाँ आए हैं, हम उनको सहयोग दे रहे हैं।
सर कितने लोग आए हैं कुछ बता पाएंगे?
एक ऑफिसर उनका है। हम
सर जो विटनेसेस हैं उनको वापस से बुलाया जाएगा, स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड होगा उन लोगों का?
नहीं, उनको जो सहयोग देना हम दे देंगे उनको।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। कितने लोग आए केवल ये बता देंगे?
उनका एक टीम आया है, एक ऑफिसर है, स्टाफ है।
All right, so we're also getting you this bit of information first on Republic TV, which we were anticipating that the Delhi police team has already reached Mumbai. Sandeep, you picked that up in your conversation with the senior police inspector. Give us some details about what the Delhi police is trying to uncover in Mumbai with the help of the Mumbai police.
See, Ridhib, at this point of time, I'm at Manikpur police station. And in fact, all the senior officials of Manikpur police station are out here. Although it is being told by the sources in Vasai police is that the witnesses in this case, as in the prime witnesses in this case, will be called and their statement will be recorded again by Delhi police. And at this point of time, Delhi police will also go to the whereabouts of Shraddha Walkar and also Aftab Walkar, the residences where they used to live on rent in Vasai, Naigaon area. And in fact, the Delhi police team will also re-record the statement, in fact, of the prime witnesses in the case. Remember, there are proprietors of the flats who rented the flat to Shraddha Walkar and Aftab Poonawala. Aftab Poonawala had lied to one of the proprietor that Shraddha Walkar and Aftab Poonawala both are married. So these are some kind of things that will be in fact investigated by Delhi police, and all the dots in this case, the missing dots, will be connected by Delhi police. And at this point of time, as we spoke exclusively, and in fact it was Republic TV to break that information that Delhi police team have in fact landed out here in Vasai. In fact, all the whereabouts of Aftab Poonawala will be searched, and in fact all the dots in this case will be connected by Delhi police. So all the witnesses will record their statement. So far what the information that we have got is Lakshman Nadar, one of the prime witness in this case, Lakshman Nadar statement will be recorded by Delhi police. At this point of time, he was called out here at Manikpur police station, but he is fearing to come out in front of the media, and in fact most possibly his statement will be recorded at undisclosed location. Although he was expected here, the investigating officer Sachin Sanap was also here, but he has left from this very police station. So possibly the statements of all the witnesses will be recorded by Delhi police, and all the puzzles and all the missing dots will be connected by Delhi police.
Absolutely. The fresh lead that the Delhi police has arrived in Mumbai. In fact, as we were speaking to all our reporters, Madhurima just a short while back spoke to the top forensic officer in the Shraddha murder case, S.K. Gupta. She had detailed conversation with him. Let's listen to that, and then we're back to Madhurima, Piyush and Sandeep.
आपकी टीम, फॉरेंसिक टीम, आफ्ताब अमीन पूनावाला के घर गई सारे एविडेंस रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए। तो सर, जब आपने एंटर किया तो आपने वहाँ पे क्या क्या देखा?
देखिए, हमने उसके जो हाउस की सारी सर्चिंग करी थी, और वहाँ पे जो भी क्राइम एग्जिबिट हमें मिले थे वो हमने कलेक्ट किए थे, और वो सारे हमने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए।
जी, तो सर आपको एविडेंस मिले हैं वहाँ से जो आपने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए हैं?
जो भी मिले हैं वो हमने हैंडओवर कर दिए।
जी सर, अगर डीएनए सैंपलिंग की अगर बात की जाए तो जो हड्डियां जंगल से मिली हैं वो इंसान की हैं?
ये एग्जामिनेशन का विषय है। जंगल में भी हमें कुछ एग्जिबिट्स मिले थे
जी,
वो भी हमने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए। पुलिस उसको फर्दर डीएनए एग्जामिनेशन या और कुछ एग्जामिनेशन के लिए हमारी लेबोरेटरी में भेजेगी, तो उसकी रिपोर्ट दी जाएगी।
सर कितना क्लीन था घर, क्योंकि ऐसी भी रिपोर्ट आ रही है कि काफी मेहनत से वहां पे साफ सफाई की गई है, एविडेंस छुपाने की कोशिश की गई है, ऐसा लगा क्या आपको?
क्लीन था घर, हम यही कह सकते हैं।
जी सर, और एक मैं कहूंगी कि आज कोर्ट की तरफ से नार्को की परमिशन मिल गई है, तो अगर एफएसएल नार्को करता है अगले 2-3 दिन में, तो किस तरीके का प्रोसीजर होता है ये?
देखिए, अभी हमारी फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी रोहिणी में नार्को की फैसिलिटी स्टार्ट हो गई
जी।
हमारी टीम, एफएसएल की टीम और डॉक्टर की टीम मिलके बाबा अम्बेडकर हॉस्पिटल में नार्को टेस्ट करते हैं।
जी, तो सर नार्को टेस्ट किस तरीके का होता है कि जैसे अगर पुलिस को अभी लग रहा है कि वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहा है, तो नार्को टेस्ट से कितनी सक्सेस मिल सकती है?
नार्को टेस्ट एक तरह से सच को उगलवाने का एक तरीका है।
जी, तो सर एक सवाल मैं और पूछूंगी कि आफ्ताब आपके साथ था, तो क्या उसने कोऑपरेट किया पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आपके साथ?
इस बारे में पुलिस ही बता पाएगी आपको। थैंक यू
जी सर, बस एक आखिरी सवाल, क्या आफ्ताब ने बताया था कि बॉडी कहाँ रखी, किस तरीके से उसने उसको चॉप किया, या इस तरीके का कोई कन्फेशन?
ये मैडम पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ही विषय है, ये हमारा कंसर्न नहीं है।
सर क्या बाथरूम में रखी थी बॉडी की, कम से कम छींटे पड़े और वहाँ पे काटे?
ये पुलिस वाले ही बता पाएंगे।
सर बाथरूम से भी सैंपल लिए गए हैं?
कई सैंपल लिए थे हमने, 10-12 सैंपल लिए थे
जी,
जो जंगल में लिए।
सर बाथरूम, किचन, घर के हर कोने से एविडेंस ले लिए गए हैं?
जो भी एविडेंस मिले हमने कलेक्ट कर दिए।
And let me now go back to all my reporters who continue to be with us. This is a stellar investigation that's also being carried out at Republic TV. I must compliment all my colleagues who are present currently on the spot, whether it's the forest area where we saw Piyush reporting from, whether it's the Gurugram area, whether it's Sandeep in Mumbai speaking to the senior police officers, whether it's now going to be in Dehradun and Himachal. But first I go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, very clearly the forensic officer is saying they're going to find out more evidence. But how soon do you think they'll be able to get something concrete, whether it's circumstantial evidence or whether it's the body parts or whether it's the weapon, so that they can reach a conclusion quickly?
Well, Rhythm, as far as this particular investigation is concerned, the stakes are high on the DNA sampling, because the way these all forests have been combed out by the police officials, and like I just spoke to the forensic expert, he said that many exhibits have been collected. There have been, there were blood marks all across the apartment, and it is very difficult to hide the blood marks, because as far as the forensic experts are concerned, they have such chemicals that can also unearth old blood marks as well. So like when I was speaking to this particular forensic expert, he has said that he has collected exhibits from all the corners of Aftab's residence, from the washroom, from the kitchen, and from the room as well, and they have collected ample amount of that and submitted to the police. They said that as soon as the police collects all the evidence, when they are satisfied with the strength of the evidence, they are going to send it to the forensic lab, and the DNA sampling and the narco test is going to strengthen the case to a very good extent, and that is the aim of the police officials. The second bid is on taking Aftab back to those places like Mumbai. The Delhi police was already there in Mumbai, and yesterday there were also reports of him being taken to Himachal and to Uttarakhand, where the couple went for vacationing just before they came settled in Delhi, and Aftab committed the heinous act of murdering Shraddha and then chopping her body into 35 pieces. So tracing back to all those events, so that to collect circumstantial evidence, to collect the evidence of Aftab and his behavior, because his friends have totally, they have in fact come on camera and said that he was hostile, he used to torture Shraddha, there were cigarette butt marks. So all these evidence need to be proved when they will have some witness who could testify that yes, there was something wrong, and this is why the entire recreation of the entire trail will be done. Rhythm, we'll have to wait and watch as to how this investigation goes on. Delhi police have 5 more days in their hand to put forth more evidence in front of the court.
Thank you for that, Madhurima, Piyush and Sandeep. We're going to continue tracking this investigation. I also want to move on to the other top focus, once again from Maharashtra and Mumbai, where Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader, has insulted freedom fighter Veer Savarkar. This has caused shock waves across the country as he insults Veer Savarkar, the freedom fighter. We're also being told details that are coming in. But first, before we go across to the protests that have broken out in Mumbai, we're going to be telling you what his grandson, Ranjit Savarkar, had said. Take a look. These are fresh visuals coming in of the protest that has begun. The massive anger that is seen by the BJP also over Rahul's insult to Veer Savarkar. But first, let's play out that reaction of Ranjit Savarkar.
Rahul Gandhi is doing it time and again, and I think there is a political motive behind it. His Bharat Jodo Yatra is not working, and that's why. And I think he knows that if he makes some controversial statement about Savarkar, he is going to get publicity. So all this is doing for the publicity, and I think this is a very bad because to gain the publicity, you should not malign the great freedom fighter.
So all this is a publicity stunt is what you're saying. So, sir, we have also learned that you have filed a complaint at the Shivaji Park police station. What have you mentioned in the complaint, sir?
See, definitely I have filed a complaint against him because he has categorically said that Savarkar is getting pension from the Britishers and he was working for the Britishers against the interest of Hindustan. And he has further said that Savarkar was a servant of British. So this is a gross defamation of Savarkar and will never accept it. Savarkar has never even apologized. There are no evidence to it. And time and again he is making false statement. So I think I have decided that he should be taught a lessons. So I filed a complaint in the other police, Shivaji Park police station, so that for the defamation of Veer Savarkar. And again there is a clause that is a defamation of our national idols. So that also should be made applicable here.
Shocking words over a freedom fighter from Rahul Gandhi. Let's also listen in to the attack that's now coming from the BJP as Shambit Patra speaks on.
और खुद इंदिरा गांधी जी ने जिस प्रकार से महिमा मंडन करते हुए वीर सावरकर जी की स्तुति में चिट्ठी लिखी थी, वह भी आज भारत के आर्काइव में मौजूद है। कौन बड़ा नेता है? गांधी परिवार बताए। इंदिरा गांधी सच बोल रही थी या ये राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहे हैं? इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा वीर सावरकर एक सपूत थे हिंदुस्तान के, एक बहुत बड़े योद्धा थे जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ युद्ध लड़ा। देखिए, जहां तक ये गांधी परिवार का सवाल है, ये गांधी परिवार को लगता है केवल और केवल उनके परिवार के सदस्य ही स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी थे, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य जेल गए, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य ही भारतवर्ष हैं, उनके परिवार से बाहर भारतवर्ष का कोई अर्थ नहीं है। और तभी आप देखिए, सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी हो या फिर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल हो, रह रहकर इस परिवार ने महान विभूतियों का जिस प्रकार से अपमान किया है, उनका तिरस्कार किया है, आज नतीजा है कि कांग्रेस साफ हो रही है। और राहुल जी अपने इस यात्रा का नाम तो भारत जोड़ो दे रहे हैं, मगर काम केवल भारत जलाने का और भारत को तोड़ने का है। आज भी देखिए, भारत के मानचित्र पर जिस प्रकार से धू करके आग लगाया गया है कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा, क्या ये भारत की परिकल्पना इनकी यही है कि भारत के मानचित्र पे आग लगाना? बार बार राहुल गांधी कहते रहे हैं, पहले भी कहते रहे हैं कि आग लगेगा, आग लगेगा। तो ये मानसिकता भारत जोड़ो वाले नहीं है, ये मानसिकता भारत तोड़ो वाले हैं। और जिस प्रकार के अशोभनीय भाषा का प्रयोग राहुल गांधी जी ने वीर सावरकर के लिए किया है, प्रत्येक भारतवर्षी जो है वो क्षुब्ध है, प्रत्येक महाराष्ट्र का निवासी क्षुब्ध है। राहुल गांधी को क्षमा याचना करनी चाहिए।
वो देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी, आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करने वाले राहुल गांधी जी, सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आप कभी हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात करते थे, कभी भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वालों के साथ जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में खड़े नजर आते थे, सावरकर, वीर सावरकर के ऊपर आप प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हो। ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता है जो एक परिवार से आगे बढ़कर ना देख पाई है ना देख पाएगी।
Five people were reported dead and 3 others critically injured in Mumbai-Pune expressway accident that took place near Khopoli area of Raigad district in the wee hours of Friday. Reports suggest the accident took place after the driver lost control of the car and collided with an unknown vehicle. The impact was so strong that while 4 lost their lives on the spot, another one could not make it to the hospital in time. With fatal accidents on the rise, a 24-hour car inspection drive has been scheduled for December 1st. Nearly 7,000 cars were fined for exceeding the speed limit on the Mumbai-Pune expressway in the past 10 months. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And coming up after a short break, we get you more details of killer Aftab pushing the drug theory, telling the Delhi police he was intoxicated. And mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after Aam Aadmi Party cash for ticket scandal hits the Congress. Back with much more on your favorite news channel, Republic TV. Stay on with us.
I was on insulin for a very long time. After joining BTO, within 5 months of time, I was off insulin. The medicines what I'm taking has become minimum and I'm very happy. Maybe in future, I'll be off medicines very soon.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket Vikram S to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital. Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of 12 people including Ayurveda director SN Singh, who's now been arrested. In fact, in the last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals over 40,000 Myanmar nationals have entered India and is taking shelter in over 150 refugee camps in the state. In October this year alone, 1,800 new refugees have arrived. Despite clear instructions from Centre, Mizoram is issuing certificates to the refugees without any authorization. Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings in the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
very, very important day today because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced in the court, and this is going to be the Saket court in the national capital.
Poster war peaking in New Delhi. BJP posted a poster on Twitter.
Thanks for tuning in this Friday afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up, starting with the top headlines we're tracking this afternoon. Shraddha murder probe widens. Police to take Aftab. Delhi police team in Gurugram likely to quiz his boss and colleagues. After multiple big revelations in Aftab's interrogation, a 5-member Delhi police team arrives in Mumbai. Killer Aftab pushes drug theory during interrogation. Aftab tells police, "I was intoxicated." Mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after a cash for ticket scandal hits the Congress party.
Country and people who have been firm in tackling terror. We consider that.
Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror, says no compromise in fight against terrorism. And straight up, starting with breaking news coming in, this one from Uttar Pradesh, where a love jihad case has surfaced. In fact, we understand that the police has also made an arrest. Accused Sufyan has been arrested in the love jihad case. Now, that's a big development coming in. The police having arrested accused Sufyan, who was on the run. This is in connection with the Lucknow murder case.
को हिरासत में लिया था, उसके बाद सुफियान के पिता को भी कल से पुलिस ने हिरासत में लिया था। सुफियान के 4 भाई हैं, जिसमें से एक भाई भी कल से पुलिस की हिरासत में था, लेकिन सुफियान का पता नहीं चल रहा था। लेकिन परिवार के लोगों को बैठा करके पुलिस उनसे तमाम अलग अलग बिंदुओं पर पूछताछ कर रही थी और ये समझने की कोशिश करती कि सुफियान कहां तक भाग सकता है, क्योंकि आर्थिक तौर पर सुफियान बहुत मजबूत नहीं था और बहुत दूर जाने की पुलिस को उम्मीद नहीं थी। अभी थोड़ी ही देर पहले, अभी तकरीबन 5 मिनट पहले सुफियान की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। सुफियान का जो घर है वहां से तकरीबन 1 किलोमीटर दूर ही पुलिस को उसकी सूचना मिली और पुलिस जब वहां पर पहुंची तो उसने पुलिस पर फायरिंग की है। इस दौरान पुलिस ने भी उस पर फायरिंग की है। सुफियान के पैर में गोली लगी है। फिलहाल सुफियान को ट्रॉमा सेंटर भेजा गया है। घायल अवस्था में सुफियान ट्रॉमा सेंटर पहुंचा है और एक बड़ी खबर यह कि सुफियान की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से 60 घंटे ज्यादा वक्त बीतने के बाद परिवार भी लगातार उसकी गिरफ्तारी की मांग कर रहा था। इसके साथ साथ तमाम जो हिंदू संगठन थे वो भी सड़कों पर उतरे थे। हमने ये भी देखा था कि कैसे 2 दिन पहले जब पीड़िता का शव जब उसके घर पर आया था, उसके बाद किस तरीके से परिजनों ने
Those are the breaking updates coming in at this point. The police having arrested accused Sufyan in this murder case. Remember, this is a love jihad case that was reported from Uttar Pradesh, and the update coming in at this point is that the police has arrested accused Sufyan, who was involved in this case. In fact, it was an encounter as well that broke out as the police tried to nab the accused. The accused sustained injury on his leg as the firing was reported in this case. So we try and go across to Vivek again, who's getting us those breaking updates from Uttar Pradesh. But this is in relation to the love jihad case. Vivek, of course, reporting live and getting us all those updates. Vivek, if you can give us the context of this, take us through the details of this love jihad case that was reported from UP.
देखिए, 3 दिन पहले एक लड़की निधि की मौत हो गई थी और निधि के परिजनों ने आरोप लगाया था सुफियान नाम के युवक के ऊपर कि सुफियान ने उसको छत से धक्का दे करके उसकी हत्या कर दी है। आपको बताऊं कि निधि और सुफियान के बीच में पिछले 2-3 साल से ये कहा जा रहा है कि सुफियान निधि को परेशान कर रहा था। परिवारजनों ने कई बार सुफियान को समझाने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन सुफियान इस बात से बाज नहीं आ रहा था। और 3 दिन पहले जब सुफियान ने निधि को एक फोन जबरदस्ती दिया था और इस बात को लेकर के निधि का परिवार सूफियान के यहाँ कंप्लेन करने के लिए गया था, तभी दोनों परिवारों के बीच में काफी ज्यादा बहस हुई थी और इस दौरान निधि सूफियान के घर से उठ करके जो चौथी मंजिल पर जो उनकी छत थी वहां पर पहुंची थी और इसी दौरान परिजनों का यह आरोप है कि निधि के पीछे पीछे सूफियान भी गया और सूफियान ने जाकर के निधि को धक्का दे दिया था और इसी बात से निधि की मौत हो गई थी। तब से लेकर के आज तीसरा दिन हो गया है और निधि का जो हत्यारा था सूफियान, वो पिछले 3 दिनों से फरार चल रहा था। पुलिस ने उसको लेकर के कल 25,000 रुपए का इनाम भी घोषित कर दिया था। जिस दौरान ये घटना हुई थी उसके बाद से पुलिस ने सूफियान की मां और उसके पिता को भी हिरासत में लिया था, कल उसके भाई को भी हिरासत में लिया था, लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस उसको ढूंढने में नाकाम पिछले 3 दिनों से साबित हो रही थी। लेकिन आज तकरीबन 5 मिनट पहले सूफियान की जो गिरफ्तारी है वो हो चुकी है। सूफियान का जहां पर निधि और सूफियान रहते दुबग्गा एरिया में, वहीं पास के ही पावर हाउस चौराहे के पास पुलिस को एक इनपुट मिला कि सूफियान वहां से निकल रहा है और जब पुलिस उसके पास जब पकड़ने गई तो इस दौरान सूफियान ने पुलिस पर फायरिंग भी की। अब ये उसके पास वो पिस्टल कहां से है इस बात की भी जानकारी पुलिस इकट्ठा कर रही है। हालांकि जब फायरिंग की तो पुलिस ने भी जवाबी फायरिंग की है और सूफियान के पैर में गोली लगी है। फिलहाल सूफियान को अस्पताल ले जाया गया है जहां पर ट्रॉमा सेंटर में उसका इलाज चल रहा है और बड़ी खबर यह कि सूफियान की गिरफ्तारी हो गई, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से 5 टीमें बनाई गई थी और लगातार, चाहे वो हिंदू संगठनों की बात की जाए या परिवार की बात की जाए, वो लगातार इस बात की मांग कर रहे थे कि सूफियान की जल्द से जल्द गिरफ्तारी हो और इसके बाद इस पूरे प्रकरण की फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में सुनवाई हो और फांसी की सजा तक की मांग पूरा परिवार और साथ साथ हिंदू संगठन के लोग जो थे वो कर रहे थे। फिलहाल लेकिन पुलिस के हाथ एक बड़ी कामयाबी लगी है, क्योंकि 5 टीमें लगातार पिछले 3 दिनों से उसको ढूंढ रही थी और तकरीबन 5 मिनट पहले सूफियान की जो गिरफ्तारी है वो हो चुकी है और फिलहाल पुलिस सूफियान को लेकर के ट्रॉमा सेंटर गई हुई है और जहां पर सूफियान का इलाज होगा। पुलिस हालांकि उसको भी फिलहाल अभी पुलिस के लोगों का कहना है कि वो खतरे के बाहर है। अब देखना होगा कि इन तमाम चीजों के बाद सूफियान से पूछताछ में क्या तथ्य और निकल के सामने आते हैं।
Vivek, one last question before we let you go. If you can talk to us more about this love jihad angle, which is also being looked into by the police.
देखिए, लव जिहाद को लेकर के पुलिस ने लव जिहाद के मामले में इसमें केस दर्ज किया है और सूफियान के ऊपर निधि के परिजनों का यह आरोप था कि सूफियान निधि से शादी करना चाहता था और निधि को बार बार धर्म परिवर्तन करने को लेकर के कहता था। सूफियान उस पर शादी का दबाव बनाता था और शादी के दबाव के दौरान वो उसको हिंदू धर्म से मुस्लिम धर्म में परिवर्तित होने की बात कहता था। पिछले 2 साल से ये जो केस है वो चल रहा था, पिछले 2 साल से इस तरीके का जो प्रकरण है वो चल रहा था। परिजनों ने कई बार उसको समझाने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन सूफियान अपनी हरकतों से बाज नहीं आ रहा था और लगातार निधि का पीछा करता था। निधि पास के ही, अपने घर के पास के ही एक जो ब्यूटी पार्लर है वहां पर काम करती थी, जहां पर सूफियान उसका पीछा करता था। कई बार निधि के परिवार के जो लोग हैं उन्होंने सूफियान को कई बार मना किया, लेकिन सूफियान इस बात से बाज नहीं आता था। और 3 दिन पहले जब इन तमाम चीज़ों को लेकर के निधि की माँ और निधि के मामा जब सूफियान के घर में कंप्लेन करने के लिए गए थे तो सूफियान उस दौरान घर में मौजूद भी नहीं था, लेकिन बाद में सूफियान के परिवार वालों ने सूफियान को बुलाया और सूफियान जब आया उस दौरान दोनों परिवारों के बीच में काफ़ी ज़्यादा बहस हुई और जब ये बहस हुई तो उस दौरान निधि भी वहाँ मौजूद थी और बहस से परेशान होकर के निधि दूसरी मंजिल से चौथी मंजिल की तरफ गई और तभी ये कहा जा रहा है परिवार की तरफ से कि सूफियान भी निधि के पीछे गया और उसने छत से जाकर के निधि को धक्का दे दिया, जहाँ जिसके बाद निधि की मौत हो गई। तो ये पूरा प्रकरण है इस पूरे केस में, जिसमें फिलहाल पुलिस ने FIR भी दर्ज की थी। धर्म परिवर्तन के केस में भी FIR दर्ज हुई थी और पुलिस पिछले 3 दिनों से उसको ढूंढ रही थी और पुलिस को आज जाकर के वो सफलता हासिल हुई है।
All right, Vivek, thank you for getting us all those breaking updates. So that's a big development coming in the Lucknow murder case where the accused has been nabbed. He was shot in the leg by the police and further details are awaited. But moving on to the other big story, we've been tracking this one in relation to the Gujarat polls where cash for ticket scam has now hit the Congress party after the Aam Aadmi party. In fact, in a big embarrassment for the Indian National Congress, former Digam MLA Kamini Ba has made shocking allegations against the Congress. The Congress leader has alleged that money was demanded from her for a ticket in the upcoming Gujarat elections. In fact, claiming that she got a call from an agent. Kamini Ba said, and I quote, an agent of Congress Gujarat Pradesh Congress Committee President had demanded ₹1 crore for that ticket for the Gujarat polls. In fact, she's even alleged that she refused to pay, and which is why she was primarily denied the ticket by the Congress party. On that note, let's listen into those audio tapes as well that we've accessed, in which an agent can be heard offering, in fact, asking that money from the Congress leader.
इसमें बात खराब नहीं हो गई, ध्यान रखना बस।
नहीं भैया, वो क्या बात आपकी?
भाई
हाँ,
नहीं चिंता मत करो,
सिस्टर है मेरी, चिंता मत करो, मैं जिम्मेवारी पूरी ले रहा हूँ।
भरोसे पे बात कर रहा हूँ, कल को कोई बात हुई तो उसके बाद फिर मुझे मत कहना।
नहीं भाई साहब, कुछ नहीं होगा। कामनी बात
क्या होता है?
देखो कमिटमेंट दे रहा हूँ मैं आपके हिसाब से, बस संभाल लेना, ध्यान रखना।
जी भैया।
अपना इतना लंबा समय जो रहा है संबंध, वो खत्म हो जाएगा।
नहीं, कुछ खत्म नहीं होगा, जीत जाएगी, काम भी आपका खत्म हो जाएगा, इनका भी हो जाएगा। ठीक है भाई साहब, बस ये संभालो आज का दिन।
अपना बात टिकट तक की बात है।
जी
हाँ, अरे वो तो जीत का हमको विश्वास है। मैं आपको ये बोल रहा हूँ कि उनकी कंडीशन समझे, उनके हस्बैंड।
रिजल्ट से मैं नहीं इत्तेफाक रखता, मैं बात उसकी कर रहा हूँ।
जी भैया, वो मेरी बात हुई है,
आपकी बात सब सही है।
मेरी बात भाविन भाई से हुई है, उन्होंने मुझे बताया था तो 70 का बताया था, मैंने उनको 50 का ही बोला है भैया।
वो तो देखो बाद में पार्टी का उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करेगा, ठीक है ना? जी भैया। मैं इनकी भाविन भाई की बात पे ही आगे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ।
जी भैया।
हाँ, विश्वास छोड़िए, सब हो जाएगा, चिंता मत कीजिए।
ठीक भाविन भाई।
जी भैया, जी।
So it's a cash for a ticket scam that has now hit the Congress party after the Aam Aadmi party in the run-up to Gujarat polls. Priyanka getting us all those breaking updates. She's also joining us live. Priyanka, once again for our viewers, if you could put this into context, what are the allegations made by the Congress leader as well as those audio tapes that we've accessed?
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. It's a major embarrassment for the Congress party here in Gujarat, where the Gujarat state president is being named by the candidate of the Congress party or the former candidate of the Congress party, who is claiming that the president of the party is extorting the candidates, so in lieu of tickets. Now, this essentially sums up what's really happened with Kamini Ba. She has been the MLA of Dehgaam constituency. It's in central Gujarat, about roughly 100 or so kilometers, less than 100 kilometers away from Ahmedabad itself. And we do see how Kamini Ba has made those allegations against the party president of the state of Gujarat, Jagdish Thakur. And she has said that there were agents who were working for Jagdish Thakur, and these agents then gave her calls after her survey. So now every political party has an internal survey, and Congress also carried out their own internal survey to find out which candidates have a plausibility of winning. So that survey had been carried out in Dehgaam, and on which from Delhi there had been a recommendation for Kamini Ba to be given the ticket. But in spite of that, there is a ticket that has been given to some other person, and the allegations now that are being levelled by Kamini Ba is that the candidacy has been up for sale, not just in Dehgaam but in other places as well, where the president of the Gujarat Congress is coming out and making these cash deals for the tickets to be given, and not actually strategizing to win or even campaign in Gujarat for the Congress party. And we are seeing how she has also stated that the candidate himself had also accepted that the Gujarat Congress leaders in fact had been creating a lot of pressure for Kamini Ba to be sidelined, and creating a lot of pressure for Kamini Ba to also pay that money, because that audio tape, Samiksha, very clearly if we listen to that audio tape, is a conversation between the agents and Kamini Ba, where the agent is in fact talking about how much money she is supposed to give to them to get the ticket from Dehgaam, and she is in fact also stating in that exclusive conversation that we also have been able to have with Kamini Ba, she has talked about how she is bargaining with them because she knew she was recording this phone call, and she talks about offering 70 to 50 lakhs in not just 1 crore as had been demanded by the agents of the Congress party president.
Yes, Priyanka, stay with us. On that note, let's also play out that exclusive conversation you had with the Congress leader Kamini Ba, in which she said that she denied she was not in fact giving that she denied giving that money after she said that she's not going to pay that 1 crore rupees.
पहले तो जब ये बात चली थी टिकट के लिए, तो पहले मैंने ये सोचा था कि अगर मेरा सर्वे में मेरा रिपोर्ट्स नहीं आ रहा तो मुझे टिकट शायद मैं थोड़ा विड्रॉ करके किसी और को समर्थन दूंगी। तो इसके लिए पहले तो मैं सबसे पहले सर्वे रिपोर्ट के लिए मैंने एक लीडर से बात की थी। तो फिर मैंने सर्वे रिपोर्ट का उनको पूछा कि सर अगर मेरा रिपोर्ट में पब्लिक ओपिनियन नहीं आ रहा तो मैं शायद इस बार का चुनाव ना भी लड़ूं। तो उन्होंने बताया मुझे कि नहीं आप ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो, आपका रिपोर्ट तो सबसे अच्छा है। फिर उन्होंने मुझे परसेंटेज दिखाए, जितने लोग टिकट मांग रहे थे सबका सर्वे हुआ था, और ये सर्वे दिल्ली से हुआ था। तो जबकि मैंने रिपोर्ट देखा, रिपोर्ट में भी मैं अच्छी होने के कारण फिर मैंने सोचा कि नहीं, चलो पब्लिक की डिमांड है, कार्यकर्ताओं की डिमांड है और जो मतदार है उनके बीच में घूम के ये सर्वे हुआ था। तो अच्छा,
ये एक बात तो एस्टैब्लिश हो गई कि सर्वे जो इंटरनल था पार्टी का उसमें आपका रिकमेंडेशन निकल कर आ रहा था, आप फर्स्ट रैंक पे थे जिसको रेकमेंड किया जा रहा था कैंडिडेट के तौर पे। उसके बाद क्या हुआ, क्योंकि ये ऑडियो टेप में क्लियरली पता चल रहा है कोई आपसे पैसे मांग रहा है, पैसों की लेन देन की बात हो रही है। पहला कब आपके साथ में कम्युनिकेशन हुआ? आपने कहा 1 करोड़ रुपए मांगे गए थे, उसमें उस कन्वर्सेशन में क्या?
उसमें लगातार 11 तारीख से मेरे पास फोन आ रहे थे। तब मैंने इतना नहीं लिया था। फिर मुझे पूछा गया कि आप कहाँ पे हो। वो जो मुझे पूछा गया वो गुजराती में मुझसे बात कर रहा था कि बहन आप कहाँ पे हो, कहाँ जा रहे हो, ये भागम दौड़ीम क्यों कर रहे हो, आप टेंशन मत लो, टिकट का हो जाएगा, आपके टिकट में सर्वे भी ओके है, सब जो तालुका पंचायत के जीते हुए, नगर पालिका जीते हुए सब समर्थक आपके साथ है, फिर क्यों आप भागम दौड़ीम कर रहे हैं। मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे ऐसी बात पता चली है कि मेरी टिकट में प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष जो जगदीश भाई ठाकुर है उनकी थोड़ी सोच अलग है कि वो शायद मुझे टिकट देना नहीं चाहते। तो इसीलिए मैं सब लीडर से मिल रही थी। सब लीडर्स ने मुझे बोला था कि बहन टेंशन मत लो, सब लोग आपके साथ है तो टिकट तो आपको पक्का ही मिलेगा। फिर उसके बाद दोबारा 12 तारीख से लगातार मेरे पास फोन आ रहे थे कि बहन टिकट में कुछ गड़बड़ है, अभी तो ये सौदेबाजी हो गई है टिकट की। तो मैंने कहा क्यों, कैसी सौदेबाजी। फिर उन्होंने बताया कि अगर आपको टिकट चाहिए तो आपको 1 करोड़ रुपया तक डिमांड है उनकी, तो आपको ये डेफिनेट फाइनल करना होगा। फिर मैंने बोला कि मैं आपको सोच के बताऊंगी। फिर उसके बाद लगातार वो बंदे मुझे व्हाट्सएप कॉल से ही, वो भैया जो गुजराती बोल रहे थे वो लगातार मुझे फ़ोन किए जा रहे थे कि क्या सोचा, क्या क्या डिमांड है, फटाफट बोलो फटाफट बोलो। फिर 12 तारीख को फ़ोन आया, फिर 13 को फ़ोन आया, ऐसे करीबन
लगातार आपको कई बार फोन आ रहे थे जब से 1 करोड़ मांगा गया। और लास्ट जो एक ऑडियो टेप था जिसमें लाखों की भी बात कर रही है, उसमें जो लोग थे, एजेंट्स थे, उनका नाम क्या आपको बताया गया था, किस तरह से अपने आप को परिचय किया था?
फिर जो लास्ट में जो फोन आया था उसमें फिर मैंने ये सोचा कि मुझे पैसे तो देने नहीं थे, कभी मैंने पैसे से टिकट लिया भी नहीं और कभी मैं लेना चाहती भी नहीं। तो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने जो मेरे पे आरोप लगाया था कि कामिनी बहन को ये टिकट कटने के बाद उन्होंने ये बोला, उनके पहले बोलना चाहिए था। तो मैं ये भी बताना चाहूंगी कि मेरी टिकट जब कटी उसके 3 दिन पहले जब ये टिकटों का चल रहा था, मैंने पूर्व अध्यक्ष जो थे हमारे अर्जुन भाई मोढवाड़िया जी, उनको बताया था। उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसी बातों में आप मत पड़ना, ऐसे कॉल सबको आ रहे। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है सर, मैं ये बात पूरी मैं सोच के फिर आगे क्या करना है मैं आपको सर बोलूंगी। उसके बाद
Now, as per latest reports, famous Punjabi singer Babu Maan has received a death threat over phone call that he received on Thursday, after which his security has also been beefed up. Remember, this comes after the gruesome murder of popular singer Sidhu Moosewala in broad daylight, raising concerns over law and order situation in the state of Punjab.
The series of threatening continues. The popular Punjabi singer Babu Maan gets death threat. According to sources, Babu Maan gets a suspected call from the gangsters of Bambiha group, over which he was threatened for life. As per information received from the intelligence, it is suspected that the members of Bambiha gang are plotting an attack on Babu Maan. Intelligence further said that anyone posing as a fan of Babu Maan can pose major risks to his life. Hence, his security has been enhanced to prevent anything bad from happening. Police has also been stationed outside his Mohali home. This comes post Sidhu Moosewala's death, which raises an alarm that Babu Maan's life might now be in danger. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, on the other side, killer Aftab pushes drug theory during interrogation. Aftab tells police, I was intoxicated. Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror, says no compromise in fight against terror.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
From now
Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamalnath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket Vikram S to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital. Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of 12 people, including Ayurveda director SN Singh, who's now been arrested. Now, as per sources in the Delhi police, killer Aftab has made a big disclosure during interrogation. Aftab has allegedly told the police that he's a drug addict and that even on the day of murder, which was on May 8th, he was intoxicated.
As the probe widens in the Shraddha murder case, there has been yet another twist in killer Aftab's tale. He has now claimed that he is a drug addict and that he was in an intoxicated state on May the 18th, on the night of the murder.
He's also saying that on that very day when this brutal murder was done by Aftab on 18th of May, he was under the impression of drug. He smoked that day. He strangled Shraddha, after which Shraddha lost her life, and they were fighting for the whole day. That's something what is coming in light.
Aftab has been trying to mislead the police and he is now peddling a mentally ill theory.
Now this is the new angle which has came in light, in which it has been stated the sources in the police are confirming us that Aftab now saying that he's a drug addicted and used to smoke also. He used to take the drug, and on that very day when he murdered Shraddha, he was under the impression of drug and he smoked that day.
Nothing seems to add up in Aftab's version. So did Aftab actually have an addiction problem, or is he trying to wriggle out? Bureau Report for Republic TV.
So a very short break coming up. On the other side, mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after our cash for tickets scandal hits Congress. And Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror, says no compromise in fight against terror.
I was on insulin for a very long time. After joining Beto, within 5 months of time, I was off insulin. The medicines what I'm taking has become minimum and I'm very happy. Maybe in future, I'll be off medicines very soon.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today at as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings in the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
Very, very important day today because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced in the court, and this is going to be the Saket court in the national capital.
Poster war peaking in New Delhi. BJP posted a post on Twitter saying, "From real life to real life. Thanks Aam Aadmi Party for reminding us."
NIA has taken over the case of the Udhampur twin blasts. 2 FIRs have been registered.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues.
The news breaks. The controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। सर, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnav.
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a 2-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to represent Asian but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of 12 people, including Ayurveda director SN Singh, who's now been arrested. In fact, in the last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals over 40,000 Myanmar nationals have entered India and is taking shelter in over 150 refugee camps in the state. In October this year alone, 1,800 new refugees have arrived. Despite clear instructions from Centre, Mizoram is issuing certificates to the refugees without any authorization. Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings in the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
Very important day today because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced in the court, and this is going to be the Saket court in the national capital.
Poster war peaking in New Delhi. BJP posted a post on Twitter saying from real life.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Shraddha murder probe widens. Police to take Aftab. Delhi police team in Gurugram likely to quiz his boss and colleagues. After multiple big revelation in Aftab's interrogation, a 5-member Delhi police team arrives in Mumbai. Killer Aftab pushes drug theory during interrogation. Aftab tells police, "I was intoxicated." Mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after Aam Aadmi Party cash for ticket scandal hits Congress.
The country and people who have been firm in tackling terror, we consider that
Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror, says no compromise in fight against terror. Thanks for staying with us on Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Nivedna Prabhu. Of course, our top focus right now being the Shraddha murder case. Now, of course, more details are coming in terms of the particular probe. But on the other hand, we also have Dr. Pranav Kabra, who did consult Shraddha, joining us live as well on the broadcast with us. We will be going to him in a few minutes. This is the doctor who treated Shraddha, who will be talking to us. Now, remember, those pictures had also come out where we put it out first on Republic about the abuse that Shraddha was facing. We have Dr. Pranav Kabra live with us. Dr. Kabra, thank you for talking to Republic TV. If you could talk to us about the time that Shraddha did come to you and consult when we also saw those pictures that had come out.
Basically, Shraddha, she has never consulted me physically in my consultation room. She had given me a call through a mobile, and she wanted to consult me regarding some the kind of problem she's facing in her life. So I have told her to better visit me, and that will be the better part to guide you and help you for the same. But later on, they never turned up to me. I was consulted because they were staying near to my hospital, Raksha Hospital, which is at the Marwis Junction. So they were staying at Avasha Nagar. So I was the doctor during the COVID time. That was the COVID time going on in India. So many restrictions were there to travel and to meet for consultation. So online consultation was at boom that time. But this type of medication, what Shraddha was asking me to consult was not feasible at all. So I had guided her to come to the hospital, meet personally, have a consultation. Then I would have guided her for a counseling or a counselor or a psychiatric doctor, because I'm a physician by practice. So definitely I was not the right person to prescribe her any kind of antidepressive medications, what I understand.
When you, of course, talk about such relationships where abuse is also involved, if you could talk to us about the psyche of, the accused Aftab in such cases, Doctor? Dr. Kabra, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Right. So we were talking about the fact that, in such cases where, of course, there is abuse involved, if you could talk to us about the psyche as well, when it comes to the accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla that we're talking about, if you could shed some light for us on that.
See, basically, ma'am, today now the relationship the opposite sex has become very complicated nowadays. So having the argument and judging someone with a single phone call is very difficult for any person to guide and to answer or comment on it. But definitely nowadays very youngsters. Now we are talking about Shraddha because she is no more talking about Aftab because he had committed a crime. But there is a crime happening every second, every minute in this world in India. That people are really frustrated with each other because of the lifestyle, because of what they are living, what they want to achieve in their life, and what they want to pursue in their life. Some are happy, some are not happy. So it's very difficult with someone and getting consultation of these type of people, which have been the online consultation have become boom in India nowadays. And consulting these type of people on phone is very risky. Better to meet them physically, make them understand what is your view, make them brainwashed, make them understand what they want to achieve in their life. Because today the life is going on Instagram, Facebook. If you block someone on Instagram, there's a issue. If you block someone on Facebook, there's an issue. Don't comment on the photograph, there's an issue. So every single corner, every single second, people are having issue. So this is the Shraddha and Aftab is on limelight because it's crimes will happen in the picture. And if it would not come into picture, everything was going smooth in India. Now this has become crime story of India since 2-3 days. So what I understand, she had given the call. I consulted her. I told her come down to the hospital, but they didn't turn up. I think if she would have come down to the hospital, we would have. I think Shraddha would have been alive today. I would have definitely guided her, made her understand at some point, and consulted directly her towards a psychiatric doctor for the same.
Right, Doctor, as you're of course pointing out, it is important to also talk about mental health in such cases. But if you were to talk about the fact that she did reach out to you on that phone call, if you could talk to us about did she sound balanced or what was her behavior like when she approached you? On the other hand, if you'd also point out if she specified to prescribe any antidepressants?
So basically, it was a call of 2.5 minutes. In that minutes, like I was busy with my patients in my OPD, and I had got a mobile from a person like, sir, कोई doctor patient आपसे बात करना चाहती है. So I told her बुला लो hospital में. तो नहीं वो phone पे एक बार बात करना चाहती है तो.
All right. That was Dr. Pranav Kabra talking to us right here on Republic TV. Now, he went on to state that Shraddha had spoken to him to get some consultation on the fact of this particular episode, the abuse that she was facing by Aftab Poonawalla. But on the other hand, as Republic gets the latest on this front, Madhurima Mishra, our principal correspondent, did talk to a forensic officer, S.K. Gupta. Let's listen into that conversation.
आपकी टीम फॉरेंसिक टीम आफ्ताब अमीन पूनावाला के घर गई सारे एविडेंस रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए। तो सर जब आपने एंटर किया तो आपने वहां पे क्या क्या देखा?
देखिए, हमने उसके जो हाउस की सारी सर्चिंग करी थी और वहाँ पे जो भी क्राइम एग्जिबिट हमें मिले थे वो हमने कलेक्ट किए थे और वो सारे हमने पुलिस को हैंड ओवर कर दिए।
जी, तो सर आपको एविडेंस मिले हैं वहां से जो आपने पुलिस को हैंड ओवर कर दिए हैं?
जो भी मिले हैं वो हमने हैंड ओवर कर दी।
जी सर, अगर डीएनए सैंपलिंग की अगर बात की जाए तो जो हड्डियां जंगल से मिली हैं वो इंसान की ही है?
ये एग्जामिनेशन का विषय है। जंगल में भी हमें कुछ एग्जिबिट्स मिले थे
जी,
वो भी हमने पुलिस को हैंड ओवर कर दिए। पुलिस उसको फर्दर डीएनए एग्जामिनेशन या और कुछ एग्जामिनेशन के लिए हमारी लेबोरेटरी में भेजेगी तो उसकी रिपोर्ट दी जाएगी।
सर कितना क्लीन था घर, क्योंकि ऐसी भी रिपोर्ट आ रही है कि काफी मेहनत से वहां पे साफ सफाई की गई है, एविडेंस छुपाने की कोशिश की गई है, ऐसा लगा क्या आपको?
नहीं, क्लीन था घर, हम यही कह सकते हैं।
जी सर, और एक मैं कहूंगी कि आज कोर्ट की तरफ से नार्को की परमिशन मिल गई है, तो अगर एफएसएल नार्को करता है अगले 2-3 दिन में तो किस तरीके का प्रोसीजर होता है ये?
देखिए, अभी हमारी फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी रोहिणी में नार्को की फैसिलिटी स्टार्ट हो गई
जी।
हमारी टीम, एफएसएल की टीम और डॉक्टर की टीम मिलके बाबा अम्बेडकर हॉस्पिटल में नार्को टेस्ट करते हैं।
जी, तो सर नार्को टेस्ट किस तरीके का होता है कि जैसे अगर पुलिस को अभी लग रहा है कि वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहा है, तो नार्को टेस्ट से कितनी सक्सेस मिल सकती है?
नार्को टेस्ट एक तरह से सच को उगलवाने का एक तरीका है।
जी, तो सर एक सवाल मैं और पूछूंगी कि आफ्ताब आपके साथ था, तो क्या उसने कोऑपरेट किया पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आपके साथ?
इस बारे में पुलिस ही बता पाएगी आपको। थैंक यू।
जी सर, बस एक आखिरी सवाल, क्या आफ्ताब ने बताया था कि बॉडी कहाँ रखी, किस तरीके से उसने उसको चॉप किया, या इस तरीके का कोई कन्फेशन?
ये मैडम पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ही विषय है, ये हमारा कंसर्न नहीं है।
सर क्या बाथरूम में रखी थी बॉडी की, कम से कम छींटे पड़े और वहाँ पे कटे?
ये पुलिस वाले ही बता पाएंगे।
सर बाथरूम से भी सैंपल लिए गए हैं?
कई सैंपल लिए थे हमने, 10-12 सैंपल लिए थे
जी,
जो जंगल में लिए।
सर बाथरूम, किचन, घर के हर कोने से एविडेंस ले लिए गए हैं?
जो भी एविडेंस मिले हमने कलेक्ट कर दिए।
Well, we also have Piyush Ori, who's joining us from Aftab's office, is what we're understanding. Piyush, good afternoon. This, of course, the details of this particular case are getting murkier by the minute as well. But what is the latest that you're picking up? We understand, of course, the police also did visit his office in Gurugram. So could you tell us about where the investigation stands currently on that front?
So good afternoon, Nivedna, and you rightly said that yes, the revelations in this case is getting murkier and it is getting as enlarged as the case progresses. The main revelation today is that the Delhi police did visit the office of Aftab. The main news was just few meters away from Aftab's office, where in a vacant area they have found thing suspicious which was found in the poly bag. So they have carried this thing in their office for the forensic evidence, and what we feel is that it may consist of some body remains of Shraddha. So yes, as I said, some very gory, some very murky details are coming to fore. And what it also now comes is that Aftab has not only disposed the body parts in the forest areas of Mehroli, but also has disposed body parts in Gurugram, Dehradun, and also in some other areas. So it is going to be interesting to see of how Delhi police now is going to carry forward this investigation as it moves ahead. Back to the studio.
Right, Piyush, thank you for getting the latest on that. We'll keep coming back to you, but like you pointed out, we'll have to wait and watch how the Delhi police unravel this particular mystery. Like you said, initially, of course, we were talking about those body parts being disposed of in the Mehroli forest area, but like you said, it is also being stated that it could have been also in parts of Uttarakhand, but we'll of course come back to you to get the latest on that. But let's move on to other news that we're tracking at this hour. The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism was held in New Delhi. PM Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. Prime Minister Modi addressed global terrorism in the country, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism, with the source of terror funding being organized crime.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it. Over the decades, terrorism in different names and forms tried to hurt India.
Director General of the National Investigative Agency, Dinkar Gupta, at the NMFT conference spoke about the change in India's security scenario after the centre adopted a zero-tolerance policy to terrorism, says it brought change in India's security scenario.
The NMFT process is ministerial. FATF is not ministerial, it's largely official and is membership based. NMFT, the number of countries participating at the ministerial level is increasing by the year. In our conference, I think it's terrorism related.
Well, we're moving on to more breaking news that's coming in. Pictures of Sufyan injured. This is in the alleged love jihad case in Lucknow. In fact, the police had arrested the accused Sufyan. So that is the big development in the love jihad case, which is coming out from Lucknow, where we're getting the pictures of Sufyan injured. Those are the exclusive pictures on your screens. But of course, the UP police had arrested Sufyan in this love jihad story as well. So these are the exclusive pictures that we're getting for you on your screens right here on Republic TV, where the police had arrested accused Sufyan, and now those are the exclusive pictures of Sufyan in this particular case. So we're going to go across to our correspondents as well to give us the latest, but these are the exclusive pictures that we have for you on Republic TV of Sufyan. In fact, the police had arrested in the Lucknow love jihad murder case, where the accused, in fact, was absconding since the murder took place. Sufyan had killed Nidhi for refusing the marriage proposal with religion conversion, allegedly. So that is the big breaking news that we have right now, where we're showing you the pictures of Sufyan in the Lucknow love jihad case, where of course it was a shocking incident where Nidhi was allegedly pushed to death from the 4th floor of the building by Sufyan. In fact, the police had identified Sufyan, and the cops had arrested Sufyan after an FIR was registered against him. In fact, the FIR included sections pertaining to murder and attempted forced conversion of the victim by the accused. We've in fact seen protests also take place by Nidhi's family. In fact, talking about Nidhi's family, who also spoke about the incident, saying Nidhi's mother, in fact, had said that Sufyan had been pestering Nidhi over the last 15 days to marry her and convert her to Islam. On the other hand, when Nidhi's family went to confront Sufyan and his family, is when allegedly he pushed her to death from the 4th floor. Now, talking about the incident, it occurred in the sector H Basant Kunj of under the Dugapa police station limits of Lucknow. Talking about the police reaction that had come in after the particular incident was when the additional DCP CN Sinha said that the family has been assured fulfillment of all their demands, and the FIR had been registered based on the complaint filed by the victim's family. But this is the big breakthrough right now, where we're showing you those exclusive visuals where the UP police had arrested accused Sufyan. This, of course, in the case where the love jihad murder case. The accused was absconding since the murder, of course, took place. Sufyan killed Nidhi for refusing marriage proposal with religion conversion. Talking about this particular case, of course, it was another shocking incident where the woman was allegedly pushed to death from the 4th floor by Sufyan in Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. Now, of course, the police did identify Sufyan after an FIR was registered against him. In fact, talking about the FIR, it included sections pertaining to murder and attempted forced conversion of the victim by the accused. We also have Vivek Rai, who's been continuously tracking the story for us. विवेक, हमें बताइए, अब तो ये बिग ब्रेक थ्रू है, वो पिक्चर्स भी हम एक्सेस कर चुके हैं. हमें सबसे पहले बताइए कि लखनऊ की पुलिस ने उनको कहाँ नैब किया, वेयर डिड दे आइडेंटिफाई हिम, इफ यू कुड गिव अस मोर डिटेल्स उसके बारे में.
देखिए, दुबग्गा एरिया में दोनों लड़का लड़की रहते थे और इसी क्षेत्र में ही ये गिरफ्तारी हुई थी. पुलिस के सूत्रों ने उनको जानकारी दी थी कि इसी एरिया में जो सुफियान है वो छुपा हुआ है और वहाँ पे कहीं मूव करने की कोशिश कर रहा है। और जब पुलिस सुफियान को पकड़ने गई तो सुफियान ने पुलिस पर फायरिंग की। इसी दौरान पुलिस ने भी सुफियान पर जवाबी फायरिंग की है। सुफियान के पैर में गोली लगी है और फिलहाल सुफियान हालांकि खतरे से बाहर है। सुफियान को पुलिस ट्रॉमा सेंटर लेकर के गई, जहाँ उसका इलाज जारी है। और पिछले 7 घंटों से जो पुलिस के ऊपर तमाम जो सवाल खड़े हो रहे थे सुफियान को गिरफ्तार न करने को लेकर के, उसको कहने का पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार करने के बाद उन सवालों को शांत किया है। और परिवार भी लगातार गिरफ्तारी की जो मांग कर रहा था वो सिर्फ अब इन चीजों के बाद वो परिवार मांग जो है वो शांत है। हालांकि परिवार अब इसके बाद पूरे केस की सुनवाई काफी कोर्ट से लेकर के 7,000 तक की मांग परिवार की है। लेकिन अभी 7 घंटे बाद पुलिस को एक बड़ी कामयाबी मिली है, जिसमें सुफियान की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है।
All right, Vivek, thank you for getting us the latest inputs on that. This is, of course, the arrest after the protest also in the Love Jihad story, where we're seeing those pictures exclusively on your screens as well of Sufyan. Now, just to talk about the case a little bit, the police, of course, had arrested Sufyan in the Lucknow Love Jihad murder case.
This is the poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same. And this is not the first time, like just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was like including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party. This was put in that these are thugs of Delhi, comparing it from the real life to the real life. Today, this is again a poster in which the top brasses, including Manish Sisodia, Satyen Jain, Arvind Kejriwal himself, all could be clearly seen in that poster. And this is the money heist in Delhi poster by BJP Delhi, which is on the Twitter handle of BJP Delhi. And this is being stated that these are the professors of corruption. That's something what they have said. And they has done several money heists in Delhi, from stealing party seat tickets, Hawala scam to liquor gate scam. All has been targeted, what we are seeing from last few days in the national capital.
Well, moving on to more breaking news, the other big story that we're tracking, where massive anger and protest by the BJP over Rahul Gandhi's insult to Veer Savarkar. In fact, the Yuva Morcha staged a protest against the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, and in fact even demanded an apology from him over his comment about Veer Savarkar.
अल्लाह बोल बोल मेरा भैया अल्लाह बोल महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेनेचा पप्पूचं करायचं काय खाली डोकावर पाय पप्पूचं अल्लाह बोल मेरा भैया अल्लाह बोल महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेनेचा शिवाजी जय भवानी जय शिवाजी जय भवानी जय शिवाजी जय शिवाजी
Savarkar, which is why these protests we did see earlier. In fact, there were several reactions also that had come in about Rahul Gandhi's comment over Veer Savarkar, where he also went on to state that he has a document that comprises Savarkar's letter to the British, in which he has stated, "I beg to remain, sir, your most obedient servant." This is not written by me, but Savarkar ji. But of course, that particular comment on Veer Savarkar sparked a lot of row. Let's listen to the political reactions that are coming in.
और खुद इंदिरा गांधी जी ने जिस प्रकार से महिमा मंडन करते हुए वीर सावरकर जी की स्तुति में चिट्ठी लिखी थी, वह भी आज भारत के आर्काइव में मौजूद है। कौन बड़ा नेता है? गांधी परिवार बताए, इंदिरा गांधी सच बोल रही थी या ये राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहे हैं? इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा वीर सावरकर एक सपूत थे हिंदुस्तान के, एक बहुत बड़े योद्धा थे जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ युद्ध लड़ा। देखिए, जहां तक ये गांधी परिवार का सवाल है, ये गांधी परिवार को लगता है केवल और केवल उनके परिवार के सदस्य ही स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी थे, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य जेल गए, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य ही भारतवर्ष हैं, उनके परिवार से बाहर भारतवर्ष का कोई अर्थ नहीं है। और तभी आप देखिए, सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी हो या फिर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल हो, रह रहकर इस परिवार ने महान विभूतियों का जिस प्रकार से अपमान किया है, उनका तिरस्कार किया है, आज नतीजा है कि कांग्रेस साफ हो रही है। और राहुल जी अपने इस यात्रा का नाम तो भारत जोड़ो दे रहे हैं, मगर काम केवल भारत जलाने का और भारत को तोड़ने का है। आज भी देखिए, भारत के मानचित्र पर जिस प्रकार से धू करके आग लगाया गया है कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा, क्या ये भारत की परिकल्पना इनकी यही है कि भारत के मानचित्र पे आग लगाना? बार बार राहुल गांधी कहते रहे हैं, पहले भी कहते रहे हैं कि आग लगेगा, आग लगेगा। तो ये मानसिकता भारत जोड़ो वाले नहीं है, ये मानसिकता भारत तोड़ो वाले हैं। और जिस प्रकार के अशोभनीय भाषा का प्रयोग राहुल गांधी जी ने वीर सावरकर के लिए किया है, प्रत्येक भारतवर्षी जो है वो क्षुब्ध है, प्रत्येक महाराष्ट्र का निवासी क्षुब्ध है। राहुल गांधी को क्षमा याचना करनी चाहिए।
वो देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी, आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करने वाले राहुल गांधी जी, सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आप कभी हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात करते थे, कभी भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वालों के साथ जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में खड़े नजर आते थे। सावरकर, वीर सावरकर के ऊपर आप प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हो। ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता है जो एक परिवार से आगे बढ़कर ना देख पाई है, ना देख पाएगी।
And still to come on Republic TV, after multiple big revelation in Aftab's interrogation, a 5-member Delhi police team arrives in Mumbai. And mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after Aam Aadmi Party cash for ticket scandal hits Congress. We'll get you the latest on that on Republic TV. Stay with us.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern, an observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket Vikram S to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today, with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror ministerial conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital. Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of 12 people, including Ayurveda director SN Singh, who's now been arrested. In fact, in the last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals
Here are the headlines at 2:30. Shraddha murder probe widens. Police to take Aftab. Delhi police team in Gurugram likely to quiz his boss and colleagues. After multiple big revelation in Aftab's interrogation, a 5-member Delhi police team arrives in Mumbai. Killer Aftab pushes drug theory during interrogation. Aftab tells police, "I was intoxicated." Mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after Aam Aadmi Party cash for ticket scandal hits Congress.
Country and people who have been firm in tackling terror, we consider that
Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror, says no compromise in fight against terror. Thanks for staying with us on Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Nivedna Prabhu. Lots lined up in the next half hour. But before that, let's take a look at the breaking news at the moment that's coming in. We're getting in the first reaction of BJP MP Arvind Dharampuri, whose residence in Hyderabad was allegedly attacked by TRS workers. Now, this was, of course, after the comment that he had made about Kavita, where it did upset the TRS workers, and after that they did vandalize BJP MP Arvind Dharampuri's house. In fact, we've shown you exclusive visuals of that as well. But we're getting in the first reaction of BJP MP Arvind Dharampuri, whose residence in Hyderabad was allegedly attacked by TRS workers.
ఆమె రాజకీయ ఆవేదనని I can understand Srimati Kavita's, her political career almost has come to an end, public career has come to an end. If she is willing to contest against me, she is more than welcome, and her party to make candidate for next year Lok Sabha polls. I mean, polls. Now that's, I welcome statement that she is going to contest against me. I welcome the statement. Let's contest again. Finally, she has agreed to my request of contesting against me. I will wait for notification of next Lok Sabha elections. And regarding the attack on my house, how dare does she attack my mother, 70-year-old mother, other lady members of the family, staff, damage my house, break all the different god idols, furniture. Who gave her the right? And the way she spoke about me, it only shows her arrogance out of her caste. There is loads of caste arrogance in this Kalvakuntla family. They look upon others, other castes, very low. How dare does she attack my mother?
BJP can stoop to any lawyer to destabilize and topple the governments of non-BJP ruled states. The entire country has seen clearly how they tried to split Pawar's family by bringing out Ajit Pawar to form a government in Maharashtra. We also have seen how they tried to split Mulayam Singh Yadavji's family And we are also seeing how they are dealing with Chirag Paswan and others. We also have seen how they have run a covert operation in the form of Eknath Shinde in Maharashtra. When our Honorable Chief Minister has exposed their misdeeds, poaching MLAs, bribing our MLAs, tried to contact Kavita ji to join BJP, now they are, trying to level baseless allegations on us. They say that Kavita ji tried to contact Congress party, which is completely out of frustration they are talking. Now they were caught red-handed in Telangana. Their agents have caught red-handed in Telangana. They are behind bars. Instead of asking for a probe, BJP, while claiming they don't have any connect with the agents whom we have caught, they go to courts to stop the investigation. This clearly shows BJP how they are running their government today, splitting the parties, splitting the families, toppling the governments, poaching MLAs. This has become a daily routine for BJP party in the country today. These undemocratic practices are not going to continue. And definitely the people of Telangana, people of this country will teach them a befitting lesson. And in the days to come, our leader, Chief Minister, Honorable KCR Garu, is going to play a crucial role even in the national space. Definitely, we will teach BJP a befitting lesson and we will try to show them their place.
As we can see now, workers first of TRS on Friday attacked the resident of Nizamabad BJP MP Dharmapuri Arvind over his remarks allegedly on the MLC Kavita Kalavakuntla. Now the BJP MP Arvind Dharmadhikari has now... Let me first listen into a reaction that's coming in of Dharmapuri Arvind.
Political activity, especially on a day where they changed the name of TRS to BRS. That name change ceremony also she was avoided. So when I got a call, obviously I have said to the media, to the people of Telangana. Likewise, even KCR, her father has said that she is being approached by other parties. Did she attack her father? Did she attack her father's residence? She should do that first. It is clearly out of her caste arrogance. That is, she is doing all this humbug. She is attacking other leaders, other party leaders. And let me be very clear to ANI, this caste, which is bare minimal in Telangana, is ruling Telangana in all departments. And recently what the national news also has carried, all channels, they are being the kids in different schools, be it Gurukuls, be it SC schools, be it BC schools. These guys have divided as per caste, the schools also. All these schools, midday meals, they are offering food with insects. And most of the canteens are run by these her relatives, are caste members. These people who have gotten their caste arrogance to their head, they have started seeing other communities at a low standard. This India will not tolerate, Telangana will not tolerate, nobody will tolerate. This is absolutely out of caste arrogance, sheer caste arrogance that she is reacting this way. Thank you.
All right, as we can see a reaction coming in, and now the, BJP MP's residence attacked in Hyderabad, after which he's now come out and is making the statement. But what's very clear is that, as they have said, they're going to suspend any leaders if there's any initiative to bring Kavita into the party fold. The point is, Arvind Dharmapuri has also now claimed KCR was aware of the development. As BJP MP Dharmapuri Arvind has made certain remarks. Let me go across to Aneri, who's joining us live. Aneri, the house has been attacked of the BJP MP. What are you picking up right now? He's come out and given his comments as well.
Well, that's right. We see that this has been a massive political face-off since last 2 days here in the state of Telangana, where we see that first it was the TRS, well, during the closed-door meetings, which was the TRS party meeting, which was led by the Telangana Chief Minister. Sources had told us that CM KCR had stated that BJP even tried to poach K. Kavita, who is the TRS MLC and the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. But now, yesterday, BJP BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri had stated that instead of BJP, K. Kavita was in contact with Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the Congress president, and also he had stated that she might be expressing her willingness to join into the Congress party because we do not have any place for Kavita into the party in BJP. And now we see that this morning there was an attack, there was a protest which had broken out here at the Arvind Dharmapuri's residence. Yes. The TRS workers also vandalized the house, and now we see that K. Kavita has come out and openly warned Arvind Dharmapuri that she would, if next time he makes any sort of statements against her, then she would hit him with a slipper. So now this has been a massive political face-off, whereas now BJP MP also reacting to the attack which has taken place at his residence. He has stated that if you have guts, then why don't you come and once again contest in the 2024 general elections, and also how dare she attack at his residence is what BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri has been saying. So now massive political face-off between the TRS and the BJP going on here in the state.
Yes. Thank you, Aneri, for that. We'll continue coming to you for more developments on that story.
National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah has stepped down as the President of the National Conference. The decision has been taken ahead of December 5, the birth anniversary of Sheikh Abdullah, wherein it is expected that the elections will be held, and the senior leadership of the National Conference is now eyeing on Umar Abdullah as the next chief of the party. And the senior leaders are also saying that Farooq Abdullah's stepping down as the NC chief, now the probable candidate for the next is Umar Abdullah, as he has held the post of the National Conference chief for a long time and he has taken the party to a next level. But it has to be seen how the things move out amid the attack by the opposition parties, especially the Bharatiya Janata Party, that the National Conference is only promoting the dynasty politics. And after Sheikh Abdullah, it's Farooq Abdullah, and will it now be Umar Abdullah once again? That is something that has to be seen. And the National Conference leaders are saying that the candidature will be open for all the leaders of the party. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Public Media Network.
A look at some top news from around the world. The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism Financing was held in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi as well as the Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. Prime Minister Modi addressed the global terrorism in the country, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism, with the source of terror funding being organized crime.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it. Over the decades, terrorism in different names and forms tried to hurt India. We lost thousands of precious lives, but we have fought terrorism bravely. The delegates have a chance to interact.
Director General of the NIA, Dinkar Gupta, at the NMFT conference spoke about the change in India's security scenario after the centre adopted a zero-tolerance policy to terrorism, says it brought change in India's security scenario. The BJP has engaged in a poster campaign against Aam Aadmi Party's Delhi government ahead of the MCD polls in the national capital. After being called thugs of Delhi yesterday, the newest poster on the BJP's Delhi social media handle portrays prominent members of the Aam Aadmi Party as characters of the crime show Money Heist. And coming up after a short break, killer Aftab pushes drug theory during interrogation. Aftab tells police, I was intoxicated. And mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after Aam Aadmi Party cash for ticket scandal hits the Congress. Back with much more. Stay on with us.
A B2 app is very useful and very easy to use. I check my sugar in just less than 30 seconds. So this is the main device which you use with your smartphone application. You need to just insert this device into your smartphone, and now you need to insert the strip. And now you need to take your blood, and in less than 10 seconds you will get your results.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket Vikram S to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital. Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major fatal accident which happened at the Mumbai-Pune highway. 3 people were injured, 5 people lost their lives. This accident which happened last night at 11 p.m.
Farooq Abdullah to step down as the National Conference Chief. Now it has to be seen that will it be Umar Abdullah the next one, because earlier also Umar Abdullah has held the position.
3, 2, 1, 0. Event number 96 completed.
And we have a successful liftoff of Vikram S rocket.
The news breaks. The controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हुई है सर, लेकिन
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। सर, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnab.
Welcome back to Live and Breaking on Republic TV. We're now breaking the latest that's coming in the Shraddha murder case, where we've spoken to the person who last saw Aftab with Shraddha, the plumber. Let's listen in to what he said as we tracked down the plumber.
आपने देखा है आप बताएंगे कि श्रद्धा ने क्या पहन रखा था, किस तरीके किस
पैंट वगैरह कुछ वैसे पहन
रखा था, पैंट और टी शर्ट,
बाकी मतलब बैग था इसका इसमें पीछे
बैग था।
और वो कपड़े वगैरह लेके आए थे।
कैसा बैग था?
बैग का तो मेरे वैसे ही था जो टांगने का होता पीछे, और इतना मतलब मैंने
जो स्कूल बैग होता है उस तरीके का कुछ।
हाँ
ठीक है।
और ये ऊपर जाते हुए मैंने अंदर तक जाते हुए देखा है।
जाते हुए देखा है दोनों को कितनी बार देखा?
जाते हुए तो मैंने उसी टाइम देखा था, बाकी आफ्ताब को मैंने कई बार देखा है। मैं पानी के बारे में बताने गया हूँ।
आप प्लम्बर है यहाँ पे? तो क्या बात हुई आपकी आफ्ताब से, जरा उसके बारे में बताइए।
किराएदार ने मकान मालिक के पास फोन किया था कि ऐसे से पानी की दिक्कत है, तो उन्होंने मेरे पास कॉल किया कि ऐसे से आप थोड़ा उन्हें समझा दो। मैं थोड़ा दूर हूँ और एक दो बार वो समझेंगे तो नए नए किराएदार हैं, उनको पता नहीं है इसके बारे में, तो मैंने उनको बताया। फिर आफ्ताब भी नीचे आया था।
आफ्ताब आया था, किस तरीके से बात कर रहा था? क्या आपको लगा कि आफ्ताब जो है कहीं से डरा हुआ है या बहुत एग्रेसिव है, गुस्से में बात करता है, इस तरीके से कुछ लगा? प्यार से बात
तो नॉर्मली बात किया था उसने, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। हाँ ना में जवाब दिया था, मतलब ज़्यादा बात नहीं किया। जो फैमिली वाला जो किराएदार है उन्होंने उसको बुलाया था नीचे कि मैंने तो समझ लिया, अब आप भी समझ लीजिए कि आपका गेट वाल कौन सा है।
कौन सा किराएदार था वो, कौन से फ्लोर का?
ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे तो आफ्ताब रहता है, उससे ऊपर फैमिली रहती है।
तो उन्होंने बुलाया था?
हाँ उन्होंने, मतलब कि मैंने उनको समझाता, उनको पानी की जरूरत ज़्यादा है ना फैमिली वाले को, तो उन्होंने फिर आवाज़ मार के आफ्ताब को बुलाया था।
अच्छा ठीक है। तो कहीं से आपको कोई शक उस पर नहीं हुआ?
ऐसे तो कुछ बात ही नहीं थी उस टाइम। तो हाँ,
की बात थी 18 मई से पहले की बात है या बाद की बात?
18 मई से पहले की बात है।
18 मई के बाद कभी वो मिला हो कि पानी से कोई दिक्कत हो रही है या उसने कुछ पूछा हो आपसे?
नहीं, मेरे से कुछ नहीं पूछा। ज़्यादातर जो किराएदार हैं वो मकान मालिक को कॉल करते थे और मकान मालिक मेरे पास कॉल करते थे।
पुलिस ने क्या आपसे पूछताछ की है?
पुलिस ने कुछ हो, मेरे से क्यों करेगी?
And as we are seeing that reaction coming in from the plumber, this is a top focus that we'll continue tracking because all witnesses and all leads are being shown here. We have to see how soon the Delhi police will be able to get some evidence.
The series of threatening continues. The popular Punjabi singer Babbu Maan gets death threat. According to sources, Babbu Maan gets a suspected call from the gangsters of Bambiha group over which he was threatened for life. As per information received from the intelligence, it is suspected that the members of Bambiha gang are plotting an attack on Babbu Maan. Intelligence further said that anyone posing as a fan of Babbu Maan can pose major risks to his life. Hence, his security has been enhanced to prevent anything bad from happening. Police has also been stationed outside his Mohali home. This comes post Sidhu Moosewala's death, which raises an alarm that Babbu Maan's life might now be in danger. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And coming up after a short break, mega pre-poll controversy in Gujarat after the Aam Aadmi Party cash for ticket scandal hits the Congress. And Prime Minister Modi's strong message against terror, says no compromise in fight against terror. Stay with us, your favorite news channel, Republic TV.
Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings in the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
Very important day today because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced in the court, and this is going to be the Saket court in the national capital.
Poster war peaking in New Delhi. BJP posted a post on Twitter saying, "From real life to real life, thanks Aam Aadmi Party for reminding us."
NIA has taken over the case of the Udhampur twin blasts. 2 FIRs have been registered.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket, Vikram S, to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115
We're now getting the first reaction of BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri, whose residence in Hyderabad was attacked by TRS workers. But first, let me go across to my colleague Aneri, who's joining us from the spot. Aneri, what are you picking up? It seems the political battle has escalated.
That's right. The political face-off in the state of Telangana has been growing day by day. And now, as we continue to report from Arvind Dharmapuri's residence, which was vandalized this morning, as I would like to show you the visuals here. This has been the situation here right now. After the TRS leaders had staged protest outside Arvind Dharmapuri's residence, then they came in and vandalized. You can see the window and the doors here also completely vandalized by the TRS leaders. And also, not to forget, these are the TRS leaders who had attacked, because here we see that there are few TRS flags, the party flags which are here at the residence. And also I'll show you the visuals from inside, how the residence from inside has also been completely vandalized by the TRS workers who were staging protests. This is the situation here. As you can see, completely the furniture has been vandalized. There were stones which were pelted at his residence, is what the people here have been claiming. And also, as you can see, how the windows, how the cupboards, everything has been vandalized here. And also, at the same time, we see that there is a massive political face-off which has been escalating between the TRS and the BJP, because yesterday we had seen BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri making a comment stating that the TRS MLC and the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is rather in touch with the Congress in President Mallikarjun Kharge, and she might be expressing her willingness to join the Congress. And now we see that there is a massive face-off, because Kavita says that if next time Arvind Dharmapuri makes any sort of personal attacks, then he will have to face it from her. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of 12 people, including Ayurveda director SN Singh, who's now been arrested. In fact, in last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals In last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals have entered India and is taking shelter in over 150 refugee camps in the state. In October this year alone, 1,800 new refugees have arrived. Despite clear instructions from Centre, Mizoram is issuing certificates to the refugees without any authorization. Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings in the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
Very, very important day today because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced.
The news breaks. The controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। सर, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnav.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Superfast 50 at 3 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. Beginning with the first story. Sources stated that Shraddha was reportedly hospitalized at the Ozone Hospital in Vasai and Mumbai after she was allegedly assaulted by Aftab in December of 2020. She is reported to have checked herself into the hospital over pain in her spine. A team of the Delhi police arrived at Vasai to continue investigations in Mumbai.
वैसे एक्सटर्नल इंजरी कुछ उसके बॉडी पे नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। जब हमने हिस्ट्री पूछा तो उसने भी हमें कोई ऐसा मारपीट का कारण नहीं बताया। बाकी जो उसके इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हुए उसमें एक्सरे पे भी हमें थोड़ा सा स्पाज्म नज़र आया, मतलब जो स्पॉन्डिलाइसिस जैसे फीचर्स रहते हैं वैसे, और वो कई कारणों से हो सकता है, गिरने से, मारपीट से, या फिर एक्सरसाइज नहीं होने से, बैड पोस्चर रहने से, वजन उठाने से भी हो सकता है।
Searches were conducted across Gurugram in an area near the sea vent office. The police was later reported to have found bags of authorities that it took in for further investigation. Sources of the Delhi police state that Aftab had confessed to being a drug addict and was under the influence of marijuana on the day of the crime. He is said to have revealed that the drug was a matter of argument between the two and that he allegedly strangled her to the point of her not breathing while under the influence of marijuana. Sources further report that Aftab is claimed to have dumped some body parts in Dehradun in Uttarakhand, with speculation over the information being a new story to divert the investigation. Demonstrations were held at the Parivartan Square in Lucknow demanding early arrest and death sentence for Nidhi's murder-accused Sufia. The teenager had earlier been pushed off the roof of a building, with further details awaiting investigation, with reports that she was asked to change her religion before marriage by the accused. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has asked Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to remove Jasmine Shah from the post of Vice Chairman of the Dialogue and Development Commission, that is DDC, for allegedly misusing his office for political purposes. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, while alleging that Jasmine Shah's office had been sealed by the Delhi LG for being a spokesperson for the Aam Aadmi Party, stated that BJP leader Sambit Patra, who was the chairman of the ITDC, ought to be sealed as he was the spokesperson for the BJP. Heat is on the rise against the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP held a news conference coming up with yet another sting operation implicating financial transactions of the Delhi government.
समय समय पर इनके नेता पकड़े गए और उनको बाध्यतम मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया गया, एमएलए शिप से या बाकी पदों से नहीं हटाया गया, केवल और केवल मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया गया क्योंकि तथ्य सामने आए। आज एक बहुत बड़े आम आदमी पार्टी के इसी प्रकार के तथ्य सामने आए हैं, वीडियो सामने आया है। जिस नेता के विषय में मैं बता रहा हूं, यह नेता वह है जो एमसीडी का एक घाघ नेता जिसको कहा जाता है। पुराने समय से एमसीडी को जानना, एमसीडी को पहचानना, और अभी आम आदमी पार्टी के दिल्ली के अंदर जो टॉप के 10 नेता होते हैं उनमें से एक है।
BJP has engaged in a poster campaign against the Aam Aadmi Party's Delhi government ahead of the MCD polls in the national capital. After being called thugs of Delhi yesterday, the newest poster on BJP Delhi's social media handle portrays prominent members of the Aam Aadmi Party as characters of crime show Money Heist. Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket, successfully lifted off from Sriharikota spaceport. The Vikram S is expected to test and validate the majority of technologies in the Vikram series of orbital class space launched vehicles, including many subsystems and technologies that will be tested across the pre-liftoff and post-liftoff phases of the launch. The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism Financing was held in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. PM Modi gave the inaugural address at the terrorism financing event, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism, with the source of terror funding being organized crime.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it. Over the decades, terrorism in different names and forms tried to hurt India. We lost thousands of precious lives, but we have fought terrorism bravely. The delegates have a chance to interact with a country and people.
And we shift our focus back to the Shraddha murder case. In the investigation that is continuing, Republic has been able to access some chats that Shraddha had with her manager days before she was murdered. This is the latest input that is just coming in, and we'll try and put out details of those chats and what exactly was it reflective of. But yes, another fresh set of chats that Republic has been able to access. You would remember how Republic had also brought out chats that she had had with her friends on the day of the murder, and this was on Instagram. Now, this is a latest WhatsApp chat that Republic has been able to access that Shraddha had with her manager days before she was murdered. Alicia is joining us from the newsroom in Mumbai. Alicia, take us through this fresh set of chats. What exactly was discussed?
Well, Suresh, it's a very important chat which we have managed to access, and this is a chat of Shraddha Walkar and as well as the manager which she was working with. It's an ex-manager, and we can see from the chat itself. It's a chat which we have managed to access. It's of 24th of November 2020, which clearly says that so yesterday everything got sorted after going to his parents' house. He is moving out today. And I won't be able to make it today because from all the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low and my body hurts. Energy nahi bachi hai bed se uthne ki. Also, I need to make sure he moves out today. Sincere apologies for the trouble I have caused to you and the way it impacted work. So this is a clear chat which has been sent by Shraddha Walkar to her ex-manager in a company. And she's clearly mentioned it because we know from the friends and from the family as well, which clearly mentioned that she was beaten up. And all this information has already given to the friends and family, which has clearly come across, and they have spoken to the Republic. And this is one of the proof. See if we can show the name. I'll just ask my video journalist to show the name of Shraddha Walkar. This is a chat of Shraddha Walkar sending to his manager, to her manager, of 24th of November. This is a chat of 24th November, clearly mentioning everything got sorted after going to his
Alicia,
parents' house.
For us. Basically, she was saying that Aftab was going to move out of the house and she was beaten up by Aftab, and she was confiding in her manager on all this.
Well, Suresh, everyone knows that since 2019, where Shraddha and Aftab was in a living relationship. So, of course, this chat clearly concerns of, clearly mentioning of that it was Aftab, and she's been also mentioning that he is moving out today, which is something a sort of relief for Shraddha Walkar. Not only this, but also mentioned that I won't be able to make it today. She won't be able to come to the work today because from all the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low, my body hurts, energy nahi bachi hai bed se utne ki. Also, I need to make sure he moves out today. So there is a clear the information that has been given by Shraddha, clearly saying that she needed that Aftab should moves out of his house. So there was clearly the differences between which we have been seeing, and this is nothing but also the confirmation that has been given also from the friends and family. The friends has also clearly have come out, and they have also mentioned that Shraddha always wanted to get out of the relation, but it was something a concern of love that she was still in the relation. And this is the chat which has come across and now clearly shows what the message she was sending out. She was sending a message not only to her friends but also to her ex-manager, which she mentioned that she want to make sure he moves out today. Also, there was some of the work impacted because of this relation, the intoxic relation which she was going through, because she was beaten up, he was violent to her. Not only this, but it's many times that her friends has come out and said that Aftab was really very violent to Shraddha.
Right. Alisha, please also focus on that line and what exactly it reads. In that line, is it also hinting towards the fact that Aftab and Shraddha had gone to Aftab's parents' house, and she said that all got sorted out after going to his parents' house? Does this mean that they went to his parents' house and something was discussed there? They probably came to an agreement that he will move out of her house, they will part ways. This could also be a pain point for Aftab, because he understood that she was ready to walk out of the relationship, or to be precise, to chuck him out, because she was independent.
Well, yes,
is it looking like that?
Well, yes, Suesha, because I'll just once again show you the chat that we have managed to access. So this is the chat of Shraddha Walkar. Clearly shows that she was communicating with her boss, with her ex-manager, and in this she's been clearly mentioning the way she was going through, the way the torture that she was going through. She was beaten up, and in that all circumstances where it was her BP was low, which she has even mentioned in the chat. She is clearly saying that I won't be able to make it today. I won't be able to come to work today because all the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low and my body hurts. Energy nahi bachi hai bed se utne ki. So this kind of situation where Shraddha was going through, and this is what she's been communicating to her boss, to her manager, saying that I'm really sorry, sincere apologies, but it's even high time for me where the Aftab should moves out of his house, and because it's some of the either ways impacting the work.
Right. But Alisha, this is certainly giving out a lot if we refer to this chat and every word of what it says, because clearly Aftab's parents may know a lot more of the sequence of events during those days and how the fight was slowly building up. Clearly, if we go by this chat verbatim, it is getting very evident that Shraddha was ready to part ways with Aftab, and she had indicated that to him, because she's clearly telling her manager that I want to make sure he moves out today. That means he was probably attempting to still mend ways or still stay on and not finish the relationship. He was still pursuing her, but she was very clear that she wants to walk off. She knew that her work is getting impacted. She wanted him to leave the house, and she's also saying, so yesterday everything got sorted after we went to his parents' house. That means probably it could mean that Shraddha and Aftab together had gone to Aftab's parents' house. They had a discussion over the fact that she wants to part ways and she wants him to move out. They may have reached an agreement on that, because that is what she's indicating to her ex-manager. And it's just that she probably took off from work that particular day because she wanted to ensure that whatever they have agreed upon is actually exercised in action. So which means that if he has agreed to move out of the house, that then he should do that. And for all you know, Alisha, I'm probably drawing dots together, but the chat that she had on the last day, where she was probably trying to give a good news to her friend, she may be in her head thinking that she is ready to part ways with Aftab. And that's when it could have taken a very ugly turn. Alisha will try and get more experts to look into this and really understand, as there are so many details coming in as far as the investigation is concerned. We also have a word from the plumber who had conducted repair works in that house where Aftab and Shraddha were living together. Let's listen into what he said.
आपने देखा है आप बताएंगे कि श्रद्धा ने क्या पहन रखा था, किस तरीके किस
पैंट वगैरह कुछ वैसे पहन
रखा था, पैंट और टी शर्ट,
बाकी मतलब बैग था इसका इसमें पीछे। हाँ, और वो कपड़े वगैरह लेके आए थे।
कैसा बैग था?
बैग का तो मेरे वैसे था जो टांगने का होता पीछे, और इतना मतलब मैंने
जो स्कूल बैग होता है उस तरीके का कुछ।
हाँ
ठीक है।
और ये ऊपर जाते हुए मैंने अंदर तक जाते हुए देखा है।
दोनों को कितनी बार देखा?
जाते हुए तो मैंने उसी टाइम देखा था, बाकी आफ्ताब को मैंने कई बार देखा है। मैं पानी के बारे में बताने गया हूँ।
आप प्लम्बर है यहाँ पे? तो क्या बात हुई आपकी आफ्ताब से, जरा उसके बारे में बताइए।
किराएदार ने मकान मालिक के पास फ़ोन किया था कि ऐसे से पानी की दिक्कत है, तो उन्होंने मेरे पास कॉल किया कि ऐसे से आप थोड़ा उन्हें समझा दो, मैं थोड़ा दूर हूँ। और एक दो बार वो समझेंगे, तो नए नए किराएदार हैं, उनको पता नहीं है इसके बारे में, तो मैंने उनको बताया। फिर आफ्ताब भी नीचे आया था।
आफ्ताब आया था, किस तरीके से बात कर रहा था? क्या आपको लगा कि आफ्ताब जो है कहीं से डरा हुआ है या बहुत एग्रेसिव है, गुस्से में बात करता है, इस तरीके से कुछ लगा? प्यार से बात
तो नॉर्मली बात किया था उसने, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। हाँ ना में जवाब दिया था, मतलब ज़्यादा बात नहीं किया। जो फैमिली वाला जो किराएदार है उन्होंने उसको बुलाया था नीचे, कि मैंने तो समझ लिया, अब आप भी समझ लीजिए कि आपका गेट वाल कौन सा है।
कौन सा किराएदार था वो, कौन से फ्लोर का?
ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे तो आफ्ताब रहता है, उससे ऊपर फैमिली रहती है।
तो उन्होंने बुलाया था?
हाँ, उन्होंने मतलब कि मैंने उनको समझाता, उनको पानी की जरूरत ज़्यादा है ना फैमिली वाले को, तो उन्होंने फिर आवाज़ मार के आफ्ताब को बुलाया था।
अच्छा ठीक है। तो कहीं से आपको कोई शक उस पर नहीं हुआ?
ऐसे तो कुछ बात ही नहीं थी उस टाइम।
किस तारीख की बात थी? 18 मई से पहले की बात है या बाद की बात?
18 मई से पहले की बात है।
18 मई के बाद कभी वो मिला हो कि पानी से कोई दिक्कत हो रही है, या उसने कुछ पूछा हो आपसे?
नहीं, मेरे से कुछ नहीं पूछा। ज़्यादातर जो किराएदार हैं वो मकान मालिक को कॉल करते थे, और मकान मालिक मेरे पास कॉल करते थे।
पुलिस ने क्या आपसे पूछताछ की?
पुलिस ने कुछ मेरे से क्यों करेगी?
So that is what the plumber had to say, who had conducted repair works in that house where Aftab and Shraddha lived together. But this particular chat, absolutely explosive in nature and really giving out so much of what may have been happening in the last few days. This is a chat from the 24th of November 2020. So let's also go back and understand that, Alisha, I want to come back to you because the date is of extreme significance. Is this chat from the 24th of November 2020? Does that mean that they had a massive fight back then because he used to beat her up and he used to abuse her, and at that time she wanted to part ways, she wanted him to move out of the house, and she was having trouble with her at home because she was not being able to focus on work, and this is exactly what she was hinting to the manager. She was apologizing for the fact that the work has really been impacted all these days, but she just wants to ensure that she gets out of this relationship. She ensures that Aftab moves out of the house so that she can get back to her life as it was. But clearly he didn't want to come out of it.
Well, Suesha, this shows the situation of Shraddha at that point of time, because it's not only the friends but also the manager, the company which she was working with. She was just trying to communicate with each and every person the situation like she was going through, because this chart itself shows the real picture, the relation between Shraddha and Aftab. Because once we again go with the chart, because this chart is something which we have access, it's very important, the content which has been written, because we know even early morning when we even saw her picture, the way she was beaten up, the marks on her face. Not only this, there is also a report of an hospital that she was seeing a doctor for a back pain, just because where the police, the Manipur police station, from the sources which we know that there was police is also investigating. They suspect that she was beaten multiple times. But again, Coming back to the chart that we have access, this is the chart of between Shraddha Walkar and the ex-manager of Shraddha, which she was working in a company. The chart is of 24th November 2020, which clearly says, so yesterday everything got sorted after going to his parents' house. That is Aftab parents' house is moving out today. So this chart probably like giving an indication, mentioning that she reached out to Aftab parents, and there was something that has need to be sorted, and that is something has been done by Shraddha, which is why she's been sharing with us ex-manager and saying that he's moving out today, and I won't be able to make it today because from all the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low and my body hurts. Energy nahi bachi hai bed se utne ki. Also, I need to make sure he moves out today. So Shraddha wanted him to move out of that, whether it is a relationship or whether they were living in a living relation in a Naigaon, in the same resident. And she always wanted where Aftab should leave out of it, and they should get out of this relation is what Shraddha was always wanted, and that is what a message that has already been conveyed to her ex-manager. She's clearly saying, I won't be able to make it today. She won't be able to come office today. She's giving a clear reason, a clear indication what has happened to her. She was beaten up. She was, which is why her BP was low. It was a body hurt. There was no energy left so that she can even get out of her bed. Not only that, she also said that sincere apologies for the trouble I have caused to you and the way it impacted work. So the way the work was really much impacted because of the relation, the toxic relation which she was going through, and that is the same message has been conveyed to her manager.
Absolutely. Alicia, stay on with us. We also have a reaction from a doctor who had treated Shraddha once while she was admitted in the hospital, and she was admitted because she had injuries on her body. The doctors also indicated that Aftab had come to meet her in the hospital when she was admitted there. Let's get details on that.
श्रद्धा यहाँ पे 3 दिसंबर 2020 से 6 दिसंबर 2020 तक एडमिट थी। वो काफ़ी तेज़ गर्दन का दर्द और पीठ का दर्द के कारण आई थी, जिसके कारण उसको मूवमेंट्स में मुश्किल हो रहा था, डिफिकल्ट हो रही थी।
जो इंजरी हुई थी उसके बारे में श्रद्धा ने बताया था कि कैसे वो इंजरी आई उसको, और वो क्या उसके आगे भी कुछ बताया था, क्या कितने दिन तक यहाँ एडमिट रही?
हम हिस्ट्री पूछते पेशेंट से, लेकिन पेशेंट ने हमें ऐसा कोई खास रीज़न नहीं बताया जो उसको रिकॉल हो कि जिसके कारण ये हो रहा है। जस्ट वो पेन का कंप्लेंट कर रही थी, लेकिन उसका कारण उसने हमें नहीं बताया कुछ भी।
तो क्या ऐसी चोटों से क्या डॉक्टर आप पता लगा क्या कि किसी साथ मारपीट हुआ है या किस तरह से हुआ है, क्या ऐसा कुछ लगा आपको?
नहीं, वैसे एक्सटर्नल इंजरी कुछ उसके बॉडी पे नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। जब हमने हिस्ट्री पूछा तो उसने भी हमें कोई ऐसा मारपीट का कारण नहीं बताया। बाकी जो उसके इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हुए उसमें एक्सरे पे भी हमें थोड़ा सा स्पाज्म नज़र आया, मतलब जो स्पॉन्डिलाइसिस जैसे फीचर्स रहते हैं वैसे, और वो कई कारणों से हो सकता है, गिरने से, मारपीट से, या फिर एक्सरसाइज नहीं होने से, बैड पोस्चर रहने से, वजन उठाने से भी हो सकता है।
जब हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट थी तो क्या उससे मिलने के लिए आफ्ताब आया था या श्रद्धा की फैमिली वाले आए थे मिलने के लिए?
मुझे जहाँ तक रिकॉल है उसको एडमिशन के समय आफ्ताब था उसके साथ।
हाँ, आफ्ताब यहाँ पे एडमिट किया था। फिर आफ्ताब कितनी बार यहाँ हॉस्पिटल में आया था, और उसके डिस्चार्ज होने के दौरान में उसके जो फीसेस थी वो कैसे पेड किया गया था?
पेमेंट का तो आपको एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से पता चलेगा, उसके बारे में मैं नहीं बता पाऊँगा।
तो डिस्चार्ज के टाइम क्या आफ्ताब आया था यहाँ पे उसको डिस्चार्ज करने के लिए, या कि खुद फैमिली मेम्बर आया हुआ था?
नहीं, फैमिली मेम्बर मुझे नहीं रिकॉल हो रहे, शायद फैमिली मेम्बर को मुझे नहीं लगता मैंने देखा है, लेकिन आफ्ताब को मैंने देखा है।
हाँ, फिर उसके बाद फिर से कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुई, दोबारा कभी श्रद्धा हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुई क्या?
नहीं, वो दोबारा यहाँ पे नहीं आई, दोबारा यहाँ पे नहीं आई।
And let's now play out that sequence where top forensic officer in the Shraddha murder case, S.K. Gupta, has spoken to Republic. He stated that they've collected all the evidence, ample amount of evidence, and they've submitted it with the police. Listen in.
आपकी टीम, फॉरेंसिक टीम, आफ्ताब अमीन पूनावाला के घर गई सारे एविडेंस रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए। तो सर, जब आपने एंटर किया तो आपने वहाँ पे क्या क्या देखा?
देखिए, हमने उसके जो हाउस की सारी सर्चिंग करी थी, और वहाँ पे जो भी क्राइम एग्जिबिट हमें मिले थे वो हमने कलेक्ट किए थे, और वो सारे हमने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए।
जी, तो सर आपको एविडेंस मिले हैं वहाँ से जो आपने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए हैं?
जो भी मिले हैं वो हमने हैंडओवर कर दिए।
जी सर, अगर डीएनए सैंपलिंग की अगर बात की जाए तो जो हड्डियां जंगल से मिली हैं वो इंसान की हैं?
ये एग्जामिनेशन का विषय है। जंगल में भी हमें कुछ एग्जिबिट्स मिले थे जी, वो भी हमने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए। पुलिस उसको फर्दर डीएनए एग्जामिनेशन या और कुछ एग्जामिनेशन के लिए हमारी लेबोरेटरी में भेजेगी तो उसकी रिपोर्ट दी जाएगी।
सर कितना क्लीन था घर, क्योंकि ऐसी भी रिपोर्ट आ रही है कि काफी मेहनत से वहां पे साफ सफाई की गई है, एविडेंस छुपाने की कोशिश की गई है, ऐसा लगा क्या आपको?
क्लीन था घर, हम यही कह सकते हैं।
जी सर, और एक मैं कहूंगी कि आज कोर्ट की तरफ से नार्को की परमिशन मिल गई है, तो अगर एफएसएल नार्को करता है अगले 2-3 दिन में, तो किस तरीके का प्रोसीजर होता है ये?
देखिए, अभी हमारी फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी रोहिणी में नार्को की फैसिलिटी स्टार्ट हो गई
जी।
हमारी टीम, एफएसएल की टीम और डॉक्टर की टीम मिलके बाबा अम्बेडकर हॉस्पिटल में नार्को टेस्ट करते हैं।
जी, तो सर नार्को टेस्ट किस तरीके का होता है कि जैसे अगर पुलिस को अभी लग रहा है कि वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहा है, तो नार्को टेस्ट से कितनी सक्सेस मिल सकती है?
नार्को टेस्ट एक तरह से सच को उगलवाने का एक तरीका।
जी, तो सर एक सवाल मैं और पूछूंगी कि आफ्ताब आपके साथ था, तो क्या उसने कोऑपरेट किया पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आपके साथ?
इस बारे में पुलिस ही बता पाएगी आपको। थैंक यू
जी सर, बस एक आखिरी सवाल, क्या आफ्ताब ने बताया था कि बॉडी कहाँ रखी, किस तरीके से उसने उसको चॉप किया, या इस तरीके का कोई कन्फेशन?
ये मैडम पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ही विषय है, ये हमारा कंसर्न नहीं है।
सर क्या बाथरूम में रखी थी बॉडी की, कम से कम छींटे पड़े और वहाँ पे कटे?
ये पुलिस वाले ही बता पाएंगे।
सर बाथरूम से भी सैंपल लिए गए हैं?
कई सैंपल लिए थे हमने, 10-12 सैंपल लिए थे
जी, जो
जंगल में लिए।
सर बाथरूम, किचन, घर के हर कोने से एविडेंस ले लिए गए हैं?
जो भी एविडेंस मिले हमने कलेक्ट कर दिए।
And let's now play out that other sequence of the plumber who had conducted repair works at the house where Shraddha and Aftab lived together. Listen into what he had to say.
आपने देखा है, आप बताएंगे कि श्रद्धा ने क्या पहन रखा था, किस तरीके, किस
पैंट वगैरह कुछ वैसे पहन
रखा था, पैंट और टी शर्ट,
बाकी मतलब बैग था इसका इसमें पीछे, हाँ, और वो कपड़े वगैरह लेके आए थे।
कैसा बैग था?
बैग का तो मेरे वैसे था जो टांगने का होता पीछे, और इतना मतलब मैंने
जो स्कूल बैग होता है उस तरीके का कुछ।
हाँ
ठीक है।
और ये ऊपर जाते हुए मैंने अंदर तक जाते हुए देखा है।
दोनों को
कितनी बार देखा? जाते हुए तो मैंने उसी टाइम देखा था, बाकी आफ्ताब को मैंने कई बार देखा है। मैं पानी के बारे में बताने गया हूँ।
आप प्लम्बर है यहाँ पे? तो क्या बात हुई आपकी आफ्ताब से, जरा उसके बारे में बताइए।
किराएदार ने मकान मालिक के पास फोन किया था कि ऐसे से पानी की दिक्कत है, तो उन्होंने मेरे पास कॉल किया कि ऐसे से आप थोड़ा उन्हें समझा दो, मैं थोड़ा दूर हूँ, और 1-2 बार वो समझेंगे। तो नए किराएदार हैं, उनको पता नहीं है इसके बारे में, तो मैंने उनको बताया। फिर आफ्ताब भी नीचे आया था।
आफ्ताब आया था, किस तरीके से बात कर रहा था? क्या आपको लगा कि आफ्ताब जो है कहीं से डरा हुआ है या बहुत एग्रेसिव है, गुस्से में बात करता है, इस तरीके से कुछ लगा? प्यार से बात?
तो नॉर्मली बात किया था उसने, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। हाँ ना में जवाब दिया था, मतलब ज़्यादा बात नहीं किया। जो फैमिली वाला जो किराएदार है उन्होंने उसको बुलाया था नीचे, कि मैंने तो समझ लिया, अब आप भी समझ लीजिए कि आपका गेट वाल कौन सा है।
कौन सा किराएदार था वो, कौन से फ्लोर का?
ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर आफ्ताब रहता है, उससे ऊपर फैमिली रहती है।
तो उन्होंने बुलाया था?
हाँ, उन्होंने मतलब कि मैंने उनको समझा था, उनको पानी की जरूरत ज़्यादा है ना फैमिली वाले को, तो उन्होंने फिर आवाज़ मार के आफ्ताब को बुलाया था।
अच्छा ठीक है। तो कहीं से आपको कोई शक उस पर नहीं हुआ?
ऐसे तो कुछ बात ही नहीं थी उस टाइम।
किस तारीख की बात थी? 18 मई से पहले की बात है या बाद की बात?
18 मई से पहले की बात है।
18 मई के बाद कभी वो मिला हो कि पानी से कोई दिक्कत हो रही है, या उसने कुछ पूछा हो आपसे?
नहीं, मेरे से कुछ नहीं पूछा। ज़्यादातर जो किराएदार हैं वो मकान मालिक को कॉल करते थे, और मकान मालिक मेरे पास कॉल करते थे।
पुलिस ने क्या आपसे पूछताछ की है?
पुलिस ने कुछ मेरे से क्यों करे?
Time now for a short commercial break. Coming up on the other side, Rahul Gandhi is at it again, abusing Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar. He now faces flack for it. Mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. TRS protest turns violent. BJP MP's residence vandalized.
B2 app is very useful and very easy to use. I check my sugar in just less than 30 seconds. So this is the main device which you use with your smartphone application. You need to just insert this device into your smartphone, and now you need to insert the strip. And now you need to take your blood. And in less than 10 seconds, you will get your results.
Get your diabetes care program with a free beta-glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket, Vikram S, to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital. Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor.
The news breaks. The controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हो गई है सर, लेकिन
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। सर, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnab.
It's a big mystery over the Shraddha murder case. Republic now accesses pictures and reports that expose the torture. Killer Aftab now tries to peddle a mentally ill theory he says have a drug addiction. There are more explosive chats now that have begun to emerge. Shraddha confides in her ex-manager, says she was beaten. Rahul Gandhi does it again, abuses the Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar, now facing flack for it. And it is a mega BJP versus the TRS political face-off in Telangana. TRS protests turn violent. BJP MP's residence is vandalized. A very good afternoon and thank you for staying with us here on Republic. I am Deepthi Sachdeva. On this edition of the news, we are putting our focus on a controversy that refuses to die down. This is about Veer Savarkar. Do remember Rahul Gandhi, who's right now undertaking a Bharat Jodo Yatra, is in the state of Maharashtra, and it's here that he actually flagged a letter yesterday and he has said something about Veer Savarkar that has got some netas and the BJP very, very angry. Now, they say he's a Hindutva icon. Why is Rahul Gandhi trying to defame our Hindu icon again and again? And the big question is also about the Shiv Sena, because the Shiv Sena, remember, has said that they do not agree with Rahul Gandhi and what he has said. On your screen, you're looking at images of the protests that you're seeing in different parts of Maharashtra, whether it's Mumbai, whether it's Pune, and there is also now a complaint that has been registered against Rahul Gandhi.
गांधी जी ने जिस प्रकार से महिमा मंडन करते हुए वीर सावरकर जी की स्तुति में चिट्ठी लिखी थी, वह भी आज भारत के आर्काइव में मौजूद है। कौन बड़ा नेता है? गांधी परिवार बताए। इंदिरा गांधी सच बोल रही थी या ये राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहे हैं? इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा वीर सावरकर एक सपूत थे हिंदुस्तान के, एक बहुत बड़े योद्धा थे जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ युद्ध लड़ा। देखिए, जहाँ तक ये गांधी परिवार का सवाल है, ये गांधी परिवार को लगता है केवल और केवल उनके परिवार के सदस्य ही स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी थे, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य जेल गए, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य ही भारतवर्ष हैं, उनके परिवार से बाहर भारतवर्ष का कोई अर्थ नहीं है। और तभी आप देखिए, सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी हो या फिर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल हो, रह रहकर इस परिवार ने महान विभूतियों का जिस प्रकार से अपमान किया है, उनका तिरस्कार किया है, आज नतीजा है कि कांग्रेस साफ हो रही है। और राहुल जी अपने इस यात्रा का नाम तो भारत जोड़ो दे रहे हैं, मगर काम केवल भारत जलाने का और भारत को तोड़ने का है। आज भी देखिए, भारत के मानचित्र पर जिस प्रकार से धू करके आग लगाया गया है कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा, क्या ये भारत की परिकल्पना इनकी यही है कि भारत के मानचित्र पे आग लगाना? बार बार राहुल गांधी कहते रहे हैं, पहले भी कहते रहे हैं कि आग लगेगा, आग लगेगा। तो ये मानसिकता भारत जोड़ो वाले नहीं है, ये मानसिकता भारत तोड़ो वाले हैं। और जिस प्रकार के अशोभनीय भाषा का प्रयोग राहुल गांधी जी ने वीर सावरकर के लिए किया है, प्रत्येक भारतवर्षी जो है वो क्षुब्ध है, प्रत्येक महाराष्ट्र का निवासी क्षुब्ध है। राहुल गांधी को क्षमा याचना करनी चाहिए।
वो देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूँ कि राहुल जी, आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करने वाले राहुल गांधी जी, सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आप कभी हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात करते थे, कभी भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वालों के साथ जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में खड़े नजर आते थे। सावरकर, वीर सावरकर के ऊपर आप प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हो। ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता है जो एक परिवार से आगे बढ़कर ना देख पाई है, ना देख पाएगी।
So you're hearing those reactions that have come in from the BJP. Now what this controversy is all about, let's help you understand that with this graphic that's up on your screen. Now just contrast these two letters on your screens. Right now on the right you're reading bits of the Savarkar letter that Rahul Gandhi has quoted, and on the left is the letter written by and signed by Mahatma Gandhi. If you look very, very closely at the last lines, it actually does go on to say, and I'm reading from Mahatma Gandhi's letter on the left, where he again, remember, does use the word that he was common practice to write, I beg to remain your obedient / a sincere servant. Now what Rahul Gandhi is wanting to say by quoting this letter is that Veer Savarkar was actually working for the Britishers. He was not anyone who contributed any ways to our freedom struggle, something that has been countered with this other letter now that you see on the left of your screen. And as I said, a story that has generated a lot of anger, particularly in the state of Maharashtra, where we are looking at these protests in Mumbai, in Pune, also in Aurangabad, and we will track that story very, very closely.
National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah has stepped down as the president of the National Conference. The decision has been taken ahead of December 5, the birth anniversary of Sheikh Abdullah, wherein it is expected that the elections will be held, and the senior leadership of the National Conference is now eyeing on Umar Abdullah as the next chief of the party. And the senior leaders are also saying that Farooq Abdullah's stepping down as the NC chief, now the probable candidate for the next is Umar Abdullah, as he has held the the post of the National Conference Chief for a long time, and he has taken the party to a next level. But it has to be seen how the things move out amid the attack by the opposition parties, especially the Bharatiya Janata Party, that the National Conference is only promoting the dynasty politics. And after Sheikh Abdullah, it's Farooq Abdullah, and will it now be Omar Abdullah once again? That is something that has to be seen. And the National Conference leaders are saying that the candidature will be open for all the leaders of the party. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
And now let's shift our focus to get you the very latest in the Shraddha murder case, because remember, it's day 5. Republic continues to keep you ahead on every important detail, on every update. And as I said, the story is crying horror by the moment, because according to source of the Delhi police now, the killer Aftab is making a big disclosure. Now, what does he say? He says that he is a drug addict. And even on the day, at the time of the murder of Shraddha, on May the 18th, he was intoxicated. Now, does this mean that this is something that he will be using as an alibi? Is he trying to mislead the police? Sit back and watch this exclusive report.
As the probe widens in the Shraddha murder case, there has been yet another twist in killer Aftab's tale. He has now claimed that he is a drug addict and that he was in an intoxicated state on May the 18th, on the night of the murder.
He is also saying that on that very day when this brutal murder was done by Aftab, on 18th of May, he was under the impression of drug. He smoked that day. He strangled Shraddha, after which Shraddha lost her life, and they were fighting for the whole day. That's something what is coming in light.
Aftab has been trying to mislead the police, and he is now peddling a mentally ill theory.
Now this is the new angle which has came in light, in which it has been stated, the sources and the police are confirming us that Aftab now saying that he's a drug addicted and used to smoke also. He used to take the drug, and on that very day when he murdered Shraddha, he was under the impression of drug and he smoked that day.
Nothing seems to add up in Aftab's version. So did Aftab actually have an addiction problem, or is he trying to wriggle out? Bureau Report for Republic TV.
So what really is the purpose of this entire alibi that is being thrown by Aftab? That is what has to be decoded, as the police, remember, has his custody, and he's going to be taken to Gurugram, he's going to be taken to Himachal, to Uttarakhand. As we head into a quick break, but on the other side, remember, there is more to this story. There are more details and more explosive chats that have now been accessed by Republic. And if you see these chats very, very closely, along with this picture on your screen, it is telling you a totally different story. Also, it's a mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. The TRS protest turns violent. Look how BJP MP's residence is vandalized. The full story when we come back.
I was on insulin for a very long time. After joining Beto, within 5 months of time, I was off insulin. The medicines what I'm taking has become minimum, and I'm very happy. Maybe in future, I'll be off medicines very soon.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and colleagues regarding Aftab's behavior pattern and observation while that was made while Aftab was working with his colleagues. Country's first privately developed rocket Vikram S to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation from its spaceport in Sriharikota, about 115 kilometers from Chennai. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:30 a.m. today with clear weather paving the way for the launch. Prime Minister Modi to address No Money for Terror ministerial conference on counter-terror financing today at Hotel Taj Palace in the national capital.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us here on Republic. We are putting our focus on this huge political story in the state of Telangana. Now remember, Telangana is a state that BJP desperately wants to capture and a state that is KCR's only bastion. The reason why they want to hold on to the state anyhow. Now the BJP MP Arvind Dharampuri's residence in Hyderabad was allegedly attacked by TRS workers. And following this, we've seen massive protests that erupted by the TRS with the BJP MP also now hitting out.
ఆమె రాజకీయ ఆవేదనని I can understand Srimati Kavita's her political career almost has come to an end, public career has come to an end. If she is willing to contest against me, she is more than welcome, and her party to make candidate for next year Lok Sabha polls. I mean, Sabha polls. Now that's I welcome the statement that she is going to contest against me. I welcome the statement. Let's contest again. Finally, she has agreed to my request of contesting against me. I will wait for notification of next Lok Sabha elections. And regarding the attack on my house, how dare does she attack my mother, 70-year-old mother, other lady members of the family, staff, damage my house, break all the different god idols, furniture. Who gave her the right? And the way she spoke about me, it only shows her arrogance out of her caste. There is loads of caste arrogance in this Kalvakuntla family. They look upon others, other castes, very low. How dare does she attack my mother?
BJP can stoop to any lawyer to destabilize and topple the governments of non-BJP ruled states. The entire country has seen clearly how they tried to split Pawar's family by bringing out Ajit Pawar to form a government in Maharashtra. We also have seen how they tried to split Mulayam Singh Yadavji's family, and we are also seeing how they are dealing with Chirag Paswan and others. We also have seen how they have run a covert operation in the form of Eknath Shinde in Maharashtra. When our Honorable Chief Minister has exposed their misdeeds, poaching MLAs, bribing our MLAs, tried to contact Kavita ji to join BJP, now they are, trying to level baseless allegations on us. They say that Kavita ji tried to contact Congress party, which is completely out of frustration they are talking. Now they were caught red-handed in Telangana. Their agents have caught red-handed in Telangana. They are behind bars. Instead of asking for a probe, BJP, while claiming they don't have any connect with the agents whom we have caught, they go to courts to stop the investigation. This clearly shows BJP how they are running their government today, splitting the parties, splitting the families, toppling the governments, poaching MLAs. This has become a daily routine for BJP party in the country today. These undemocratic practices are not going to continue, and definitely the people of Telangana, people of this country will teach them a befitting lesson. And in the days to come, our leader, Chief Minister Honorable KCR Garu, is going to play a crucial role even in the national space. Definitely, we will teach BJP a befitting lesson and we will try to show them their place.
Well, in the massive face-off which has been escalating here in the state of Telangana between the BJP and the TRS, now we see that Arvind Dharmapuri, the BJP MP, had made a comment stating that TRS MLC and the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is rather in touch with the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and might be expressing her willingness to join the Congress party. Rather, we had seen that during the closed-door meeting which was being led by the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the party meeting, sources said that CM KCR had commented that BJP tried to poach K. Kavita, and now we see that after a massive face-off, now we see that the BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri's residence has been vandalized by the TRS workers, and also as you can see, the windows here have been broken down. There was a protest which broke out here in Hyderabad at the residence of the BJP MP, and also as you can see there are pink flags, that is the party flag of the TRS, and completely vandalized. The house here of the BJP MP is completely vandalized. Well, this is the situation right now here at the BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri's residence. Well, we also see that the TRS has completely hitting out at the BJP, and also we see that the TRS MLC K. Kavita has now hit it out at BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri and stated that next time if he makes any sort of comments against her or personal attacks, then he will have to face consequences. And she also said that she will hit him with a slipper at the Nizamabad crossroad. Well, Nizamabad is the constituency of the BJP MP. So now we see that massive face-off, and Arvind Dharmapuri, the BJP MP's residence, has been vandalized by the TRS leaders. This is Anirisha with original listeners for Republic TV.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am taking the floor today to exercise India's right of reply to respond to Pakistan's continued abuse of this august assembly. As we meet today to discuss this extremely important topic of UN Security Council reforms, representative of Pakistan has yet again made unwarranted references to Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir, let me repeat once again for his benefit, remains an integral and inalienable part of India, irrespective of what the representative of Pakistan believes or covets. Pakistan's desperate attempts to peddle falsehoods and a bad habit of abusing the sanctity of multilateral forums deserves our collective contempt and perhaps some sympathy as well. I thank you, Mr. President.
We're heading into a break right now, but when we come back, our focus is back on the Shraddha murder investigation. The killer Aftab now tries to peddle a mentally ill theory, and he says that he has a drug addiction. Also, Rahul Gandhi is at it again, abuses the Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar, facing flack for it. The BJP is up in arms.
Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings In the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
Very important day today because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced in the court, and this is going to be the Saket court in the national capital.
Poster war peaking in New Delhi. BJP posted a poster on Twitter saying, "From real life to real life. Thanks Aam Aadmi Party for reminding us."
NIA has taken over the case of the Udhampur twin blasts. 2 FIRs have been registered.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case. Now, Shraddha murder probe widens police to take Aftab to office in Gurugram. Police is also likely to quiz his boss and
The news breaks. The controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आज जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हुई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर का नाम नहीं।
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। Sir, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnab.
This is the poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Like just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was like including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party. This was put in that these are thugs of Delhi, comparing it from the real life to the real life. Today, this is again a poster in which the top brasses, including Manish Sisodia, Satyen Jain, Arvind Kejriwal himself, all could be clearly seen in that poster. And this is the money heist in Delhi poster by BJP Delhi, which is on the Twitter handle of BJP Delhi. And this is being stated that these are the professors of corruption. That's something what they have said. And they have done several money heists in Delhi, from stealing party seat tickets, Hawala scam to liquor gate scam. All has been targeted, what we are seeing from last few days in the national capital.
fatal accident which happened at the Mumbai-Pune highway. 3 people who are injured, 5 people lost their lives. This accident which happened last night at 11 p.m.
Farooq Abdullah to step down as the National Conference Chief. Now it has to be seen that will it be Umar Abdullah the next one, because earlier also Umar Abdullah has held the position.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Event number 96 completed.
And we have a successful liftoff of Vikram S rocket.
Centre has filed review petition in the Supreme Court against November 11th order allowing the release of all convicts in Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, saying that the order was passed without hearing it. In a statement by SDM Akshay Singh, a major crackdown on liquor trade was conducted as around 3,600 cases of liquor were destroyed, the cost of which was estimated at around 85 lakh rupees. These included foreign liquor, beer and country liquor. The government has also recommended a CBI inquiry into the matter involving case of fake admission in Ayush colleges without passing NEET, and STF made the arrest of 12 people, including Ayurveda director SN Singh, who's now been arrested. In fact, in last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals In last 1 year, over 40,000 Myanmar nationals have entered India and is taking shelter in over 150 refugee camps in the state. In October this year alone, 1,800 new refugees have arrived. Despite clear instructions from Centre, Mizoram is issuing certificates to the refugees without any authorization. Gujarat anti-terrorist squad reached the site where more than 500 gelatin sticks were found near Som River in Dungarpur, as wet gelatin sticks of around 40 kgs were recovered today as manufacturing is expected to be from Rajasthan's Explosives and Chemicals unit in Dholpur. National President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers, is expected to address public meetings in the 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies going to polls in the first phase of elections on 1st of December.
Very important day today, because this is like the day when Aftab will be produced in the court, and this is going to be the Saket court in the national capital.
Poster war peaking.
Very good afternoon and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching the news at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound, joining you live on the broadcast. We continue to get you newer angles as the investigation continues in the Shraddha murder case. Most importantly, this explosive chat that Republic has been able to access from 2020 that clearly indicated that Shraddha wanted to get out of this relationship she had with Aftab. That and much more in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Big mystery over Shraddha murder. Republic accesses pictures and reports that expose torture. Killer Aftab now tries to peddle mentally ill theory. He says he is a drug addict. More explosive chats emerge. Shraddha confides in her ex-manager. She says she was beaten up.
Allah bol! Bol mera bhaiya! Allah bol! Maharashtra Nirman Senator! Yes!
Rahul Gandhi is at it again, abuses Hindutva icon. Veer Savarkar now faces flack for it. Mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. TRS protest turns violent. BJP MP's residence vandalized. And while we continue to get you more and more evidence that Republic has been able to track that reflects of the toxicity, the torture and the pain that Shraddha had to go through while she was in a relationship with Aftab. This is a chat that Republic has been able to access from November 24, 2020, where Shraddha was telling her former manager of how she was abused by Aftab. He used to beat her up to the extent that she couldn't even get up from bed. Her blood pressure was low, her work was getting impacted. She had apologized to him and also confided in him, telling him that Aftab was now going to move out of the house, and she wanted to ensure that Aftab does that. They had gone to his parents' house, they had had an agreement, and this chat clearly indicative of how she wanted to move out of that relationship. She wanted Aftab to leave the house. Let me quickly take you through these pointers that you see on your screens right now. He's moving out today, and I won't be able to make it today because from all the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low and my body hurts. Energy nahi bachi hai bed se uthne ki. Also, I need to make sure he moves out today. This chat that puts it all out of what the relationship was like in 2020. This chat has been accessed from the 24th of November 2020 when Shraddha had written all this to her manager she was working for at that time. in 2020, where she's clearly confiding in him. She's telling him that she was beaten up by Aftab. She was beaten up to the extent that her blood pressure is low. Her body hurts to the extent that she can't even get up from bed. She's also told him that he's moving out today. She will not be able to make it to work because she wants to ensure that he moves out today. In this chat, she's also mentioned to him that she knows her work is getting impacted. She's apologized for that, and she said that I will come back to work. I just want to ensure everything goes back to normal, which means that Aftab must move out, and that is what she wanted to ensure. Once again, reading out verbatim from this chat, he's moving out today and I won't be able to make it today because from all the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low, my body hurts, energy nahi bachi hai bed se utne ki. Also, I need to make sure he moves out today. And we continue to get you more details of this chat. Meanwhile, breaking news that is coming on your screens right now, fresh inputs flashing of protests that are taking place in Thane, demanding justice for Shraddha. Anger that is mounting across the country. Every Indian feeling the sentiment of seeking justice for Shraddha. More and more brutal details of the investigation that are emerging with every passing day. Anger is mounting. These are fresh protests that we see in Mumbai, Thane to be precise, where they are demanding justice for Shraddha. We'll try and dip into these voices and listen into what these protesters are saying. Let's listen in.
जिहादमध्ये असं काही कामं करू नये आणि तुम्ही लव जिहादमध्ये सतत हिंदू मुलींनाही का टार्गेट करताय म्हणजे त्यांना तुम्ही स्वतःही घरातलेही जे पालक आहेत तेही स्वतःच्या मुलींनाही लव जिहादबद्दल सांगा आणि त्यांना सर्वसामान्य ते आपले जे धर्म आहेत त्याच्याबद्दलही जागरूक करा.
And you see many of these voices that are coming in from across the country where protests are taking place. These are fresh pictures from Thane, where protesters are demanding justice for Shraddha. This as we see that Aftab is in police custody for another 5 days. Exactly what happened in the Saket court yesterday. And most importantly, how the Delhi police, as they are diving deeper into getting details of what had happened and most importantly, retrieving the murder weapon, they will also be recreating the crime scene and moving to states of Uttarakhand and Himachal also to do the same. And we get you all that we know until now when it comes to the investigation in the Shraddha murder case. All the details of the investigation we put together in this news wrap in brief to give you a sense of where the investigation stands. Evidence piles up against accused Aftab in the Shraddha murder case. Now a chat of Shraddha with her manager dating back to 2020 accessed by Republic. Shraddha mentions blood pressure is low from being beaten up. She says her body hurts to the extent that she can't even move from bed. Shraddha mentions in the chat dated 2020 that she wanted Aftab to move out. Another evidence of Shraddha reaching out for help. Shraddha tells her manager that she needed to make sure that he moved out. A picture dating back to 2020 also accessed by Republic showing injuries on Shraddha's face. Another piece of evidence suggests Shraddha was hospitalized at Ozone Hospital in Vasai with the complaint of severe back pain. The doctor says that Shraddha had come with the complaint of pain in her spine around the 3rd of December 2020. Police widens its probe in the Shraddha murder case. A team of Delhi police team arrived in Maharashtra to investigate the Shraddha murder case. Palghar police said that they will cooperate with the Delhi police. Delhi police reached the office where Aftab used to work. Police carried out searches at the location to find out more evidence in the case. Delhi police team is also set to visit Dehradun as Aftab claims that he had thrown some of the body parts in Dehradun. One after the other, tales being peddled by Aftab. Delhi police sources say that Aftab had disclosed to the police that he was a drug addict. He was intoxicated at the time on the day of the murder. He was under the influence of marijuana, is what he said. He's told the cops that he strangled Shraddha when he had consumed marijuana. Republic spoke to the plumber, who happened to be the last man who saw Shraddha before she was murdered, and it's an exclusive testimony to Republic. And yes, as we continue to get you more and more voices of Shraddha's friends and those who were privy to the relationship, this is Lakshman, who happened to be a very close friend of Shraddha. He has now become a prime witness in this case and is now submitting his statement to the Delhi police. He is evading the media at the moment, given how this is a case heavily followed by the media. But Lakshman Nadar has now put out important statements and details that he knew of the relationship between Shraddha and Aftab. This is the latest input coming in as the investigation continues, and one of Shraddha's very close friends, Lakshman Nadar, who has now become a prime witness in this case. He's recorded his statement with the Delhi police. We were trying to get in a word from him. Meanwhile, these are pictures of protest in Thane. While we showed you that, Lakshman Nadar, who is someone who knew very intimate and inside details of the relationship that Aftab and Shraddha shared. He's become a prime witness in this case. And remember, the Delhi police has also reached Maharashtra. A team of officials who are in Maharashtra as they're probing every angle. Remember, the Palghar police has said that they will cooperate with the Delhi police. A team of officials who have also reached Himachal, and this is the latest that has just come in. Dehradun, Gurugram, Maharashtra. These are the locations where officials have branched out from the Delhi police to investigate into all the angles of the Shraddha murder case. Shraddha's friend Lakshman Nadar, who has recorded his statement, he's become a prime witness in this case. And I want to cut across to my colleague Sandeep, who's getting us all the details on the ground from Mumbai. Sandeep, I'm not too sure where you are at this point. We, of course, can see that sequence of where you were probably trying to get in a word from Lakshman Nadar. He's become an important witness in this case, the prime witness, so as to say what had happened at that time.
See, at this point of time, I'm right outside the crime branch unit, crime detection unit of Vasai police. And in fact, this is the very location wherein Lakshman Nadar was quizzed by Delhi police for more than 3 hours. So Lakshman Nadar is one of the prime witness in this case of Shraddha Walkar murder case. And in fact, remember, he is the closest friend of Shraddha Walkar, and in fact, he was the person who had informed the father of Shraddha Walkar, that is Vikas Walkar, that Shraddha is not replying to the messages and there is no communication between the friends of Shraddha Walkar. And in fact, following which a missing report was in fact filed at Manikpur police station. Now today, as Delhi police, a team of Delhi police has arrived here at crime branch unit of Vasai police, and in fact they quizzed the prime witness, that is Lakshman Nadar in this case. And he was in fact evading the questions of Republic TV, and in fact almost all the media channels chased him to get his reaction, to get one word from him, like what kind of questioning took place, why is he running from the questions of Republic TV. So definitely there are several points in fact that were raised, but yes, Lakshman Nadar evaded the question, although the team of Delhi police is still inside here, and we have been told there are 3 teams that has been formed out here in Vasai who are separately investigating this matter. Remember, one team is here who is, देखिए आपको हम बता दें कि एक टीम जो है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, एक टीम यहाँ पर तमाम जो स्टेटमेंट दिए गए थे जो भी स्टेटमेंट लक्ष्मण नाडर हो या तमाम जो विटनेसेस हों, उन लोगों ने जो स्टेटमेंट दिए थे उन स्टेटमेंट को जो है उससे मैच किया है, उससे मिलाया है। सवाल जवाब जो है वो लक्ष्मण नाडर से किया गया है। उसके अलावा आपको बता दें कि 2 अलग अलग टीम अभी भी दिल्ली पुलिस की वसय में है और जो जहां जहां वो रहते थे उन तमाम ठिकानों से जो है वो एविडेंसेस इकट्ठा करने का प्रयास जो है वो दिल्ली पुलिस का है। इसके अलावा आपको बता दें कि वो जो घर है, चाहे वो रीगल अपार्टमेंट हो या व्हाइट हिल अपार्टमेंट हो, उन तमाम जो प्रोप्राइटर है जहां पर वो रेंट पर रहते थे उन लोगों से भी पूछताछ की जाने की संभावना है। उसके अलावा जो भी इस मामले को लेकर के और सबसे अहम गवाह जो है वो शिवानी मात्रे है। शिवानी मात्रे भी एक सहेली थी श्रद्धा वालकर की, जिसके बाद जो है संभावित है कि शिवानी मात्रे से किसी गुप्त स्थान पर जो है वो दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो पूछताछ करेगी। लेकिन मौजूदा स्थिति ऐसी है कि लक्ष्मण नाडर, जिससे दिल्ली पुलिस ने करीब 3 घंटे से ज़्यादा वक्त जो है वो सवाल जवाब किए, लेकिन जब हम उनसे सवाल करने का प्रयास किया, जब हमने उनसे पूछा कि क्या कुछ ऐसे सवाल जवाब थे जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने आपसे किए हैं, लेकिन तमाम सवालों को जो है वो जवाब उनसे देते नहीं बना और वो भाग खड़े हुए। कारण क्या है आखिरकार कि सवालों से भागने का? क्या वो मीडिया के सामने नहीं आना चाह रहे? तो ये तमाम ऐसे पहलू हैं जिसको लेकर के जो है वो प्रश्न चिन्ह बने हुए हैं। लेकिन आपको बता दें कि दिल्ली पुलिस जो है लगातार दिल्ली पुलिस मुंबई पहुंच चुकी है और एक्शन में है। आपको बता दें कि 3 घंटे से ज़्यादा की पूछताछ जो है लक्ष्मण नाडर से की गई है, वो कम नहीं है। और आपको बता दें इसके पहले भी लक्ष्मण नाडर से लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस ने पूछताछ की थी। लक्ष्मण नाडर ही इनफैक्ट वो पहला शख्स था जिसने श्रद्धा के पिता को इस बात की जानकारी दी थी कि श्रद्धा वालकर से संपर्क जो है वो टूट चुका है। श्रद्धा वालकर किसी भी दोस्तों के साथ जो है बातचीत नहीं हो रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये तमाम बिंदु हैं जिनको जोड़ने का प्रयास जो है वो दिल्ली पुलिस यहाँ पर कर रही है और तमाम जो सबूत, दस्तावेज, जो एविडेंसेस हैं तमाम इकट्ठा करके जो है इस केस को आगे और लेके जाने का प्रयास जो है वो दिल्ली पुलिस का यहाँ से जारी है।
Absolutely, Sandeep, they're getting us the details of what exactly is happening in Mumbai at this point. And remember that the case is now moving very fast when it is the investigation. Yes, the investigation, as the Delhi police is not only questioning Aftab here, taking him to the crime scene for recreating the crime scene, but most importantly, reaching out in Maharashtra to get details and widen the probe. Also in Uttarakhand and Himachal, as we understand, Dehradun to be precise, because of the conflicting statements that have been coming from Aftab. He's also said that certain body parts could be in Dehradun. So all the angles that are being looked at in detail. Meanwhile, Republic also trying to get you as many voices on the ground as possible. This is the plumber that we will now hear from. He was the last person who had seen Shraddha before the crime had happened. He had gone to that house and he had performed some repair work in that house where Aftab lived with Shraddha. Let's listen in to what he said.
आपने देखा है आप बताएंगे कि श्रद्धा ने क्या पहन रखा था, किस तरीके
पैंट वगैरह कुछ वैसे पहन रखा
था, पैंट और टी-शर्ट।
बाकी मतलब बैग था इसका, इसमें पीछे
बैग था।
हाँ, और वो कपड़े वगैरह लेके आए थे।
कैसा बैग था?
बैग का तो मेरे वैसे ही था जो टांगने का होता पीछे, और इतना मतलब मैंने
बेसिकली जो स्कूल बैग होता है उस तरीके का कुछ।
हाँ
ठीक है।
और ये ऊपर जाते हुए मैंने अंदर तक जाते हुए देखा है।
जाते हुए देखा है दोनों को? कितनी बार देखा?
जाते हुए तो मैंने उसी टाइम देखा था, बाकी आफ्ताब को मैंने कई बार देखा है। मैं पानी के बारे में बताने गया हूँ।
आप प्लम्बर है यहाँ पे? तो क्या बात हुई आपकी आफ्ताब से, जरा उसके बारे में बताइए।
किराएदार ने मकान मालिक के पास फ़ोन किया था कि ऐसे से पानी की दिक्कत है, तो उन्होंने मेरे पास कॉल किया कि ऐसे से आप थोड़ा उन्हें समझा दो, मैं थोड़ा दूर हूँ। और 1-2 बार वो समझेंगे, तो नए किराएदार हैं, उनको पता नहीं है इसके बारे में, तो मैंने उनको बताया। फिर आफ्ताब भी नीचे आया था।
आफ्ताब आया था, किस तरीके से बात कर रहा था? क्या आपको लगा कि आफ्ताब जो है कहीं से डरा हुआ है या बहुत एग्रेसिव है, गुस्से में बात करता है, इस तरीके से कुछ लगा? प्यार से बात
तो नॉर्मली बात किया था उसने, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। हाँ ना में जवाब दिया था, मतलब ज़्यादा बात नहीं किया। जो फैमिली वाला जो किराएदार है उन्होंने उसको बुलाया था नीचे, कि मैंने तो समझ लिया, अब आप भी समझ लीजिए कि आपका गेट वाल कौन सा है।
कौन सा किराएदार था वो, कौन से फ्लोर का?
ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे तो आफ्ताब रहता है, उससे ऊपर फैमिली रहती है।
तो उन्होंने बुलाया था?
हाँ, उन्होंने मतलब कि मैंने उनको समझा था, उनको पानी की ज़रूरत ज़्यादा है ना फैमिली वाले को, तो उन्होंने फिर आवाज़ मार के आफ्ताब को बुलाया था।
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो कहीं से आपको कोई शक उस पर नहीं हुआ?
ऐसे तो कुछ बात ही नहीं थी उस टाइम।
किस तारीख की बात थी? 18 मई से पहले की बात है या बाद की बात?
18 मई से पहले की बात है।
18 मई के बाद कभी वो मिला हो कि पानी से कोई दिक्कत हो रही है, या उसने कुछ पूछा हो आपसे?
नहीं, मेरे से कुछ नहीं पूछा। ज़्यादातर जो किराएदार हैं वो मकान मालिक को कॉल करते थे, और मकान मालिक मेरे पास कॉल करते थे।
पुलिस ने क्या आपसे पूछताछ की?
पुलिस ने कुछ मेरे से क्यों करेगी?
अंदर तुम. And well, that is what the plumber had to say, because he had visited that home where Shraddha lived with Aftab. And remember, a lot of these voices that are coming in, but most importantly, this explosive chat that Republic has been able to access from the 24th of November 2020, that clearly indicates how Shraddha did not want to be in this relationship. She had spoken to Aftab. She wanted Aftab to move out of the house. Most importantly, it is very, very clear that Aftab used to beat her up. She was in an abusive relationship, so much so that she had written to her former manager that she was in a lot of pain. She could not get up from the bed. Her BP was low because of that. She had also apologized to her manager, saying that she knows that her work was getting impacted because of all that was happening domestically, and she wanted Aftab to move out of the house. We know from Shraddha's friends that many such attempts had happened in the course of their relationship, where Shraddha wanted to break away from the relationship, and Aftab would emotionally blackmail her and then bring her back into it. But this particular chat, 24th November 2020 to be precise, where Shraddha wrote to her former manager, "He is moving out today and I won't be able to come to work. I won't be able to make it today because from all the beating yesterday," let's mark the important words, all the beating yesterday, which means she was in a very abusive relationship. All the beating yesterday, I guess my BP is low and my body hurts. Energy nahi bachi hai bed se uthne ki. Also, I need to make sure he moves out today. Very, very clear in what Shraddha was feeling at that point. She was being beaten up by Aftab, so much so that she couldn't even get up from bed. She was being abused in that relationship. She wanted to break away from him. Her BP was low. She could not go to work. Also following this message was a message to the former manager that I know my work is getting impacted. Let me get done with all this. She was facing a lot in domestically. She wanted him to move out. So while she wanted to go to work, she wanted to tell her manager that I want to come to work, but I also want to ensure that he moves out. I need to make sure that happens. He's moving out today. Let me also bring in Alisha. She's joining us live from the Mumbai newsroom. Alisha, you've been able to access this chat, and very important because this speaks of where Shraddha was in this relationship. Most importantly, she was aware of the fact that she was being abused, she was being beaten up. It was a toxic relationship. She had confided in her former manager that she wants to get out of it. She wants Aftab to move out. Also, Alisha, take us through a message that came in before, where she said that they had gone to his parents' house. Everything was clear. He's going to move out today. She wants to stay in the house on that day to ensure he moves out.
Suesha, there are more and more chat that has been emerged. Importantly, we even saw the chat of 24th of November 2020, where she's been talking in chat. She's been chatting with her ex-manager and clearly mentioning the situation that she was going through. She also mentioned that she really wants Aftab to move out of the house. Not only that, it has really predicted that Shraddha does not want this relation to go because he was beating her. And even we saw the visuals of Shraddha's face, like there were marks on her cheeks. But there are more chats that I have been talking about. It's very important to see even the chat that has come across, and we have managed to access the chats between Shraddha Walkar and her manager, which there are many things which has been stated where the manager is saying if you want to move out, then think you should speak to a person that has been named in this chat. You guys can share the place and you will be at peace for some time. This is what have been said by the manager of Shraddha, the ex-manager of Shraddha, clearly mentioning that if you want to move out, then I think you should speak to a person, Jespita, You guys can share the place and you will be at peace for some time. Here is the Shraddha Walkar clearly mentioning, I will talk to her later. It might take a long time here. They say the person I need to meet will be here by 6. In this, there are some the chats which has come across, and there are some more even chats. They have been trying to speak to the people, the more people, because she is clearly mentioning, okay, you be with Josham's brother. He will make sure you are safe. Have you eaten anything? This is my sister number. If you are not comfortable in Vasai, then just call my sister and come home. So these are the people who have been continuously helping Shraddha in what the situation where the Shraddha was going through, in a chat where Shraddha and the ex-manager which was going through, and the manager was also helping her, looking at the situation, what the Shraddha was going. So here he is clearly mentioning, the manager is clearly saying, if you want to move out, then I think you should speak to Jasmita. You guys can share place. Here she is saying that, Shraddha is saying that I will talk to her later, but it also been what is mentioned that if you want to, if you are not comfortable in Vasai, then just call my sister and come home. So this is the situation, the mental trauma what Shraddha was going through in a relation with Aftab. No doubt there are the friends, the families of Shraddha Walkar who has been coming forward, specifically the friends who known Shraddha and Aftab since 2018. Since the bachelorette, her time during her graduation, and they even know about the relation from 2019, and they have been seeing Aftab, the relation between Aftab and Shraddha, and which has clearly showed how the behavior of Aftab, and this is not the first chat that we have been seeing, but there are other people as well. There are the friends of Shraddha who has come forward and also mentioned that Aftab was very violent to her.
Absolutely, Alisha. This is very, very clear now. She was not feeling fine. She wanted to be out of this relationship. She wanted Aftab to move out. And those around her were aware of the fact that she may not be okay. She fears for her life. She may not have eaten. She is physically not feeling fine. And which is why those around her, be it at her workplace or her friends, were trying to comfort her, were trying to tell her that she can come out of it. While she was also trying to ensure the same. Aftab was emotionally blackmailing her, and that is what the investigators are leading to so far as more and more details are emerging. We continue to get you more of these chats, and all that Republic has been able to access details of what exactly was Shraddha meaning to say at that point, who all she was confiding in, and most importantly, where did she stand with Aftab as far as her relationship is concerned. We slip into a short commercial break, a quick check of what's lined up on the other side. I beg your pardon, Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He abuses Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar, facing flack for it. Mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. TRS protest turns violent, BJP MP's residence vandalized.
I was on insulin for a very long time. After joining Beto, within 5 months of time, I was off insulin. The medicines what I'm taking has become minimum, and I'm very happy. Maybe in future, I'll be off medicines very soon.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a 2-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to represent Asia but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
This is the poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Like just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle. And
Fatal accident which happened at the Mumbai-Pune highway. 3 people were injured, 5 people lost their lives. This accident which happened last night at 11 p.m.
Farooq Abdullah to step down as the National Conference chief. Now it has to be seen that will it be Umar Abdullah the next one, because earlier also Umar Abdullah has held the position.
3, 2, 1, 0. Event number 96 completed.
And we have a successful liftoff of Vikram S rocket.
National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah has stepped down as the President of the National Conference. The decision has been taken ahead of December 5, the birth anniversary of Sheikh Abdullah, wherein it is expected that the elections will be held, and the senior leadership of the National Conference is now eyeing on Umar Abdullah as the next chief of the party. And the senior leaders are also saying that Farooq Abdullah's stepping down as the NC chief. Now the probable candidate for the next is Umar Abdullah, as he has held the post of the National Conference chief for a long time and he has taken the party to a next level. But it has to be seen how the things move out amid the attack by the opposition parties, especially the Bharatiya Janata Party, that the National Conference is only promoting the dynasty politics. And after Sheikh Abdullah, it's Farooq Abdullah, and will it now be Umar Abdullah once again? That is something that has to be seen. And the National Conference leaders are saying that the candidature will be open for all the leaders of the party. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gurugram Singh for Republic Media Network.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case.
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a 2-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to represent Asia but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated.
It's a big mystery over Shraddha murder. Republic accesses these pictures and reports that expose the torture. Killer Aftab now tries to peddle a mentally ill theory. He says have a drug addiction. There are more explosive chats now that emerge. Shraddha confides in her ex-manager, says that she was beaten. Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He abuses the Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar, facing flack for it. It's a mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. TRS protest turns violent. BJP MP's residence is vandalized. A very good evening and thank you for staying with us here on Republic. Rahul Gandhi is at it again. Now what Rahul Gandhi has done is that he's again spoken about Veer Savarkar, something that again has stoked a huge controversy. The reason why you're looking at the BJP in particular up in arms. These are images of protest earlier against Rahul Gandhi in different parts of Maharashtra, where essentially right now he is undertaking the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now do remember again, this is a big unease also when it comes to the Shiv Sena and the Rahul Gandhi relationship. And you're reading more details of that story breaking on the bottom of your screens. What will Uddhav Thackeray do next? Just about yesterday he said he does not agree with what Rahul Gandhi has said. And does this mean he will ask Rahul to retract his statement or to apologize? Next. So this is exactly the story that we just mentioned right now. Rahul Gandhi facing a lot of heat, not just from the BJP, but also from the Shiv Sena. Do remember the MVA or the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi seems to be in tatters, because we are learning that Uddhav possibly could be walking out of the UPA. We are also learning that Uddhav Thackeray is expected to release a statement very, very soon on this entire issue and the controversy that continues to get bigger by the moment ever since you heard Rahul Gandhi making that comment about Veer Savarkar just about yesterday. Let's see if we can also get in our colleagues live tracking that story for you here. Do remember earlier we've heard number of reactions from the Shiv Sena making it very, very clear, Alicia, that they do not agree with what Rahul Gandhi has said. But the point is, why do they tolerate this?
The official announcement which is going to be come by Uddhav Thackeray at the press conference which is going to happen at 5 p.m. and a major announcement itself where Uddhav Thackeray in a press conference is going to make it. Not only Uddhav Thackeray but also Aditya Thackeray is also going to be present in that same press conference at 5 p.m. at Sena Bhavan, and the sources within the Shiv Sena, that is Uddhav Bhai Thackeray Sena, has indicated that this is an announcement, a major announcement which is going to be made by Uddhav Thackeray, is something about they are going to walk out of UPA. So it's a massive, we have been saying, and we also will also wait for an official statement that will come from Uddhav Thackeray itself, because there was a series of meeting which was underway in Matoshri, which is an official resident of Uddhav Thackeray. But here we have been seeing the information that we are gathering from our sources, the top sources from Uddhav Bhai Thackeray Sena, which has clearly given an indication that there will be an announcement from Uddhav Thackeray at 5 p.m. in Sena Bhavan in Dadar, where he is going to announce that the most likely where he is going to announce that they are going to move out of the UPA. That is, it is something, a major setback which is going to become across for the Congress as well, because we have been seeing where in the state of Maharashtra, and important to note the statement that has been made by Rahul Gandhi during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The statement that was made on Veer Savarkar, that has really made a question on Uddhav Thackeray Hindutva as well, because BJP earlier has also on the same issue, whether the fact that the Congress reluctantly they were making statement against Veer Savarkar, where the BJP was continuously asking the Hindutva of Uddhav Thackeray. So this could be the reason where, but we'll also wait for an official statement. But all we have been seeing that this is coming amid the Rahul Gandhi is making a statement on Veer Savarkar, and now here's the press conference of Uddhav Thackeray, where the sources indicated that where Uddhav Thackeray is going to make an announcement to move out of the UPA.
Alicia, 1 second. There is also a picture very recently of an Aditya Thackeray who actually joins Rahul Gandhi in his Bharat Jodo Yatra. We'll see if we can also put that out on our screens. But this is a picture of a long time ago. This is, remember, where the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi actually came into fore, and they, got together essentially to rule the state of Maharashtra. An MVA today that no one knows what kind of a future it has. But tell me something very, very clearly. This means that the position of Rahul Gandhi now is untenable. And there is a larger message, Alisha, to a lot of probable allies of the Congress party, that either you listen to Rahul Gandhi because Rahul Gandhi says, this is how I think. Either you listen to me, you follow what I say, or you choose your own path.
Well, certainly, because this is something now it came across amid the Veer Savarkar comment that has been made by Rahul Gandhi. Even earlier, and as I mentioned that the statement earlier that was given by the Congress leader, there always a BJP who actually questioned the Hindutva of Shiv Sena, that is specifically Uddhav Thackeray faction. Whereas Uddhav Thackeray has also come in front of the media where he's been giving an explanation, giving an clarification of he being an Hindutva. But this is something, a statement that has come by Rahul Gandhi, and here is somewhere where we can see the Shiv Sena chief, that is Uddhav Thackeray, has to come forward, and the clear indication that has been given to us. It's clearly mentioned that today, where at 5 p.m. there is a big announcement that is going to be made by Uddhav Thackeray, and Aditya Thackeray is also going to be present in the same press conference. But moreover, too important to know that what has been said, that the decision is going to be taken over Uddhav Thackeray coming out of the UPA. But it is not even clear, because in Maharashtra there is an alliance of Mahavikas Aghadi, where Congress, NCP and Shiv Sena, that is of Uddhav Bhayasaheb Thackeray, that has come across. That is an alliance. We are not sure about whether he is also going to make an announcement over the coming move out of the MVA. But what has been said and indicated by our sources that Uddhav Thackeray was likely to make an announcement, a massive announcement, which will obviously set back for Rahul Gandhi, for Congress. Whether the fact there is a common minimum program which has been taken place while forming the government in Maharashtra, but that has something been ruled out is what we can say. But now we'll actually wait for Uddhav Thackeray press conference where...
So, Alisha, this is a clear setback for Rahul Gandhi. This really tells us what is the relationship between Congress party that is right now being headed by Rahul Gandhi, though you have Mallikarjun Kharge as its officiating president. But Rahul Gandhi has been taking, the calls. He's been calling the shots, because I do remember some time ago, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhi of the Congress party actually said, and he, spoke in favor of a Veer Savarkar. So I think many in the Congress party also might be unsettled today with the kind of stand that Rahul Gandhi has taken, and that too when you have the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Maharashtra.
Well, of course, you rightly mentioned out there are many of the senior Congress leaders who are actually not happy with the leadership from the Gandhi family, and that has come forward before the camera as well. But what is important to know, and yes, it is a Bharat Jodo Yatra in Maharashtra since a week now. But making a statement against Veer Savarkar is something, the step that has really forced Uddhav Thackeray to take some important step, a crucial step when it comes to the government that they have. It was formed, which was Mahavikas Aghadi in 2019, which has been said an unnatural alliance that has been made. But now this is something, a comment that directly came from Rahul Gandhi would have really forced Uddhav Thackeray to take such decision. But also there was an official statement that is going to be made at 5 p.m. in Sena Bhavan, where Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray is going to be present in that meeting, in that press conference, and most likely he is going to announce that he is going to move out of the UPA.
And what are your sources in the Shiv Sena actually telling you, Alisha? Because this, I think, is a very, very important story, considering that this is the same Sena that has always spoken for Veer Savarkar. They've gone ahead to say again and again that we want a Bharat Ratna for Veer Savarkar. That is, that's the kind of position they take. Versus a Rahul Gandhi, who, allegedly, according to the BJP and the Sena, has spoken in a tone and tenor that clearly is demeaning to Veer Savarkar. History aside, everything aside, everyone is trying to put their own versions of history. But the point is, when you're in an alliance, you have to give equal respect to your alliance partners.
Well, of course, as I said, that it was a Veer Savarkar statement that has not really, this is the first time that has been made by Congress leaders It was even earlier, and that was Uddhav Thackeray who was coming in front of the media and giving the clarification right after the Bharatiya Janata Party, who were actually questioning the Hindutva of Uddhav Thackeray and his family and his faction. So here's the Uddhav Thackeray who was actually coming. But this is something now, it's something, the minimum, common minimum program which I was talking about, which was taken place while forming the government of Mahavikas Aghadi. But now it is something has really forced Uddhav Thackeray to take a very stringent decision, and this is something that will be very massive when he comes in front of the media, is going to say the statement that has been made, because what is indicating specifically from our sources, and as I mentioned, it's a top sources from Uddhav Thackeray faction, who has clearly mentioned that they are the most likely the announcement that is going to be made by Uddhav Thackeray is on moving out of UPA. So, well, it's not confirmed whether they are also going to come out of the NVA, the Mahavikas Aghadi that has been formed, that was formed in Maharashtra as a government in 2019. But we'll even see, because they wanted to come out of the UPA. So this is something a massive, that is a massive setback that is going to be given to Rahul Gandhi as well, and also the Congress in Maharashtra. How they will reply to it is something we are going to see. But all eyes on 5 p.m. where Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray is going to hold a press conference.
You know, Alicia, let's quickly recap what we know of the story so far. It's close to about 4:42, and you're actually confirming to us here on Republic that close to about 5 is where we are expecting a detailed statement. The very first response, if at all, it's coming from Uddhav Thackeray. And in all likelihood, what sources actually tell you, Alicia, is the fact that Uddhav Thackeray is extremely perturbed with what Rahul Gandhi has said about Veer Savarkar. And he said this is not a comment that we will take lying down, and we will walk out of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, Alicia.
Well, Dipti, it is something we have to wait for. It's just a matter of 15 minutes, because it will be a very important press conference that is going to be happen. And some of the either way the statement that has been made, because that really raises a question over the Hindutva of Uddhav Thackeray. And there comes Uddhav Thackeray, who always take a press conference and given a befitting reply, saying that no one can question the Hindutva of Shiv Sena, of Bayasaheb Thackeray, which is the legacy that they have been taking off of Bayasaheb Thackeray, and which is why this government, the Mahavikas Aghadi, where there were 40 rebel MLAs, and specifically Eknath Shinde has clearly mentioned that this was an unnatural alliance that was made. This Hindutva, the ideology which we were going through with BJP, but the decision that was taken by Uddhav Thackeray back then in 2019 is something unnatural. But we'll see what is that something that Uddhav Thackeray has really realized.
Okay, Alicia, I'm just going to come back to you. I'm told Vijay Shivtare, the spokesperson of the Balasaheb Chi Shiv Sena, is also joining us right now. Vijay ji, good evening. Can you hear us, sir?
But I'm getting echo. Hello? 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 Hello?
We'll just fix that. Vijay ji. We'll just fix that. Can you hear us better, sir?
Echo to me. I have not understood the question which you have done. Please ask me the question again.
Yes, Vijay ji, Uddhav Thackeray has made it very clear he condemns what Rahul Gandhi has said about Veer Savarkar. Then why do you still want to do business with the Congress party with Rahul Gandhi? Are you pulling out of the alliance?
No, I am not from Thackeray group. I am from Shinde group. So this question you should ask to the Thackeray group people, not to Shinde group people. And let me say from my party, if Uddhav Sahib is talking like this, he is not supporting the whatever he has said, Rahul Gandhi has said, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. If he is understanding the role of Congress and NCP, it is better. Hello.
Vijay ji, we stand corrected. You represent the Shinde faction. Now tell me something. Yeah. Time and again, you have criticized Uddhav Thackeray, from moving away from the Hindutva position that the Shiv Sena had under the late Balasaheb Thackeray. Do you think this is a test for Uddhav Thackeray now? He has to tell us whether he stands with what Rahul Gandhi has said, or he is willing now to actually show Rahul Gandhi that this is how far I can go to defend Veer Savarkar and his legacy?
No, this is what we are talking right from the beginning when this revolution took place. What we all are saying to Uddhav Thackeray, NCP Congress is not our natural alliance at all. Our Balasaheb Thackeray's ideology goes only with BJP, and we should go with BJP, but he was not listening. And then finally this was the outcome. All 40 MLAs put then 12 MPs with the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Eknath Ji Shinde, we moved out of it. But he never listened. Even today also he is saying that yes, Mahavikas Aghadi, we are firm with Mahavikas Aghadi. Now he is getting exposed. Whether he is there, he always says, yes, I am there in Mahavikas Aghadi, but I am there with Hindutva. So now it is a real time whether if he goes along with Congress, as Rahul Gandhi criticized Veer Savarkar, then he will get exposed. He doesn't have any choice but to oppose that. But the real fact is he has to break this alliance. Then only people will listen to it. We all are saying he should.
All right, Vijayji, for the moment. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Vijayji, for the moment, I thank you for speaking out. So I think it's a test. It's a test for Uddhav Thackeray. Because, you know, in this world of political ideologies, there is this question that is thrown rightly so at Uddhav Thackeray again and again, that what really is his ideology? What does he stand for? Will he allow Rahul Gandhi from the Congress party, Alisha, to come and, you know, make this comment, get away with this and say everything is fine, you know, we can continue with the alliance? Or will Uddhav Thackeray take that bold step of walking out of the alliance and telling Rahul Gandhi that this is a red line and you better not cross it? Alisha.
Well, that is also when a statement that has even been seen from Eknath Shinde as well, because they were clearly mentioning that this is a government that they have formed in the state of Maharashtra is something unnatural. The Congress has been continuously giving it, and you know they've been abusing Veer Savarkar, or they've been talking many things against Veer Savarkar, and that is when the Uddhav Thackeray have also given a clarification when it comes to the question that was asked by Bharatiya Janata Party over the Hindutva of Uddhav Thackeray. But this statement this time from Rahul Gandhi, this really could have made a force Uddhav Thackeray to come forward and give a strict statement over it, because it's a decision that now Uddhav Thackeray has to take. And the sources, the top sources have also clearly indicated that...
Alisha, apologies. I'm just going to come back to you again. I'm told that Sachin Ahir, who represents the Uddhav faction, he's also joining us right now. Sachin ji, good evening. Can you hear us?
Yeah, good evening. Tell me. Yeah, I can hear you very clearly.
Yes. So Sachin ji, tell me something. Rahul Gandhi has put out a statement on Veer Savarkar. Uddhav Thackeray has made his mind clear. He said, I do not agree with this. I condemn this. So why do you still want to do business with Rahul Gandhi? Are you deciding now to walk out of the alliance?
I think we should not go with the speculation, and there's already a press proposed at 5 o'clock to what we have to say on this issue. And I think the Honorable Uddhavji has already made it clear yesterday also. We disagree with his statement, whatever he has said. And I guess more elaborately he'll be speaking in the press. So before that, I guess it will be too early to give our views on it.
But Sachin ji, a statement is not good enough, na sir? People will ask you, what is your ideology? Or are you so scared that, you know, you cannot operate without a Congress, without a Rahul Gandhi? Is that what you're trying to tell us? That, you know, for you right now, what matters more is your position. This is a test. This is a test for Uddhav Thackeray, is what the BJP says.
Out of the power, we are not in power. We are not there having any greed out there where you can speculation can be made elaborated, and what you're trying to put me a question on that. Would have been discussed if we would have been still in the power in the alliance. We are now out of power. Our alliance is this, which we have made it very much clearly, and I guess yesterday Uddhavji made it very clear, and he only said who are the people who are asking, who have still gone with PDP and all, and they are asking us.
No. Sachin ji.
And where, let me come.
You know, politics aside, Sachin ji, politics aside, Shiv Sena, sir, for the longest time has been the votary. You've been saying that Veer Savarkar deserves a Bharat Ratna. It's that same Veer Savarkar that has been derided by Rahul Gandhi. So somewhere you will have to take a stand. You know, your old constituency is also looking at you. Whatever is left of that, you know, after the split in the Shiv Sena, there is the BMC elections around the corner.
I guess you should not be worried about it, and we are very much concerned with the voters and what stand we have taken. And guess Honorable Uddhavji will make it clear at 5 o'clock.
Okay, Sachinji, why don't you hold the phone line? And I request you to please hold it, not disconnect, sir, because this is a very, very important story that's breaking on Republic right now. Praveen Darekar, also of the BJP, is with us. It's already about 4:51. We are given to understand in the next 10 minutes, Sachinji, in the next 10 minutes, the Shiv Sena is putting out a statement. We are hearing that Aditya Thackeray is going to be briefing. And before I come to you, Praveenji, Sachinji, is Aditya Thackeray going to be addressing the press at 5? Okay, I think we just lost that phone line with Sachin Ahir. We'll reconnect with him. But Praveenji, tell me something. Is this a test for Uddhav Thackeray? Or, you know, they can just condemn this and get away with this? I mean, you run with the hare, you hunt with the hound, everything is fine in politics.
राजनीति में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, लेकिन अगर उद्धव जी ठाकरे ये भूमिका ले तो देर है दुरुस्त है, ऐसा ही इसी के बारे में कहा जा सकता है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि आज उद्धव
नहीं प्रवीण जी, वो तो कहते हैं कि अलायंस से बाहर क्यों निकलेंगे। वो कहते हैं हमने कंडेम कर दिया, हमने स्टेटमेंट दे दिया, और जरूरी नहीं कि एक अलायंस में सारे पार्टनर्स एक दूसरे से अग्री करें।
मुझे लगा आपके कोई बंदे ने मुझे बताया कि ऐसा उद्धव जी ठाकरे, इसलिए मैं ऐसा स्टेटमेंट किया। तो इसका मतलब यही है जो मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि वो सत्ता के लिए जो अपनी विचारधारा छोड़ दी थी, अभी तो उनकी पार्टी की हालत बहुत ही खराब है, और इसी वक्त एक दूसरे को पकड़ के चलना, ये तीनों पार्टी की मविया के आज मजबूरन हो गई है परिस्थिति। तो उनको आचार विचार सब छोड़ के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अगर टक्कर देना है तो हमें सब चीजें भूल के इकट्ठा होना, इसके अलावा उनके साथ दूसरा अल्टरनेट नहीं है। इसलिए दोनों भी तरफ से विन विन सिचुएशन करने का उद्धव जी का प्रयास है। जो हिंदुत्ववादी लोग हैं, सावरकर की विचारधारा के लोग हैं, उनको बताना कि बाबा मैं राहुल जी के स्टेटमेंट से सहमत नहीं, तथापि मैं इन लोग के साथ है। मतलब लोगों को समझता है ना कि इसके असलियत में मन में तो बाला साहब ठाकरे का स्टेट भूमिका लेते थे, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि उद्धव जी ठाकरे वो ले नहीं सकते।
देखते हैं प्रवीण जी, देखते हैं क्या वो निर्णय होगा। Will Uddhav Thackeray be brave enough to walk out of the alliance and show Rahul Gandhi his true place, is what the BJP says. Praveen ji, Sachin ji, for the moment I thank you. Also I'm thanking Alicia very quickly, who has broken that story first on Republic. And do remember, we are just about a few minutes away from that big briefing expected very, very shortly. We are told Aditya Thackeray himself will be taking that briefing, the same Aditya Thackeray who walked with Rahul Gandhi in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. On the other side of this quick break, we also have lots lined up as far as the investigations into the Shraddha murder case are concerned. There are more explosive chats. You see some of those chats on your screen. What do these chats say? What do they mean about the relationship between the two? The full story on the other side.
This is the poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Like just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was like including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party. This was put in that these are thugs of Delhi, comparing it from the real life to the real life. Today, this is again a poster in which the top brasses, including Manish Sisodia, Satyen Jain, Arvind Kejriwal himself, all could be clearly seen in that poster. and this is the money heist in Delhi poster by BJP Delhi.
Director General of the National Investigative Agency, Dinkar Gupta, at the NMFT conference spoke about the change in India's security scenario after the centre adopted a zero-tolerance policy to terrorism, says it brought change in India's security scenario.
The NMFT process is ministerial. FATF is not ministerial, it's largely official and it's membership based. NMFT, the number of countries participating at the ministerial level is increasing by the year. In our conference, I think it's terrorism related.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JM.
Welcome back. You're with us here on Republic, and our focus is on the real test for Uddhav Thackeray. Is power more important? Is the alliance with Rahul Gandhi right now more important, or the ideology? That is the test for Rahul Gandhi and also for Uddhav Thackeray. Remember, Rahul Gandhi says, I will continue to berate Veer Savarkar. But what about Uddhav Thackeray? Republic broke the story of how Aditya Thackeray is holding a briefing in the next few minutes. On the other side of this very quick break, Republic is on top of that story. Don't go anywhere.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism was held in New Delhi. PM Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. Prime Minister Modi addressed global terrorism in the country, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism, with the source of terror funding being organized crime.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it. Over the decades, terrorism in different names and forms tried to hurt India.
This is the poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party. This was put in that these are thugs of Delhi, comparing it from the real life to the real life. Today, this is again a poster in which the top brasses, including Manish Sisodia, Satya.
Rahul Gandhi scores another disaster for Congress. Massive fallout of Rahul Savarkar comments. In a pace saver, cornered Uddhav group set to quit UPA alliance. Press conference expected shortly. Big mystery over Shraddha murder. Republic accesses pictures and reports that expose torture. Killer Aftab now tries to peddle mentally ill theory. He says he is a drug addict. More explosive chats emerged. Shraddha confides in her ex-manager, says she was beaten up. Mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. TRS protest turns violent. BJP MP's residence vandalized. Hey, good afternoon and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching the news at 5 p.m. I'm Suesha Saman joining you live on the broadcast, and the breaking inputs that are just coming in of Home Minister Amit Shah raising the issue of attack on Hindus and how temples were vandalized in Bangladesh. This was in a bilateral meet with the Bangladesh Home Minister. He went on to say that India will not accept any sort of attacks on Hindus or temples in Bangladesh, and that the Bangladeshi government should act immediately. Executive Editor Politics Aishwarya Kapoor with us on the phone line. Aishwarya, give us details of what Amit Shah has said to the Bangladesh Home Minister. Aishwarya, not too sure if you can hear me, but Amit Shah raising the attacks on Hindus and how temples were vandalized in Bangladesh, making it very clear that India will not tolerate this, and most importantly, the Bangladesh government that must come down heavily on such incidents. All right, not too sure if that line is connected. We'll try and reconnect that line with Aishwarya Kapoor. But remember, this is a very strong message going on from India to Bangladesh when it comes to the recent incidents that had come to light of attacks on Hindus and how temples were vandalized. These incidents that had completely gone out of hand, and most importantly, Home Minister Amit Shah saying that India will not accept this. Also saying that the Bangladesh government must come down heavily on such incidents. Aishwarya, I believe, is back with us on the phone line. Aishwarya, details of what Amit Shah has said.
Well, absolutely, Suesha. At this point of time, we are being told that in a bilateral meeting alongside the conference, Indian Home Minister Amit Shah has made it amply clear to his Bangladeshi counterpart that India cannot accept under any circumstance the attacks on Hindus and also their religious spots, the temples in Bangladesh, which we've seen that the attacks have increased by many folds in the last year and then around 13 to 14 months. And it has been clearly communicated in this bilateral meet that if any assistance is required, India is ready to provide to Bangladesh, but under no circumstance can India be in a wait and watch mode and see attacks on Hindus and then temples being rampantly and openly taking place in Bangladesh. And it was a bilateral meeting in which the Indian Home Minister has not only raised his concern but has also offered his assistance that in any capacity, if the Bangladeshi counterpart and if the Bangladeshi government feels that if the Indian government can help them to prevent this from happening, they are more than happy to do so. But they cannot allow, and they have urged the Bangladeshi Home Minister and the Bangladeshi government that this cannot be allowed. Under any circumstance, we've seen in the last 13 to 14 months, more than 50 such attacks on Hindu temples have taken place in Bangladesh itself and in different regions. And hence, in this bilateral meet, Home Minister Amit Shah has made it amply clear to his Bangladeshi counterpart. Back to you, Suesha.
Absolutely, Aishwarya, they're getting us details of what the Home Minister has said in Bangladesh. But Aishwarya, we continue our focus on this because this is coming very, very importantly after the incidents that had broken out in Bangladesh of the attacks on Hindus and how temples were vandalized, and most importantly, intent of the government when it comes to Hindutva or saving the integrity of Hindus. So Home Minister Amit Shah putting out that
it's
message
about
very
attacks on
clearly,
minorities
mincing no
in
words there.
Bangladesh.
And important
Absolutely.
to now see how Bangladesh will react.
Well, absolutely. Attacks on ethnic minorities in Bangladesh, and to be very specific, on Hindus and temples is something which has been raised earlier as well. But it has been raised in an unequivocal way this time around in this bilateral between the Indian Home Minister and then his Bangladeshi counterpart, because a steep increase, Swesha, in the attacks on temples, that is religious places of the minorities in Bangladesh. And keeping in mind that the Bangladeshi president, the head of state in Bangladesh, had promised to the Indian government in her last visit, which was just few months prior, that action is going to be taken. But even after that, there have been series of attacks. Hence, this time around, India has not only raised the concern, but has also urged that strictest possible action should be taken, and that too immediately. And plus the Indian government has said that if at all the Bangladeshi government feels that they require any kind of assistance, whether on input, whether on ground, wherever, however, the government of India will be more than happy to assist, but this needs to cease. The attacks on Hindus and then temples need to cease in Bangladesh, and that government of India has made it clear unequivocally, stating that this cannot be allowed. And hence, in this bilateral meet, the Home Minister has stated that whatever is required, you do. But you stop these attacks on temples and then on minorities in Bangladesh. Swesha.
All right, Aishwarya, many thanks for getting us these details. And of course, we continue to track the story very closely. For the moment, we move on. And yes, the big story dominating the headlines at this hour is the disaster that has struck Rahul Gandhi yet again. It is a massive fallout of Rahul Gandhi's Savarkar comment. While we see how the BJP is hitting back at Rahul Gandhi, it is Uddhav Thackeray now that is set to take a very, very concrete decision. Details we are picking up of how the Uddhav group could well walk out of the Congress alliance, and a big political press conference that is expected to happen any time now, where this announcement could be made. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray had made it amply clear after this big fiasco that had broken out that they do not agree with Rahul Gandhi and what Rahul Gandhi has said about Veer Savarkar, because he said that we respect Veer Savarkar, but at the same time, do not question us. Of course, in turn, there was a political attack on the BJP, but most importantly, the Uddhav faction making its position amply clear on the Savarkar controversy that was stoked by Rahul Gandhi, where Uddhav Thackeray has said that we do not agree with Rahul Gandhi. The BJP also hitting out at Rahul Gandhi, saying that he clearly does not know history properly and he is meddling with that narrative, because it was his very grandmother who had called Veer Savarkar a remarkable son of India, and she had also printed his postage during her reign. So most importantly, it is Rahul Gandhi who was mistaken with the facts, and now Uddhav Thackeray not just disagreeing with Rahul Gandhi, but to take a very, very concrete decision on walking out of the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance. This could have serious consequences when it comes to another alliance with the Congress party breaking away. We have a reaction coming in to this effect. Let's listen in.
थे अफजल हम शर्मिंदा हैं, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है। लगे थे कि नहीं लगे थे? लगे थे कि नहीं लगे थे? ये अफजल कौन है? ये अफजल वो है जिसने पार्लियामेंट के अटैक का मास्टरमाइंड था। भारत के पार्लियामेंट पर जो अटैक हुआ था उसका मास्टरमाइंड था। और कातिल कौन हो गया? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जज जिसने फांसी सुनाई थी। कातिल कौन हो गया? प्रणब मुखर्जी, भारत का राष्ट्रपति, जिसने उस जजमेंट को अफेंड किया था। और हमारे राहुल जी दूसरे दिन जेएनयू में चले गए। मत घबराओ, कंधे से कंधा मिला के हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। वहां क्या नारे लगे? भारत के होंगे टुकड़े टुकड़े, इंशाअल्लाह इंशाअल्लाह। ये जो टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ खड़े होते हैं, ये आजकल जोड़ने निकले। कल जो उन्होंने वीर सावरकर पर बयान दिया है, वीर सावरकर जिसका नाम के आगे वीर लगा है, जो स्वतंत्रता सेनानी हमारे राष्ट्र पुरुष रहे, उनके बारे में इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये बताता है कि वो भारत को जोड़ने के लिए नहीं, तोड़ने के लिए। और मैं तो उनको कहता हूं, आप पहले पार्टी जोड़ लो, फिर उसके बाद देश जोड़ना।
All right, so that was the statement by BJP President JP Nadda, who's hit out at the Congress yet again, saying that the Congress can only break India. This is coming at a time when Rahul Gandhi has stoked a huge controversy after what he said on Veer Savarkar, calling him a traitor. But the BJP Uddhav Thackeray faction coming down heavily against Rahul Gandhi on not just the fact that he's heavily misinformed, but they also say that he has hurt the sentiments once again. Rahul Gandhi, who had spoken on Veer Savarkar's mercy petitions to the British at a function in Maharashtra during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, that has landed him in huge trouble. So much so that now we may just see a breakup of the Mahavikas Aghadi, where the Uddhav faction could well walk out of this alliance. Rahul Gandhi stuck to his criticism of Veer Savarkar, and now we not just see protests, but also the BJP coming down heavily on Rahul Gandhi, saying that it is the Congress only talking about breaking India, and also questioning when it came to Veer Savarkar on whether Congress leaders have actually suffered the way Veer Savarkar did. He was in the cellular jail for 11 years. Whether any of the Congress leaders went through all of that. And Indira Gandhi had immense respect for Veer Savarkar, but Rahul Gandhi is not just thoroughly misinformed, he's also going against his grandmother, and he must come out clearly now on whether he is right or his grandmother is right. Rahul Gandhi, who made this statement during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, that has now landed him in serious consequences. Uddhav faction in all probability to break this alliance with the Mahavikas Aghadi, and the BJP in a full frontal attack on Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, saying that the Congress can only think of breaking India. Let's listen into that statement by BJP National President JP Nadda once again.
ये जो टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ खड़े होते हैं, ये आजकल जोड़ने निकले। कल जो उन्होंने वीर सावरकर पर बयान दिया है, वीर सावरकर जिसका नाम किस आगे वीर लगा है, जो स्वतंत्रता सेनानी हमारे राष्ट्र पुरुष रहे, उनके बारे में इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये बताता है कि वो भारत को जोड़ने के लिए नहीं, तोड़ने के लिए। और मैं तो उनको कहता हूं, आप पहले पार्टी जोड़ लो, फिर उसके बाद देश जोड़ना।
And these are the words echoing from the BJP as they go on to attack Rahul Gandhi. Mincing no words there. It is a full frontal attack of the BJP against the Congress when they say that it is the Congress that only talks about breaking India. This is also after Rahul Gandhi made that statement against Veer Savarkar, where he went on to criticize him over mercy petitions to the British during the freedom struggle, and how Veer Savarkar had addressed the Britishers. Rahul Gandhi going on to term him as a traitor who had not been with his partners in the freedom struggle. But this has led to a lot of criticism, where we've also seen how protests were staged against Rahul Gandhi. His effigies were burnt. The BJP going on to question Rahul Gandhi on whether he knows history correctly, on the narrative that he's peddling, and most importantly, what the facts are that Rahul Gandhi must be informed about. Rahul Gandhi also being questioned on where he stands, because it was his grandmother who was completely for Veer Savarkar, an admirer of Veer Savarkar, who spoke well of Veer Savarkar and called him the son of India. But he is not even going by what his grandmother says. So who does he think is right? Him or his grandmother is what the BJP has said. And this, of course, has political repercussions too, because there could be a news conference very, very shortly that will be fronted by the Uddhav faction, where the Uddhav faction could well announce the decision of walking out of the Mahavikas Aghadi, as they are now upset about how Rahul Gandhi has spoken against Veer Savarkar, a statement that also came from Uddhav Thackeray, saying that we do not agree with Rahul Gandhi. We have respect for Veer Savarkar and we are against Rahul Gandhi on what he has said. And this is the latest tweet that is coming in from Gurumurthy on Rahul Gandhi. A tweet that has come in. Rhythm is joining us with that tweet on the screen. Rhythm, take us through the details of what the tweet reads.
You know, I think it's one of the most, I've never seen Rahul Gandhi chastised in this manner the way he has by Mr. Gurumurthy, and Mr. Gurumurthy calls a spade a spade. It's another thing to play politics, but it's absolutely another thing to actually do this to our freedom fighters. This tweet, and he's actually in a very I've never seen Mr. Gurumurthy's tweets go on a thread like this unless there is an actual level of indignation and genuine sentiment, emotional hurt because of the way Rahul Gandhi has spoken out. He starts off today by saying, Mr. Rahul, have you ever gone to Kala Pani? Savarkar was not in jail. He was in a solitary cell lodged for 50 years. Yes, 50 years. He was 27 then. He was no peaceful satyagrahi. He was a revolutionary. His icon was Shivaji, not Gandhiji. His rules are strategic, not legal rules. I also believe that Mr. Gurumurthy, the editor of Tughlaq, is talking from a place of actually understanding what Veer Savarkar was. And this is not just a figment of an imagination of a Congress leader who's not even read the basic historic facts. They say, he says, you know nothing about revolutionaries. Their goal was to win. They couldn't care less for the means. Savarkar cheated the British many times. The terrified British sent him to the Andamans never to return. And the central jail which he's talking about, viewers, in the Andamans in Port Blair is one of the most shocking examples of how people were treated, dehumanized and left to die. Mr. Gurumurthy continues to say his goal was not to be in jail to secure a certificate to become an MP or a minister or prime minister after freedom. People like him never thought of positions of power. This is something that the Congress party here that is trying to malign the image of our freedom fighter completely needs to understand. He would do like Chhatrapati Shivaji did to escape and fight. And then I think the last two tweets, the most crucial, he says, you know nothing about Shivaji, you know nothing about Savarkar. You are so mean. And I appreciate the simpleness of the word mean and the kind of gravitas it carries here. He says, you are so mean to talk about a man who gave his all to the nation and not travel 247 times out of India in 4 years for holidays to enjoy life. He also goes on to say, for the illiterate about Savarkar who asked what he did after release, he was not released. He was in a solitary cell. Savarkar was in a solitary cell for 10 years. He was kept in the Ratnagiri jail for 3 more years. No freedom fighter has ever been so long in jail. He wrote prolifically during his jail time when he was out of Andamans. That was his purpose. He was an unparalleled great. He was not a believing Hindu, he was a patriot. I have differences with him, but he says, I have qualifications to even comment on his greatness, and I think the most important words for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, 2 words with which Mr. Gurumurthy ends his words, Rahul, read. I think a lot of us who are feeling similar sense of indignation, one needs to understand where Mr. Gurumurthy is coming from. They talk about how he was arrested. He was sent to cellular jail in Andaman and Nicobar Islands in 1911. He spent years in jail, was subject to terrible torture, after which he wrote certain letters. He served punishment of 10 years. And under this order, many people were released from cellular jail as a gift in 1919, but he was not released. Mahatma Gandhi then said to his brother and suggested that you give certain mercy, please. He remained in jail for a total time of 15 years, out of which 10 was spent in Kala Pani. A freedom fighter who spent 28 years of his life in such terrible situation for the freedom of the country, how can his patriotism be be even questioned here is the thing that Mr. Gurumurthy is trying to say here. And even as I'm going to go on with this, I'm going to tell you once again what Mr. Gurumurthy has said, because I think a lot of it is also for an understanding of the youth today, to understand that an icon of Hindutva and an icon who fought for the freedom of the country needs to be ensured that his name is not maligned today. Especially, like he said, he's not someone looking for certain words. He is someone who's only doing this he did this for the love of the country. I once again, before I hand it back to you, want to go across to this attack, a thread fact that Mr. Gurumurthy has put out, and I've never seen him being, so openly assertive and attacking Rahul Gandhi for his words here.
Right.
He also chastises him by saying, Rahul, read, it is time. Before words are spewed on our leaders, these people learn to read about our history and our freedom fighters.
Yes. Absolutely, Rhythm, and back-to-back reactions that have been coming in on this. Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has also put out a tweet to this effect, as a lot of anger is mounting against Rahul Gandhi on this very statement, this controversy that he has stoked. Devendra Fadnavis has written, now just read what former Prime Minister of India, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, your grandmother, has said about Swatantra Veer Savarkar ji. He calls Veer Savarkar ji the pillar of freedom movement and the forever remembered son of India. The question arises, by repeatedly giving such statements about Veer Savarkar, are you worried about your vote bank? This is what has been written by Devendra Fadnavis in the latest tweet. He's also written, Rahul ji, yesterday you asked me to read the last lines of a letter. Come on now, let me read some documents to you today. Have you read this letter of our respected Mahatma Gandhi? Does it have the same last lines you wanted me to read? This is the latest tweet, or rather a string of tweets coming in from Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who has gone on to question Rahul Gandhi on the statement that he made on Veer Savarkar. That has evoked a lot of anger. And Devendra Fadnavis has countered him by putting out the letter and questioning him on the letter of Mahatma Gandhi, questioning him on Indira Gandhi and what she said about Veer Savarkar, as she called him the pillar of freedom movement and the forever remembered son of India. Last but not the least, Devendra Fadnavis has also questioned Rahul Gandhi and said that is he giving these statements repeatedly about Veer Savarkar because he's worried about his vote bank. So like you see, Rahul Gandhi has landed himself in huge trouble by making this statement that he made during the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Maharashtra, where he has questioned the integrity of Veer Savarkar, and he's been received with very, very negative comments that are coming in as the BJP in a full frontal attack. And we heard from JP Nadda, who went on to say that it is the Congress that is trying to break India. Not just the BJP, but even the Uddhav faction, Uddhav Thackeray, who is in an alliance with the Mahavikas Aghadi, is also now considering walking out of that alliance, as he says, we do not agree with Rahul Gandhi. We respect Veer Savarkar. Let's listen into that statement and how this controversy started, or what Rahul Gandhi said against Veer Savarkar.
ये देखिए, ये मेरे लिए सबसे जरूरी डॉक्यूमेंट है। ये देखा आपने? दिख रहा है आपको? और इसमें आप देख लीजिए, ये सावरकर जी की चिट्ठी है जिसमें उन्होंने अंग्रेजों को लिखा है, और मैं पूरी चिट्ठी आपको पढ़नी होगी, देख लीजिए, मैंने हाईलाइट भी कर रखी है, मगर मैं सिर्फ आखिरी लाइन पढ़ना चाहता हूं। अंग्रेजी में लिखी है तो मैं अंग्रेजी में बोल देता हूं। आई बेग टू रिमेन सर योर मोस्ट ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट वी.डी. सावरकर। हिंदी में ट्रांसलेशन कर देता हूं, सर मैं आपका नौकर रहना चाहता हूं। ये मैंने नहीं लिखा, ये सावरकर जी ने लिखा है। तो इसको आप पढ़ लीजिए, देख लीजिए। अगर फडणवीस जी देखना चाहते हैं इसको, वो भी देख लें। तो मैं तो इसमें बहुत क्लियर हूं, सावरकर जी ने अंग्रेजों की मदद की थी।
And I also want to bring in my colleague Deepthi, who's joining us from the newsroom. Deepthi, this very statement by Rahul Gandhi that has landed him in huge trouble, and leaders across who are not only in complete disagreement but also hurt on the very fact that Rahul Gandhi is misleading the people of the country. He does not have his facts right on Veer Savarkar, and he is also now speaking against the position that Indira Gandhi had taken on Veer Savarkar, and they're asking him whether he agrees with his grandmother on this.
And you know, Suesha, we shouldn't be surprised because a lot of this has actually been in public domain. It's a part of archives. All this is something that is well documented. You know, the Indira Gandhi letter that Devendra Fadnavis has quoted, we've heard a number of BJP spokespersons also quoting that. So clearly, Rahul Gandhi has a lot to explain when it comes to the entire story. It's close to about 5:26. I'm wondering, where is Aditya Thackeray? Why is he taking so long to react on a story like this? A story that has the potential to become the biggest political controversy of the day. It's already become one. Because look at the kind of reactions you're getting from across political quarters. And because we mentioned about, Devendra Fadnavis, he's put out this letter and he says, and I'm reading this for the benefit of our viewers, he says, and I quote him now, राहुल जी, कल आपने मुझे एक पत्र की अंतिम पंक्तियां पढ़ने को कहा था. चलो अब कुछ दस्तावेज आज मैं आपको पढ़ने के लिए देता हूं. हम सब के आदरणीय महात्मा गांधी जी का ये पत्र आपने पढ़ा. ही इज आस्किंग हिम दैट क्वेश्चन. क्या वैसी ही अंतिम पंक्तियां इसमें मौजूद हैं जो आप मुझे पढ़वाना चाहते थे? एंड दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट रिपब्लिक हैड ब्रोकन अ लिटिल व्हाइल अर्लियर. And in fact, I'll request our producers to put out that entire letter of a Veer Savarkar that Rahul Gandhi used and the letter of Mahatma Gandhi. That is there on our screens. You see that. This is exactly what Devendra Fadnavis has tweeted. He goes on to then say, अब जरा भारत की पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी, यानी कि आपकी दादी, इन्होंने जो वीर सावरकर जी के बारे में क्या कहा था वो भी जरा पढ़ लीजिए. This again, as I said, Suesha, is no surprise because this is a part of the archives. This is something well documented. This is something that has been in the public domain for some time now. So the BJP is asking Rahul Gandhi, do you agree what Indira Gandhi, your late grandmother, had said about Veer Savarkar, or you do not, or you hold another position? Then he goes on to say कि इस पत्र में वीर सावरकर जी को स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन का और भारत का सदा याद रहने वाला सुपुत्र कहती हैं. And I'm just reading that letter because I have it, here on my phone, and we'll just try to put that out also on our screens. It says it's dated May the 20th, 1980. It says, I have received your letter of 8th May 1980. Veer Savarkar's daring defiance of the British government has its own important place in the annals of our freedom movement. You see that letter that has been actually just put out by Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And this letter goes on to say, I wish success to the plans to celebrate the birth centenary of this remarkable son of India. So, contrast this with the position that Rahul Gandhi is taking. And as I said, Suesha, important to underscore here that many within the Congress party are a little, uneasy with this kind of a position, this kind of an utterance, these kind of words that have been used by Rahul Gandhi vis-a-vis Veer Savarkar. Not very long ago, if you remember very clearly, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, a senior Congress neta, a noted lawyer, had actually called Veer Savarkar a nationalist. So does this mean that what he said then was wrong, or is the official position of the Congress party only and only what Rahul Gandhi has now taken? And many are asking, why has he said this in Maharashtra? The place of V.D. Savarkar, the place of V.D. Savarkar, why has he said something like this in the state of Maharashtra? And what does this mean for the relationship between the Congress, Suesha, the NCP and the Shiv Sena? Now, the NCP till now has been muted, but the Shiv Sena has reacted. But what has it said? The Shiv Sena has just said, we condemn this remark. We do not agree with what Rahul Gandhi has said. Ever since this story broke yesterday, we've seen multiple attempts by the Shiv Sena to downplay this, to try and say, listen, this is not our position. When you're in an alliance, you can have different position on different issues. Right. But the point is, Suesha, we must never forget that this is the same Shiv Sena that has been singing paeans of Veer Savarkar forever. It's been trying to prove that as in the Shiv Sena is the bigger Hindutva party than even the BJP demanding a Bharat Ratna. So why today's Aditya Thackeray, why today's Uddhav Thackeray still wanting to do business with Rahul Gandhi, who has such thoughts about Veer Savarkar?
And Deepthi, we hear that they could be holding a news conference very shortly. They could be making an announcement on walking away from this alliance. We'll know for a fact only when that happens. But in the meantime, we have a lot of reactions coming in from the BJP on this. Let's listen in.
टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करने वाले राहुल गांधी जी, सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आप कभी हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात करते थे, कभी भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वालों के साथ जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में खड़े नजर आते थे। सावरकर, वीर सावरकर के ऊपर आप प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हो। ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता है जो एक परिवार से आगे बढ़कर ना देख पाई है ना देख पाएगी।
वो देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी, आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
और खुद इंदिरा गांधी जी ने जिस प्रकार से महिमा मंडन करते हुए वीर सावरकर जी की स्तुति में चिट्ठी लिखी थी, वह भी आज भारत के आर्काइव में मौजूद है। कौन बड़ा नेता है? गांधी परिवार बताए। इंदिरा गांधी सच बोल रही थी या ये राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहे हैं? इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा वीर सावरकर एक सपूत थे हिंदुस्तान के, एक बहुत बड़े योद्धा थे जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ युद्ध लड़ा। देखिए, जहां तक ये गांधी परिवार का सवाल है, ये गांधी परिवार को लगता है केवल और केवल उनके परिवार के सदस्य ही स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी थे, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य जेल गए, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य ही भारतवर्ष हैं। उनके परिवार से बाहर भारतवर्ष का कोई अर्थ नहीं है। और तभी आप देखिए, सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी हो या फिर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल हो, रह रहकर इस परिवार ने महान विभूतियों का जिस प्रकार से अपमान किया है, उनका तिरस्कार किया है, आज नतीजा है कि कांग्रेस साफ हो रही है। और राहुल जी अपने इस यात्रा का नाम तो भारत जोड़ो दे रहे हैं, मगर काम केवल भारत जलाने का और भारत को तोड़ने का है। आज भी देखिए, भारत के मानचित्र पर जिस प्रकार से धू करके आग लगाया गया है कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा, क्या ये भारत की परिकल्पना इनकी यही है कि भारत के मानचित्र पे आग लगाना? बार बार राहुल गांधी कहते रहे हैं, पहले भी कहते रहे हैं कि आग लगेगा। तो ये मानसिकता भारत जोड़ो वाले नहीं है, ये मानसिकता भारत तोड़ो वाले हैं। और जिस प्रकार के अशोभनीय भाषा का प्रयोग राहुल गांधी जी ने वीर सावरकर के लिए किया है, प्रत्येक भारतवर्षी जो है वो क्षुब्ध है, प्रत्येक महाराष्ट्र का निवासी क्षुब्ध है। राहुल गांधी को क्षमा याचना करनी चाहिए।
Deepthi, I want to come back to you because I'm being told that the news conference is set to begin very shortly by the Uddhav faction any time now, literally within a few minutes, that Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray will take center stage. The big question being, will they make that announcement? Will they say that they're walking out of the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance and they're not be with the Congress anymore? This will also mean, Deepthi, that the whole idea of not sticking by their ideology, allying with the Congress in the first place, has been a very wrong political decision. And while it will not fare well for the Uddhav faction, but given that the position that they are in, it will eventually lead to that.
Oh yes, that is why I think it's a catch-22 situation right now for Uddhav Thackeray, and that is why perhaps he's taking so long to react. I mean, just think of this. Veer Savarkar has been hailed time and again by the Shiv Sena. They've gone to the extent to say, we demand a Bharat Ratna for Veer Savarkar. If that is one position today, how can you sit and not react when you have Rahul Gandhi alluding to Veer Savarkar as a traitor, to someone who is working to appease the Britishers? That is the tightrope walk today for the Shiv Sena Uddhav faction. And we must remember that why the story is important, because, you know, this is coming bang in the middle of this Gujarat elections that is just round the corner. The story will have ramifications there, mind you. The other important fact, Suesha, we must not forget the all-important BMC elections are also round the corner in the state of Maharashtra. This again has been a den for the Shiv Sena. It's a test at multiple levels that after the split in the Shiv Sena, will it be able to still retain that control of the municipal body, the richest municipal body in the country? Will they do that? Because the BJP on the other side has lots of ammunition today. And look at who they are quoting. They are quoting Indira Gandhi. So it's becoming an Indira Gandhi versus a Rahul Gandhi. And where does the Congress party today stand? What is the Congress's own line? This is where the real problem for Uddhav Thackeray begins. And you know, when we are reporting this story, I'm reminded of that picture of Aditya Thackeray with Rahul Gandhi walking hand in hand. Also that, you know, famous hug between the two. So is the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray willing to go for a generational change minus his ideology? Is that the position that Uddhav Thackeray will now take? This is a test for Uddhav Thackeray. It's close to already about 5:36 p.m. and this is a story that Republic broke at least 60 minutes ago. You know, a lot of reactions have continued to come into our newsroom, Suesha, but I still want to see what will the Shiv Sena do. Will they stop short on walking out of the alliance? Will they only come forward to say, listen, we condemn this, we distance ourselves, something that most political parties believe is an easy way out? Or will they actually today say that we do not agree with Rahul's position, our position now, you know, is very difficult in the alliance and we walk out? And a clear reminder of the fact why again and again you have different alliance parties of the Congress finding it difficult to do business with the Congress, because Rahul Gandhi now I think is very clear in what he's thinking. There is a clear message going out to the allies, Suesha, that this is how I think. You better agree with me or you walk out.
And not just that, Deepthi, if the Uddhav faction actually lands up taking that decision of walking out of this alliance, then this will also bring in a clearer political position that they will take when it comes to their ideology, because that is the very basis of why they are being questioned and why they've had to walk out of power. So we'll try and see if we can cut across to that news conference and what is announced on that front. But Rahul Gandhi, in the midst of a massive controversy over this very statement that he's made against Veer Savarkar, we've seen protests happening across the country. His effigies have been burned. BJP going hammer and tongs, questioning Rahul Gandhi on how he's got his facts wrong and he should not mislead the country. Most importantly, the very fact that Indira Gandhi was always in support of Veer Savarkar. She called him a remarkable son of India. And today, when Rahul Gandhi has made such a controversial statement on Veer Savarkar, does he stand by Indira Gandhi or is he defying his grandmother too? So it is a full frontal attack of the BJP against Rahul Gandhi, who has now gone silent, but he may have to bear political implications if the Uddhav faction actually decides to walk out on Congress and stay away from the Mahavikas Aghadi. We're tracking the story very closely. Also, a quick check of details in brief of how the investigation is moving forth in the Shraddha case. Evidence is piled up against Aftab in the Shraddha murder case. Now, a chat of Shraddha with her manager dating back to 2020 has been accessed by Republic. Shraddha has mentioned that her blood pressure was low from all the beating, and she said that her body hurt so much that she couldn't even get up from bed. Shraddha mentioned in the chat dated 2020 that she wanted Aftab to move out. Another evidence of Shraddha reaching out for help. Shraddha told her manager that she needed to move out. A picture from 2020 accessed by Republic where Shraddha's face is completely covered in injuries. It is another piece of evidence suggesting that Shraddha was hospitalized at Ozone Hospital in Vasai with the complaint of severe back pain. The doctor has said that Shraddha had come with a complaint of pain in her spine around the 3rd of December 2020. Police widens the probe in the Shraddha murder case. A team of Delhi officials of the police who have gone to Maharashtra. They are investigating the Shraddha murder case. Palghar police has said that they will cooperate with the Delhi police. A team of the Delhi police also reached that office where Aftab used to work. This is in Gurugram. Police carried out searches at that location to find out more evidence against him. Also, a separate team that landed in Dehradun, as Aftab had claimed that some of the body parts by him were disposed of in Dehradun. One after the other tales that are being peddled by Aftab. Delhi police sources have said that Aftab had disclosed to the police that he's a drug addict. He was intoxicated with marijuana on the day of the murder. He's told cops that he strangled Shraddha under the influence of marijuana. The public speaks to the plumber who happened to be the last man who had seen Shraddha before she was murdered. It is an exclusive testimony of what he had seen.
जाते हुए तो मैंने उसी टाइम देखा था, बाकी आफ्ताब को मैंने कई बार देखा है। मैं पानी के बारे में बताने गया हूँ।
आप प्लम्बर है यहाँ पे? तो क्या बात हुई आपकी आफ्ताब से, जरा उसके बारे में बताइए।
किराएदार ने मकान मालिक के पास फ़ोन किया था कि ऐसे से पानी की दिक्कत है, तो उन्होंने मेरे पास कॉल किया कि ऐसे से आप थोड़ा उन्हें समझा दो, मैं थोड़ा दूर हूँ और एक दो बार वो समझेंगे। तो नए नए किराएदार हैं, उनको पता नहीं है इसके बारे में, तो मैंने उनको बताया। फिर आफ्ताब भी नीचे आया था।
तर तुम्ही सगळ्या राजकीय कैद्यांना सोडा आणि त्यात लिहितात की तुमच्या मनात माझ्याबद्दल शंका असेल किंवा माझ्यामुळे इतरांच्या मुक्ततेत अडचण असेल तर मला अजिबात सोडू नका. त्याच्यानंतर 17च्या अर्जात सावरकर लिहितात, जर सरकारला वाटत असेल ही मी माझ्या मुक्ततेसाठी लिहित आहे किंवा सर्वांच्या सुटकेत माझं नाव असणं हाच मुख्य अडथळा असेल तर माझं नाव काढावं. मला माझ्या सुटकेने जितकं समाधान मिळेल तितकेच समाधान मला इतरांच्या सुटकेने मिळेल. या राजवन्यांबरोबरच जे भारतातले क्रांतिकारक परांगदा होते, जे देश विदेश भटकत होते, भूमिगत होते, जे मातृभूमीच्या बाहेर गेले होते, त्यांनाही परत येण्याची संधी मिळावी असं सावरकर लिहितात. आणि अशीच याचिका त्यांनी 18 साली परत केली, पूर्ण शब्दशः अशीच. आता याच्याबद्दल जर आपण ब्रिटिश दस्तावेज बघितले तर सावरकरांनी केलेले जे अर्ज आहेत हे 17, 18, 14 याच्याबद्दल ब्रिटिश म्हणतात की हे पिटिशन फॉर जनरल ॲम्नेस्टी, म्हणजे सगळ्या राजकीय कैद्यांकरता सुटकेकरता हे आहे.
Ranjit Savarkar, grandson of Veer Savarkar, is showing a document, a letter that is written by Veer Savarkar to Britishers.
ऑफिशियलिंग सेक्रेटरी टू गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लिहिलं आहे. दोघंही सेक्रेटरी लेवलचे अधिकारी आहेत.
The letter was sent to the secretary level officers of the British government.
Amnesty may be granted to all the persona convicted of political offences. ह्याच्यात कुठेही त्यांनी म्हटलं नाही माफी आहे.
Veer Savarkar has sought amnesty to the political prisoners.
त्याच्यामध्ये म्हटलं आहे की पिटिशन ऑफ व्ही डी सावरकर फॉर अन ॲम्नेस्टी टू ऑल पॉलिटिकल ऑफेंडर्स आणि ब्रॅकेटमध्ये लिहिलं आहे नॉट नेसेसरीली इन्क्लुडिंग हिमसेल्फ, त्यांची सुटका झाली नाही तरी. हे दोन अर्ज स्पष्ट समजतात की ब्रिटिश काय म्हणतात. आणि ब्रिटिश जर असं ही भूमिका घेत असतील, आता 13च्या अर्जाबद्दल आपण बघू. रेजिनॉल्ड हे सगळे कागद तुम्हाला देणार आहे मी. रेजिनॉल्ड क्रेडॉक एक पेनल सेटलमेंट इन अंदमान म्हणून एक पुस्तक आहे. त्याच्यात रेजिनॉल्ड क्रेडॉकने जी याच्यावर पूर्ण ते डॉक्युमेंट्स, हे भारत सरकारचं प्रकाशन आहे.
These are the letters that I'm showing right now are all publication of the Indian government.
कारण कुठलीही याचिका जेव्हा ते सवलत मागतायत त्याला मर्सी पिटिशन असं कायदेशीर म्हटलं जातं. पण पुढे ते काय म्हणतात बघा, ही कॅनॉट बी सेड टू एक्सप्रेस एनी रिग्रेट ऑर रिपेंटन्स. ते कुठेही खेद किंवा खंत व्यक्त करत नाही आहेत. आणि ते असं मुळे त्या काळी जी परिस्थिती होती त्यामुळे शस्त्र हाती धरावी लागली. म्हणजे इथे अजिबात सावरकर स्वतःची चूक मान्य करत नाहीत. आणि आता सावरकर असं म्हणतायत की जर तुम्ही रिफॉर्म्स आणलेले आहेत आणि जर शांतीच्या मार्गाने प्रोग्रेस होत असेल तर आम्हाला त्यात सहभाग घ्यायला आवडेल. हेच रेजिनॉल्ड क्रेडॉक त्यांच्या अहवालात पुढे असं म्हणतात, त्यांनी असं म्हटलं की बी ऑगस्ट 1913 नंबर 61 हा ब्रिटिश गुप्तचर विभागाचा अहवाल आहे. त्यानं असं म्हटलं की 1913 साली 14 सालानंतर महायुद्ध सुरू झालं, 13 साली सुद्धा सावरकर मॅडम कामांबरोबर अंदमानातून गुप्त पत्रव्यवहार करत होते आणि तो पत्रव्यवहार मॅडम कामा सगळ्यांना पाठवत होते. तो मॅडम कामा
Savarkar is showing a letter from August 1913.
सावरकरांच्या बाबतीत त्यांना इथे कुठलीही मोकळीक देणे शक्य नाही. माझ्या मते ते कुठल्याही भारतीय तुरुंगातून पळून जातील. म्हणजे त्यांना जर भारतात पाठवलं तर ते कुठलेही पळून जातील. ते इतके महत्त्वाचे नेते आहेत की युरोपातील भारतीय अराजकतावादी त्यांना सोडवण्यासाठी कट रचून तो अल्पकाळात अंमलातही आणतील. जर त्यांना सेल्युलर जेल बाहेर अंदमानात काढले त्यांचे मित्र सहजतेने एखादे भाड्याचे जहाज जवळपास लपवू शकतील आणि थोडे पैसे चारून त्याच्या सुटकेसाठी उर्वरित बाबी सहज शक्य करतील. पुढे ते असं म्हणतात की सावरकरांना आपण किती छळायचं तर त्यांचा अगणित काळ कठोर परिश्रमाचे काम देता येणार नाही. त्यांना लागोपाठ भोगावयाच्या शिक्षेचा कालावधी 50 वर्ष त्यांना आयुष्यभर तुरुंगात डांबून ठेवण्यासाठी पुरेसा आहे. काही पुरेसे होतील आणि ते बाह्य समाजाला धोकादायक असल्याने फॉर द लाईफ इन प्रिझन हे रेजिनॉल्ड कडॉक गृहमंत्री म्हणतात सावरकरांची मुलाखत झाल्यानंतर. आता सावरकरांबरोबर जे राहिले होते राजबंदी तुरुंगात म्हणजे 1910 साली असो 1920 साली असो तर मी थोडेसे त्यातले काही बंद्यांचे घेतलेले. उल्हासकर दत्त त्यांच्याबरोबर 1909-10 पासून होते. त्यांना वेडाचे झटके आले. त्यांना असं त्यांना ताप आला आणि त्यांना भिंतीला टांगून ठेवलं होतं 3 दिवस. त्याच्यामुळे तो ताप त्यांच्या मेंदूत गेला आणि त्यांना भ्रमाचे झटके आले आणि त्यांनी त्यांच्या आत्महत्येत लिहून ठेवलेलं आहे की त्यांना ते झटक्याला दिसलं की बारी त्यांना हे थोडी द्वंद्वाचं आव्हान करतो. तेव्हा ते म्हणतात की माझ्या बाजूने विनायक लढेल, विनायक सावरकर, आणि विनायक तिथे आला आणि त्यांनी बारीचा पराभव केला. आता वेडाच्या झटक्यातही ही घटना 1912ची आहे. म्हणजे जेव्हा हा त्यांचा जो मला वाटतं की माझ्या बाजूने फक्त विनायक त्यांनी म्हटलं यदि विनायक सावरकर त्यांना विनायक सावरकर 50 वर्ष तो मैं भी 10 वर्ष काट लूंगा. त्याच्यानंतर भाई परमानंद आपल्या याच्यात म्हणतात आपबीतीमध्ये ते 1919 साली आले. ते म्हणायचे की जेलमध्ये 1919 साली पण कुठलीही घटना घडली, कुठलाही संघर्ष झाला की जेलर बॅरी आणि पर्यवेक्षक सावरकर बंधूंना जबाबदार धरत. आपबीती पृष्ठ 102 ही सगळी पुस्तकं इकडे आहेत. यांना मी रेफरन्सेस देईन, ज्यांना हवेत त्यांनी इकडनं घ्यावेत. हे सावरकरांचं मत होतं की क्रांतिकारकांनी कुठेही खितपत राहू नये, आपली सुटका करून घ्यावी आणि हे ते सगळ्यांना सांगत होते. आणि तुम्ही सुटका करून जा, बाहेर जा आणि मग तुम्ही पुन्हा काही ते करा. आणि असे पुन्हा काहीतरी
Savarkar is saying that Savarkar did not fight for his own freedom or get himself out of the jail. He would always fight for his inmates and would encourage his inmates to get out of the jail and fight for the cause of freedom.
आणि 1919 साली रिफॉर्म्समध्ये त्यांची सुटका झाली. सावरकरांना सोडलं नाही. नंतर हेच सचिनराव सांध्याल काकोरी कट्टामध्ये, तुम्हाला काकोरी कट माहिती असेल, म्हणजे चंद्रशेखर आझाद त्याच्यात होते, त्याच्यात त्यांना पुन्हा जन्मठेप झाली. ते पुन्हा अंदमानमध्ये आले आणि त्याच्यानंतरही सुटल्यानंतर ते शेवटपर्यंत सावरकरांचे सहकारी होते. जर सावरकरांनी असं काही पराभूत मनोवृत्ती घाबरलेले असते तर तो माणूस त्यांच्यावर राहिला असता का हा प्रश्न आहे. आता ते काय म्हणतात, सुटल्यानंतर त्यांना सोडलं, सावरकरांना सोडलं नाही. त्यांच्या चरित्रात ते लिहितात सावरकरांनी माझ्याप्रमाणेच आवेदन केलं आणि तेव्हा सगळ्या क्रांतिकारकांनी असं हे केलं की आम्ही काही विशिष्ट काळाकरता राजकारणात भाग घेणार नाही. सगळ्या क्रांतिकारकांनी केलं. मग ही अट मान्य केली तर राहुल गांधी सगळ्यांना देशद्रोही म्हणणार आहेत का? कारण श्रीनाथ सांध्यांनी परत क्रांती केली, त्यांनी अट मान्य केली. आणि मग ते असं म्हणतात की सावरकरांची सुटका झाली नाही याचं कारण त्यांना सोडलं तर महाराष्ट्रात क्रांतीचा पुन्हा भडका उडेल. हेही पुस्तक आपल्याकडे उपलब्ध आहे.
आता हे जे परवा यांनी जे पत्र दिलं, राहुल गांधींनी एक मोठं गाजावाजा करून त्याच्यामध्ये ते तुमच्याकडे सगळ्यांकडे आहे, सगळ्यांना त्यांनी पाठवलं आहे. तर त्यांनी मार्क करून पाठवलं आहे, द अंडरसाइड बोस्ट हम्बली बेग्स दॅट ही शुड बी गिवन लास्ट चान्स.
Ranjit Savarkar is now showing the letter that Rahul Gandhi showed in his press conference, and he says that Rahul Gandhi.
And that is Veer Savarkar's grandson, who is now setting the record straight. He's cleared the air on that letter, and the misinformation that was peddled by Rahul Gandhi, the narrative that he had created, where Savarkar's grandson has made it amply clear that this is Rahul Gandhi who has completely changed the narrative, and Veer Savarkar is all but a traitor to the country. We step into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we're also getting you details of the explosive chats that have been accessed by Republic. Shraddha confided in her former manager, where she said that she was beaten. Also, it is a mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. TRS protest turns violent. BJP MP's residence vandalized.
A B2 app is very useful and very easy to use. I check my sugar in just less than 30 seconds. So this is the main device which you use with your smartphone application. You need to just insert this device into your smartphone, and now you need to insert the strip. And now you need to take your blood, and in less than 10 seconds you will get your results.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a two-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to representation but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism
As you can see, there are pink flags, that is the party flag of the TRS, and completely vandalized. The house here of the BJP MP is completely vandalized. Well, this is the situation right now here at the BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri's residence. Well, we also see that the TRS has completely hitting out at the BJP, and also we see that the TRS MLC K Kavita has now hitted out at BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri and stated that next time if he makes any sort of comments against her or personal attacks, then he will have to face consequences. And she also said that she will hit him with a slipper at the Nizamabad crossroad. Well, Nizamabad is the constituency of the BJP MP. So now we see that massive face-off, and Arvind Dharmapuri, the BJP MP's residence, has been vandalized by the TRS leaders.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case.
protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a two-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to represent Asian but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism was held in New Delhi. PM Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same.
Bricks. The controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हुई है सर, लेकिन
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। सर, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnab.
A very good evening and thank you for staying with us here on Republic. The show is called This is Exclusive. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. For the last 5 days to be precise, remember, into our newsroom, we've been reading a lot of information about the Shraddha murder case, right from pictures to chats to very, very gory details. And this makes you ask just one more question. Does the police have good enough evidence to nail Aftab? Or is Aftab already trying to cook an alibi to save himself? We will deep dive into that story and much more here with our reporters joining us live over the next 30 minutes. First up, the headlines. It's a big mystery over the Shraddha murder case. Republic accesses new pictures and reports that expose the torture. Killer Aftab also now trying to peddle a mentally ill theory. He says have a drug addiction. More explosive chats now emerge. Shraddha confides in her ex-manager and she says that yes, I was beaten. And in more news, it's a mega BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. The TRS protest turns violent. BJP MP's residence is vandalized. It is the murder most foul. It's a story that has kept everyone captivated for the last many days. And as I said, with so much coming out, this really tells you what Shraddha endured. Now, earlier in the day, what happened is that Republic accessed this one picture of Shraddha. This dates back to 2020. We'll just put that picture out on your screens in a moment. Look very closely at what she endured. Right from her swollen eyes, which you can see, to scratches on her cheek, to cuts on her nose, to a bruised neck. She almost died. She almost died, and this as an image that dates back to 2020. And do remember, after the entire episode, she was also hospitalized briefly. We've also spoken to the doctor, and we are going to be putting out that conversation also out in just a bit. But the report says very, very clearly that she was admitted for 4 days. 4 days Shraddha was in the hospital. This is about 2 years back in the year 2020 with what she endured. So why did even Shraddha go back to Aftab? What kind of theories is Aftab peddling? Is he lying to the cops where he says that I was under the influence of drugs? Is he already trying to cook an alibi? Even as we'll answer all those questions, and as I said, Justice for Shraddha continues to be a big Republic campaign. And before we put out that doctor conversation, I want to go into our colleague Piyush, who's reporting live for us from Gurugram. Piyush, the story has shocked all of us. The story is beyond belief with what Shraddha endured. And this one picture that will remain on our screens is a clear testimony to the fact that what Shraddha endured. She actually could have died then. She could have died. You actually see those marks on her neck that many people say, and I discussed this picture with a few doctors, few forensic experts. They said you can't rule the fact out that this could be a strangulation mark.
So Dipti, you rightly mentioned, and I can definitely sense the pain also when you were just showing that image. And yes, it's also painful for us to also imagine what Shraddha would have gone through. But having said that, let us also now understand that how difficult it is proving for the Delhi police also now to take out all evidences and nail this person called Aftab for what he has done. Now, I will just tell you that I'm reporting from Gurugram, and this actually was a place of activity today in the morning. Today in the morning, the Delhi police came over here to probe some managers and some friends of Aftab in his workplace. But it did not happen that way. What happened actually was very surprising. They came to a vacant place which is just few meters away from the workplace of Aftab and started digging. And after 1.5 hours, they found some poly bags which may contain human remains of Shraddha. So you can understand that how clever and how shrewd actually Aftab is. He did not only dispose the body remains, or what it seems now, he not only disposed the body remains in the forest of Mehrauli, but he also disposed the body parts somewhere else. And what we can see is that he may have disposed it also in Gurugram. The second major important thing is that can a person who calls himself a drug addict do such kind of things, do such kind of acts in a very shrewd and clever manner? Now, mind you, the place where this body remains or reported body remains may have been found is a very busy place. So can this be done alone by a person who is actually a drug addict? And are there some accomplices which are involved in helping Aftab? So these are some very vital, these are some very important questions that now needs to be investigated and solved. And having said that, what cannot be definitely ruled out is that Aftab did cause a lot of handling to Shraddha. And you can see this image which you're just flashing over here, that how much pain, how much troubles and how much hassle was Shraddha undergoing with her relationship with Aftab. And for this itself, Aftab should be brought to book. Yes, back to the studio.
Oh yes, and I think, Piyush, you've also summed that up very well when you say that this is what she endured. But like I said, I do not know why she still continued to be with him. And I think that's exactly why forensics today hold the key to every piece of investigation, Piyush, that the police has to get their hands on. Only for the moment, Piyush, I'm thanking you, but we'll reconnect with you soon as we keep our eyes focused on that big story unraveling by the moment. I also want to tell our viewers that we'll have a close friend of Shraddha just joining us on the broadcast in a moment. But before I go back to that friend and, take the story ahead, we spoke of a doctor. Now, what happened when Shraddha endured this pain? What happened when Shraddha had swollen eyes, she had almost bruise marks on her cheek, she had that strangulation mark on her neck? She had to be hospitalized. She was in hospital for the next 4 days, Piyush, and the doctor has spoken to us. And the doctor is recalling what Shraddha went through. He's also telling us whether Aftab was anywhere near to be seen then or not.
श्रद्धा यहाँ पे 3 दिसंबर 2020 से 6 दिसंबर 2020 तक एडमिट थी। वो काफ़ी तेज़ गर्दन का दर्द और पीठ का दर्द के कारण आई थी, जिसके कारण उसको मूवमेंट्स में मुश्किल हो रहा था, डिफिकल्टी हो रही थी।
जो इंजरी हुई थी उसके बारे में श्रद्धा ने बताया था कि कैसे वो इंजरी आई उसको, और वो क्या उसके आगे भी कुछ बताया था क्या, कितने दिन तक यहाँ एडमिट रही?
हम हिस्ट्री पूछते पेशेंट से, लेकिन पेशेंट ने हमें ऐसा कोई खास रीज़न नहीं बताया जो उसको रिकॉल हो कि जिसके कारण ये हो रहा है। जस्ट वो पेन का कंप्लेंट कर रही थी, लेकिन उसका कारण उसने हमें नहीं बताया कुछ भी।
तो क्या ऐसी चोटों से क्या डॉक्टर आप पता लगा क्या कि किसी के साथ मारपीट हुआ है या किस तरह से हुआ है, क्या ऐसा कुछ लगा आपको?
नहीं, वैसे एक्सटर्नल इंजरी कुछ उसके बॉडी पे नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। हाँ। जब हमने हिस्ट्री पूछा तो उसने भी हमें कोई ऐसा मारपीट का कारण नहीं बताया। बाकी जो उसके इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हुए उसमें एक्सरे में भी हमें थोड़ा सा स्पाज्म नजर आया, मतलब जो स्पॉन्डिलाइसिस जैसे फीचर्स रहते हैं वैसे, और वो कई कारणों से हो सकता है, गिरने से, मारपीट से, या फिर एक्सरसाइज नहीं होने से, बैड पोस्चर रहने से, वजन उठाने से भी हो सकता है।
जब हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट थी तो क्या उससे मिलने के लिए आफ्ताब आया था या श्रद्धा की फैमिली वाले आए थे मिलने के लिए?
मुझे जहाँ तक रिकॉल है उसको एडमिशन के समय आफ्ताब था उसके साथ।
आफ्ताब यहाँ पे एडमिट किया था। फिर आफ्ताब कितनी बार यहाँ हॉस्पिटल में आया था, और उसके डिस्चार्ज होने के दौरान में उसके जो फीसेस थी वो कैसे पेड किया गया था?
पेमेंट का तो आपको एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से पता चलेगा, उसके बारे में मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा।
तो डिस्चार्ज के टाइम क्या आफ्ताब आया था यहाँ पे उसको डिस्चार्ज करने के लिए, कि खुद फैमिली मेंबर आया हुआ था?
नहीं, फैमिली मेंबर मुझे नहीं रिकॉल हो रहे, शायद फैमिली मेंबर को मुझे नहीं लगता मैंने देखा है, लेकिन आफ्ताब को मैंने देखा है।
हाँ, फिर उसके बाद फिर से कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुई दोबारा, कभी श्रद्धा हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुई क्या?
नहीं, वो दोबारा यहाँ पे नहीं आई, दोबारा यहाँ पे नहीं आई।
So that is a doctor, and in fact, I want to say good evening to Godwin, who's Shraddha's close friend. He joins us right now. Godwin, thank you for speaking to us. And, you know, our thoughts, our prayers right now are with all of you, the family, the friends of Shraddha, because this is absolutely no way to treat anyone. This is no way for anyone to go. You know, Shraddha didn't deserve this. Godwin, I do understand it's been a difficult last few days for all of you. Tell me something, when did you, as in you personally, spoke to Shraddha last? When was it?
Last I spoke to Shraddha was way back in 2021. Most probably it should be in the first quarter or the second quarter.
Mm-hmm. What was that conversation all about? What did she say?
Shraddha for a long time.
On 23rd of November.
Godwin, we just try to fix that back, because we really want to hear you, you know, and through us, I think the entire country wants to hear you, because we are speaking to very close friends, we are speaking to people who had known Shraddha. And do remember, if you connect all these dots, whether it's that picture, whether it's this chat right now that's playing out on your screens, to these first person accounts by family, by friends, by people who had known Shraddha, it all is pointing towards one basic thing: serial abuse. Serial abuse by Aftab is something that has been noticed, it has been reported, it has been observed time and again. And this man today, Aftab, says, I was under the influence of drugs. And I will again and again keep repeating that, because we must not forget that he might just be trying to cook an alibi. Now, before I go back to Godwin, read very, very closely these 11 chats. These are 11 WhatsApp chats that have been accessed by Republic. Look at the date also. It's November the 24th, 2020. Where Shraddha is having this conversation with someone very close to her. She goes on to say, I was beaten so bad, I can't get up. He's moving out today. He is Aftab here. She continues to detail point by point what she went through, what she endured. And like I said, all this, remember, is a very, very important piece of information. It's a very important piece of the investigation, proof that cries abuse. It's a proof that again and again reiterates the fact that Shraddha was in a toxic relationship. The fact is, how many people were aware about this? Did Shraddha ever report this to the cops? Because there are certain reports saying that she did report this to the police officers, but nothing was done. In fact, the police said that you can go back and everything is fine. So did that really happen? You know, this entire story, as I said, is also about what forensic evidence will you have in the entire case, because only forensics, now remember, hold the key to this entire story to ensure that Aftab continues to be behind bars and Aftab deserves death penalty, is what the entire country today says. Now, this is a top forensic officer who's spoken to Republic in the entire case. He's S.K. Gupta. He makes it very, very clear that they have ample evidence, and he believes that this evidence is good enough to help the police nail the entire case. Let's listen in to this exclusive input that Madhurima has got us.
की टीम, फॉरेंसिक टीम आफ्ताब अमीन पूनावाला के घर गई सारे एविडेंस रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए। तो सर, जब आपने एंटर किया तो आपने वहाँ पे क्या क्या देखा?
देखिए, हमने उसके जो हाउस की सारी सर्चिंग करी थी और वहाँ पे जो भी क्राइम एग्जिबिट हमें मिले थे वो हमने कलेक्ट किए थे और वो सारे हमने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए।
जी, तो सर आपको एविडेंस मिले हैं वहाँ से जो आपने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए हैं?
जो भी मिले हैं वो हमने हैंडओवर कर दी।
जी सर, अगर डीएनए सैंपलिंग की अगर बात की जाए तो जो हड्डियां जंगल से मिली हैं वो इंसान की हैं?
ये एग्जामिनेशन का विषय है। जंगल में भी हमें कुछ एग्जिबिट्स मिले थे
जी, वो
भी हमने पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर दिए। पुलिस उसको फर्दर डीएनए एग्जामिनेशन या और कुछ एग्जामिनेशन के लिए हमारी लेबोरेटरी में भेजेगी तो उसकी रिपोर्ट दी जाएगी।
सर, कितना क्लीन था घर? क्योंकि ऐसी भी रिपोर्ट आ रही है कि काफी मेहनत से वहां पे साफ सफाई की गई है, एविडेंस छुपाने की कोशिश की गई है। ऐसा लगा क्या आपको?
नहीं, क्लीन था घर, हम यही कह सकते हैं।
जी सर, और एक मैं कहूंगी कि आज कोर्ट की तरफ से नार्को की परमिशन मिल गई है, तो अगर एफएसएल नार्को करता है अगले 2-3 दिन में तो किस तरीके का प्रोसीजर होता है ये?
देखिए, अभी हमारी फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी रोहिणी में नार्को की फैसिलिटी स्टार्ट हो गई
जी।
हमारी टीम, एफएसएल की टीम और डॉक्टर की टीम मिलके बाबा अम्बेडकर हॉस्पिटल में नार्को टेस्ट करते हैं।
जी, तो सर नार्को टेस्ट किस तरीके का होता है कि जैसे अगर पुलिस को अभी लग रहा है कि वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहा है तो नार्को टेस्ट से कितनी सक्सेस मिल सकती है?
नार्को टेस्ट एक तरह से सच को उगलवाने का एक तरीका है।
जी, तो सर एक सवाल मैं और पूछूंगी कि आफ्ताब आपके साथ था तो क्या उसने कोऑपरेट किया पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आपके साथ?
इस बारे में पुलिस ही बता पाएगी आपको। थैंक यू
जी। सर, बस एक आखिरी सवाल, क्या आफ्ताब ने बताया था कि बॉडी कहाँ रखी, किस तरीके से उसने उसको चॉप किया, या इस तरीके का कोई कन्फेशन?
ये मैडम पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ही विषय है, ये हमारा कंसर्न नहीं है।
सर, क्या बाथरूम में रखी थी बॉडी की? कम से कम छींटे पड़े और वहाँ पे काटे?
ये पुलिस वाले ही बता पाएंगे।
सर, बाथरूम से भी सैंपल लिए गए हैं?
कई सैंपल लिए थे हमने, 10-12 सैंपल लिए थे
जी,
जो जंगल में लिए।
सर, बाथरूम, किचन, घर के हर कोने से एविडेंस ले लिए गए हैं?
जो भी एविडेंस मिले हमने कलेक्ट कर दिए।
So you heard the forensic officer who's actually picked up a lot of evidence in the entire case. Now he for the moment believes that there is a good enough case and they have been able to track that evidence that will help the police nail the case. Now in crime, remember, there is a theory that says last seen. You know, when a murder takes place, the police would want to know when was the person last seen and with whom. This is where this next interview that we are putting out of a plumber actually becomes important. This is a plumber who actually had last seen Shraddha. Watch what he says, hear it very, very carefully, and we'll have to see whether this can help unravel the many questions in the entire case.
जाते हुए तो मैंने उसी टाइम देखा था, बाकी आफ्ताब को मैंने कई बार देखा है। मैं पानी के बारे में बताने गया हूँ।
आप प्लम्बर है यहाँ पे? हाँ जी। तो क्या बात हुई आपकी आफ्ताब से, जरा उसके बारे में बताइए।
किराएदार ने मकान मालिक के पास फोन किया था कि ऐसे पानी की दिक्कत है, तो उन्होंने मेरे पास कॉल किया। कि ऐसे से आप थोड़ा उन्हें समझा दो, मैं थोड़ा दूर हूँ और एक दो बार वो समझेंगे। तो नए नए किराएदार हैं, उनको पता नहीं है इसके बारे में, तो मैंने उनको बताया, फिर आफ्ताब भी नीचे आया था।
So it's a very brief interview, but very, very important. And as I said, when you're looking at a case like this, every bit of information is important. I see Godwin back on our screens. Godwin, thank you for reconnecting. I hope you can hear us this time and we can hear you as well. Tell me something. When was the last conversation that you had with Shraddha? What was that conversation all about?
The last conversation I had with Shraddha was way back in 2021. The first quarter or the second quarter, when she was trying to share her experience of a new job with me. In fact, she had also told me that Aftab is trying to move out of India with her and they want to settle down in Dubai. I do not know will it be work purpose or for pleasure, but Aftab was trying to go to convince Shraddha to move to Dubai completely.
Okay, you know, Godwin, there are a number of new details in the entire case, whether it's this picture that's playing out on our screens of Shraddha of 2020 and later the entire information that she was even hospitalized for 4 days. She did speak about depression to the doctor. She did confide in a lot of people about this. What is it that you know about the kind of relationship that Shraddha and Aftab shared? Did Shraddha ever try to move out of this toxic relationship?
See, I would want to put more spotlight on the entire situation, because for the world this is come in light. But as a person, as a
Okay, I think we just are having trouble connecting with Godwin, and it's a little unfortunate, but do remember, as I said, Republic trying to get you a lot of these live testimonies, because in a case like this, every important detail, every important information can be connected and joined together to give you the big picture. Godwin, they're recalling that the last conversation that he had with Shraddha was somewhere in 2021. He does say that there was an inkling to the fact that Shraddha, along with Aftab, wanted to actually move out of the country. Now, whether that was for an official purpose, for career purpose, or whether that was for personal reasons, is still not clear, but we'll try to get Godwin back here live. But he does reiterate the fact that there was some bit of unease in this entire relationship, and he, along with Shraddha, wanted to even leave the country. You're looking at the next breaking development in the entire case. Aftab's narco order has been accessed by Republic, and I think we'll just try to put that out on the screens in a bit. Now, you would recall that just about yesterday, the story again was broken by Republic that said that Aftab's narco will also take place very, very soon. And this is an order that has been accessed by Republic. We'll just try to put that out on our screens again in a bit. But why is this test important? This is important in cases like these where there is a bit of inkling that the accused could be lying. Is he trying to mislead the cops? This is what will get clearer at the end of this test. Now, what the case says, it says, and I quote now from the order, that a request for exemption regarding physical appearance of the accused for today, okay, this is also about the narco analysis test willingness, has been moved by the concerned IO in the case. And then it does go on to say that this narco has been allowed by the court. And there is also, in fact, a statement of the accused here. And I'm just, please bear with us, because we are just trying to get you more details of that order that has just been accessed by Republic. In a case like this, the accused's consent is also taken for a narco test, something that already has been done by the Delhi police in the case. And they will now be very soon taking him for a narco test. Now, how really is this test done is where certain medicines are intravenously injected to be able to ensure that the questions that are asked of you are answered in the right manner. It's essentially also to figure out whether the accused is trying to lie or mislead in the entire case. The narco order copy has been accessed by Republic. It will just be up on your screens in a bit, because there isn't much of, solid evidence in the entire case, considering that this is a murder that took place at least 5 to 6 months ago. And who knows, Aftab or his accomplices could have destroyed a lot of that evidence. And this is why the narco test here becomes very, very important. Let's see if we can get our colleagues reporting on that story. And Rhythm has been able to access that order. I'm told Sanika is also joining us live right now from our Mumbai newsroom. Sanika, please take it away and please help us understand the operational part of this order. It does go on say that narco test has been requested and the application has also been accepted by the court.
Yes, and Deepthi, this is the order that we've accessed on page number 5. Let me read to our viewers. The FSL Rohini is directed to allow the IO investigating officer conducting the narco analysis test of the accused within 5 days from today. So now this order was passed yesterday, Deepthi, on the 17th. So 5 days from 17th, so say any day, so before 21st to 22nd, we're expecting the narco analysis test of Aftab would be conducted. This is just... in fact, if I go on page number 3, we know that Aftab was produced before the court via video link, and this is how the entire proceedings went. The accused was questioned whether he is willing to undergo narco analysis test or not. To this question, the accused answers, "I give my consent." The accused is further questioned whether he is still willing to give his consent to undergo narco analysis test. In reply, the accused voluntarily answers yes. The consent of the accused is sought through video conferencing, recorded and is signed by his LAC, Mr. Harshit Sagar, on his behalf, who is present before me in the video conferencing room. Since the accused has consented for the narco analysis test, the application moved on behalf of the IO is allowed. So, Aftab's consent was sought before the order was passed, and he voluntarily said yes for the narco analysis test. At this stage, the IO, the investigating officer, has submitted that he has to seek permission from the FSL department, Rohini, Delhi, for conducting the narco analysis test of the accused. In fact, and then on page number 5, it is said that the FSL Rohini is directed to allow the IO, investigating officer, for conducting the narco analysis test of the accused within 5 days from today. So, when this order was passed on the 17th, 5 days from the order would be roughly around 21st to the 22nd. So, we're expecting in another 4 days or so, the narco analysis test of Aftab could be conducted by the Delhi police.
Sanika, this is important. And I was just reading that, how does a narco test actually take place? What is its veracity? And, I was also reading that it has to be corroborated with solid evidence also. And there is a long list of narco tests that have been done by the investigative agency. It was conducted also on Abdul Karim Telgi in the year 2003. Then also remember the infamous Nithari killing, Sanika, of the year 2007. Now, why don't you tell us what happens next in the case? The police has custody for Aftab for the next 5 days. In this, they also intend actually to take him to Himachal, to Uttarakhand, to piece together a lot more loose dots in the entire case.
Yes, and Deepthi, because we know we were closely following the proceedings in the court yesterday, and we know the advocate and the lawyers also said that there is going to be a series of the investigators, in fact, have to connect a lot of dots. They need concrete evidence in hand to produce before the court. One of them would be going to Uttarakhand and Himachal to retrace the entire sequence of events that could have led to the murder, because we know that just before they shifted to Delhi, Aftab and Shraddha had gone to Uttarakhand, they had gone to the hills for a vacation, for a trip, and then they returned to Delhi and settled in Delhi is what we are knowing. So was there an accomplice that did Aftab speak to somebody there? Did Shraddha speak to somebody there? What are the places they went to? So the Delhi police is trying to connect the dots, the missing pieces of this jigsaw puzzle by taking him to Uttarakhand and Himachal. We're unsure of when that is going to happen. We know today Delhi police took him to his office, Aftab's office in Gurugram, where he was questioned at his workplace, taken to his workplace. So we know that part of the investigation is done. Himachal and Uttarakhand could be next, and in the next 5 days they will also have to conduct the narco analysis test on Aftab. So these are the series of events that the Delhi police is probably going to come out. And parallelly, there's also an investigation that is taking place in Mumbai. A Delhi police team is also in Mumbai. We also had these visuals of Shraddha's friend, in fact, who is now one of the main witnesses in the case. He recorded his statement with the police today. We had Sandeep reporting live on that development as well. So fast-paced developments, Deepthi, and also with the chats that we've accessed, the explosive chats and the pictures of Shraddha which show the torture and the brutality and the injury marks on her. I'm sure there are going to be many twists in this case, which Aftab is trying trying to kind of wriggle out of this entire situation, trying to divert the interrogation, probably the investigation so far by just pushing in a drug angle. We don't know if that's true. That's up to the investigators to find out. But there are lots of twists that we probably could expect in the coming days, Deepthi.
Yes, absolutely. Sanika, that image, you can't forget that image. She's battered, she's bruised, but yet she's smiling. On the other side, these are details also of the investigation that continues in the entire case as we quickly head into a break right now. But do remember, our focus on the Shraddha murder investigation will continue. It will continue till Aftab is actually nailed by the cops. And also, there is one more exclusive that Republic is bringing to you on the other side of this very, very quick break. This is a Republic super investigation. This is about the Malegaon blast, and our SIT has some chilling details and findings to share with you. Don't go anywhere.
The poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party. This was put in that these are thugs of Delhi, comparing it from the real life to the real life. Today, this is again a poster in which the top brasses, including Manish Sisodia, Satyen Jain, Arvind Kejriwal himself, all could be clearly seen in that poster. And this is the money heist in Delhi poster by BJP Delhi.
Director General of the National Investigative Agency, Dinkar Gupta, at the NMFT conference spoke about the change in India's security scenario after the centre adopted a zero-tolerance policy to terrorism, says it brought change in India's security scenario.
The NMFT process is ministerial. FATF is not ministerial, it's largely official and it's membership based. NMFT, the number of countries participating at the ministerial level is increasing by the year. In our conference, I think it's
the news breaks, the controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आप जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हुई है सर, लेकिन
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। सर, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnab.
Now, it's the biggest investigation of 2022, the Malegaon investigation. Was the entire case made up? Is it a fraud? Was the entire investigation that was conducted then under the UPA a fraud? We're getting you all the details and exclusive news breaks. First up, let's have a quick check of the headlines. Rahul's insult to Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar becomes the biggest political issue.
जो स्वतंत्रता सेनानी हमारे राष्ट्र पुरुष रहे, उनके बारे में इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये बताता है कि वो भारत को जोड़ने के लिए नहीं, तोड़ने के लिए।
BJP fact checks Rahul on Veer Savarkar, says Congress can only break India. The biggest investigation of 2022 on Malegaon. Narco analysis goes missing. Variations in witness statements. What's the Malegaon truth? Evidence of Aftab's brutality piles up. Shraddha's chat with manager from 2020 shows she wanted Aftab to move out. It's one murder but many twists. In his latest tale, accused Aftab says he was intoxicated when he murdered Shraddha.
2, 1, 0. Event number 96 completed.
And we have a successful liftoff of Vikram S rocket.
India enters the Elite Space League with the launch of Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket. Now, last night on The Debate, it was part one of the Malegaon investigation. We showed you how the narco analysis tests cannot be found. We showed how the accused have been asking for the narco reports, but the narco reports have been missing. Where are they? We showed you how the High Court refused the plea of one of the co-accused, saying the NIA isn't relying on it. We showed you how those who conducted the narco test in Bangalore say that the CD was handed to the ATS. So what is this entire Malegaon truth? We are conducting a big Malegaon investigation, getting to the bottom of the truth, and we are going to be joined by one of the co-accused in the case, Major Ramesh Upadhyay, and he will be answering some of the questions that we have on this entire investigation that was conducted under the UPA government, based on which many UPA leaders, many Congress leaders in fact had coined the term saffron terror, Hindu terror. So what exactly is the Malegaon truth? We will also be getting the witness statements, which have a lot of variations in them. And we have the co-accused, Ramesh Upadhyay, joining us live on this broadcast as we deep dive into this entire Malegaon fraud. Major Upadhyay, if you could answer my first question. You filed a plea in the City and Sessions Court of Greater Bombay on 1st of September 2012, seeking the narco analysis. Why was that?
Because the day we were produced, the first day that we had been produced in the court at Nasik, we volunteered for narco analysis test. And we were assured there that a copy of that narco analysis report will be given. And accordingly, permission was granted by the court. Me and Samir Kulkarni, we volunteered the first day. And Sadhya Pragya Singh Thakur also had volunteered the first day. And I gathered that every accused who was asked to go for narco analysis test, we volunteered the first time only. Because we are innocents, we are not bothered. And we wanted to cooperate with the prosecuting agency to reach to the real culprits. So we volunteered. What happened was our narco analysis test was conducted by the ATS at Bombay. After a few days, they took us again to FSL Bangalore and conducted another test. It simply means that in the first narco analysis test, we had been found to be innocents, and they wanted to somehow implicate us and took us to FSL Bangalore, where one doctor, Malini, conducted the test. Anyway, after that, I tried, made pleas to get the copy of the CD and the written reports from both the agencies. Under RTI, they refused. We went to the court refused. We went to High Court. In High Court, ATS gave the plea that they are not relying. What happened was, somehow or the other, I was able to obtain the report, the written report of narco-analysis, polygraph test from FSL, Kalina. That was the first test which had been conducted on myself, Samir Kulkarni, and subsequently on Sudhakar Chaturvedi. These three reports I was able to get. Once I got these reports, I filed this in the Honorable Court, Sessions Court, and I requested them to take it on record to reach to the truth, because the government was not relying upon it. Rohini Salian was the SPP. She said she had received the copy of the narco-analysis reports. It is with her, and it may be filed subsequently. They had not filed till then. And she also said that they are not relying upon these narco-analysis reports. Her noting is with you. It clearly says, it clearly means that we were innocent. The ATS, the prosecuting agencies knew all around that all accused who had been implicated in this case are innocent. From day one, they knew it. Still, due to political pressure or whatever pressure, I do not know, they kept us in jail for 9 years. They spoiled the whole life of all the accused. Two accused, Colonel Purohit and Sadhu Pragya Singh Thakur, of course, are rehabilitated. All other accused are suffering financially and socially. Their security is at stake. Government does not provide us security. A co-accused, Samir Kulkarni, sought security from the government. It was given to him on payment. About 7,000, 8,000 rupees per day he cannot afford. We all cannot afford. We belong from middle class families. It is not possible for us. There is a security risk of our life. Our family suffers. Financially we suffer. Socially we are boycotted. Politically nobody entertains us. And everybody who talks, except of course Republic TV and Sudarshan TV and India TV, these three have come in our support. Rest all, when they hear our name, they shun us. And we have become a pariah for the whole system. We are seeking justice. We are telling everybody we are innocent. Everybody is innocent. Everybody who has been implicated, including Sadhu Pragya Singh Thakur and Colonel Purohit, we all are innocent. And this we knew from day one. The ATS knew it from day one. NIA is also not relying upon it. And they have not filed it in the Honorable Court so far.
Yes, Major Upadhyay, we know that you've been fighting for justice for a very, very long time. So, related to the first question, I wanted to ask you now, in this 10-page document, the RTI query, you said you wanted the narco analysis to serve as a defense. So, if you could elaborate for our viewers, what questions were asked to you?
See, we were subconscious. And I do not know what questions were asked when, at that particular time, the person on whom narco-analysis test is conducted, his senses are not under his control. So I do not know what questions were asked. Only on the basis of the report, which I filed, obtained under RTI and filed in the Honorable Court, I can gather as to what all questions were asked. They asked, on the basis of those documents, I can say that they asked about my past, my social life, my political leanings, and related questions. What they asked about Malegaon blast, etc., I do not remember. It is not mentioned there in those reports.
Okay. Major Upadhyay, then do you think that the ATS deliberately tried to bury this narco analysis report? And if yes, why do you think they would do that?
because firstly, I tell you, this is the whole hoax of saffron terror was created by them, and Hemant Karkare was acting under political pressure, and they wanted to create the bogey of saffron terror, and they wanted to implicate people like us, an army officer, a retired army officer, a sadhi, and a few others who are simple men, and brand them as terrorists, and fabricate evidences by threatening others. When witnesses are coming to the court, they are speaking the truth. Many of them are telling that they were threatened by ATS to give certain statements. Many of them are telling that they have not given any statement to the ATS at all. And ATS was fabricating evidence. Only their officers, especially Parambir Singh and other officers who were working at that time, they can only tell as to what was the motive behind what was the motive under which they were working to implicate us.
Yes,
we only know that whatever be the pressure, we are innocent, we will be innocent, and in our innocence has to be proved in the court. And that is why I wanted to use this narco reports as our defense. Apart from that, there are many other ghaplas. UAPA is not applicable upon us because sanction has not been given properly. MCOCA, for which we fought for 9 years, was not applicable upon us. Many other sections of Arms Act and Explosive Act which had been put was not applicable upon us. 12 of us had been arrested, and subsequently trial is being conducted only on 7 of us. NIA is aware that RDX was planted in the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi. It has already come in their supplementary charge sheets. Like this, I can say that we all are innocents, and ATS was trying to implicate us somehow.
Major Upadhyay, after the Malegaon blast and after the investigation that was conducted at that time, we saw a lot of Congress leaders, UPA leaders coming out and talking about saffron terror, Hindu terror. So do you believe all the Malegaon accused, the analysis that, in fact, the narco analysis that if retrieved would pierce the Hindu terror theory?
I am of the firm opinion that if the CD of the narco-analysis test of all the accused on whom a narco-analysis was conducted, if that is brought out in court, it will be clear, crystal clear, that we are innocents, all accused are innocents, and the whole case is made up. It is a fabricated, frame-up case.
Yes, thank you very much, Major Upadhyay, for joining us on this live broadcast and telling our viewers about how this report could be very important in the investigation. We also have Alisha joining us live, and she's been following the Malegaon investigation very closely, the court proceedings, the developments as far as the witnesses turning hostile are concerned, and she's also gone through witness statements in fact she's also spotted some variations in the witness statements. So Alisha, if you could tell our viewers about the the variations in the witness statements that have been spotted so far.
Well, Sanika, we know that there are 29 witnesses which has turned hostile, and most of the witnesses has clearly mentioned before, who were produced before the special NI court has mentioned that they have never recorded a statement before the ATS, specifically back then in 2008. We know that ATS has recorded more than 200 statements, and in this entire statement there are some of the statement, and now where the trial is underway in the 2008 Malegaon bomb blast case, where the witness has been summoned and they have been asked to appear before the court, and while giving the testimony they are clearly mentioning that some of the witnesses clearly mentioned that there was no statement recorded back then by the ATS, which is being mentioned in the charge sheet that was filed by ATS in 2008. So this is something very important to know, why so much of witnesses, because it's now, till now it's 29 witnesses that are turned hostile. Moreover, there are 102 more witness that testimony that has to be recorded before the court. But when it comes to the narco test report, well, yes, even Upadhyay has also, Major Upadhyay has also made it very clear, because it's very important, and they have requested whether through the court or whether by the RTI, but there was no narco test that was conducted, whether twice or whether it was thrice a time that has been conducted, clearly mentioning by the ATS that it is something of the follow-up that has to be done by the doctors of Kalina Forensic Lab. So they were continuously seeking for a narco test report, but there were no report that has been given to them, and they have been still. It will be most of the truth that could have been come out, and they could have really, in this trial that could have really helped them. But we even need to see the trial which is continuously underway. There are more and more witnesses who are going to give a testimony before the court, because 102 witnesses has still. They are going to be produced before the court. We'll see how many more are going to get hostile, because till now it is 29 witnesses which has turned hostile, and most of the statement has clearly mentioned that whether the fact it was ATS who pressurized them to give a statement against the accused who were arrested by the ATS back then, or most of the witnesses statement clearly mentioned that there were no statement recorded which has been mentioned in the charge sheet by the ATS.
Alicia, thank you very much for joining us live and giving us the details about the witness statements. We will continue pursuing this case and this investigation as far as the missing links in the Malegaon investigation is concerned. It's time for a short break right now. After the break, we'll get you the details of the Shraddha murder investigation. It's one murder, but many twists. In the latest report that we're getting, Aftab is trying to peddle a drug theory. And India has entered the Elite Space League with the launch of Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket.
A B2 app is very useful and very easy to use. I check my sugar in just less than 30 seconds. So this is the main device which you use with your smartphone application. You need to just insert this device into your smartphone, and now you need to insert the strip. And now you need to take your blood, and in less than 10 seconds you will get your results.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a two-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to represent Asia but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism was held in New Delhi. PM Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. Prime Minister Modi addressed global terrorism in the country, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism with the source of terror funding being organized crime.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it.
Rahul Gandhi's insult to Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar has become the biggest political issue. BJP is fact-checking Rahul, releasing series of documents to punch holes in his claims that Savarkar bowed down before the British. Here's the report on the anger across India on Rahul's comment against freedom fighter Veer Savarkar.
Back-to-back protests against Rahul Gandhi after his insult to Savarkar. BJP staged massive protest against Rahul Gandhi. 2 days after he donned saffron cap in Maharashtra, Rahul Gandhi insulted India's freedom hero Veer Savarkar.
ये सावरकर जी की चिट्ठी है जिसमें उन्होंने अंग्रेजों को लिखा है I beg to remain, sir, your most obedient servant, V.D. सावरकर। तो मैं तो इसमें बहुत क्लियर हूं, सावरकर जी ने अंग्रेजों की मदद की।
In a massive showdown, BJP took to the streets of Mumbai and Pune demanding apology from Rahul Gandhi. The slogans raised and the posters that were displayed depicted the anger against abuse to Hindutva icon. Earlier in the day, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde led Shiv Sena filed a police complaint against Rahul Gandhi for hurting Hindu sentiments. Condemning the derogatory remark, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said this is a cheap stunt by Rahul.
वो देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूँ कि राहुल जी आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
And the controversial remark has raised several questions on the fate of the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance in the state, with Shiv Sena reiterating its displeasure. As another blunder of Rahul traps him, BJP demands his Bharat Jodo rally to be stopped. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket, successfully lifted off from the Sriharikota spaceport. The liftoff of the Vikram suborbital rocket took place at 11:30 a.m. from the Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota. Here's a report.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Event number 96 completed.
With the launch of first privately developed rocket, India has entered the elite league. With Mission Prarambh, ISRO has ushered in a new era.
The Prarambh mission has been launched from the Sriharikota's Satish Dhawan Space Center, and this is definitely a remarkable thing that has happened in the history of space research in India. It is now into the sky. The rocket is at 66 kilometers as we speak. It has been launched, and 80 seconds of the flight time has also been recorded. And this is going to change the game of space research in India as privatization comes into the play after the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, opened doors.
India made a space of its own in the list of global nations who have launched their private rockets in the space. The first of the Vikram series, the Vikram S rocket, took off from the ISRO launch pad in Sriharikota. The successful launch of India's Mission Prarambh is a big boost to Make in India. The Vikram S rocket is reportedly one of the world's first few all-composite rockets with 3D printed solid thrusters. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Proud moment for India. They're entering the Elite Space League with the launch of a privately developed rocket. We'll get you more news and updates after this quick break. Also, in connection with the Shraddha murder case, the evidence of Aftab's brutality is piling up. More WhatsApp chats have emerged, more pictures have emerged. We'll get you all the details after this break.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
From NAP Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamal Nath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case.
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a two-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to representation but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism was held in New Delhi. PM Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. Prime Minister Modi addressed global terrorism in the country.
The news breaks. The controversies.
सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
सर, आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, आज जानना चाहती है जनता कि इतने लोगों की मौत हुई है सर, लेकिन एफआईआर का नाम नहीं।
मनीष जी, आपको समन किया जा रहा है। Sir, you want to say something? The channel for elections. December 8 with Arnab.
Fatal accident which happened at the Mumbai-Pune highway. 3 people who are injured, 5 people lost their lives. This accident which happened last night at 11 p.m.
Farooq Abdullah to step down as the National Conference Chief. Now it has to be seen that will it be Umar Abdullah the next one, because earlier also Umar Abdullah has held the position.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Event number 96 completed.
And we have a successful liftoff of Vikram S rocket.
It's been exactly 5 days since we broke more details on the Shraddha murder investigation, a case that has shocked all of you. All of you have been writing to us, you've been calling our newsrooms telling us how much more gory can the case actually go, and does the police have good enough evidence to get justice in the entire case? That will be our top focus, and also we'll be cutting across to the state of Maharashtra and we'll tell you why has Rahul Gandhi yet again stirred another controversy, and is there trouble right now brewing in the Maha Vikas Aghadi? But first up, the headlines. Rahul Gandhi's insult to the Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar has become the biggest political issue.
हमारे राष्ट्र पुरुष है, उनके बारे में इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये बताता है कि वो भारत को जोड़ने के लिए नहीं, तोड़ने के लिए।
The BJP fact checks Rahul Gandhi on Veer Savarkar, saying the Congress can only break India. The biggest investigation of 2022 on Malegaon narco analysis goes missing. Variations in witness statements. What really is the Malegaon truth? Evidence of Aftab's brutality piles up. Shraddha's chat with the manager from 2020 shows she wanted Aftab to move out. It is one murder, but it has many twists. In the latest tale, the accused Aftab says he was intoxicated when he murdered Shraddha. And India enters the Elite Space League with the launch of Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket. And breaking news, we are learning that the Delhi police, with the help of the agencies, have arrested a driver who was working in the Ministry of External Affairs. Essentially, look at the very grave charges against him. This man was working as a driver in the MEA, that is the Ministry of External Affairs. He now has been arrested. What are the charges? The charges is that he actually passed confidential information to Pakistan. So that is a very important case. The Delhi police has arrested this man. Now the man working as a driver in the MEA. Charges are that he passed confidential information to Pakistan. And for the last few days, remember, he was under surveillance. There were important leads in the entire case, after which this arrest has taken place. But now let's shift our focus to the story that continues to get bigger by the moment. This is a huge controversy that Rahul Gandhi has landed himself in. Not the very first time, but people wonder for how long. What happens to his alliance partners? What happens to the Maha Vikas Aghadi? Now, just about yesterday, do remember Rahul Gandhi once again reiterated that Savarkar is a traitor. He worked for the British. That is a charge that, remember, has again been refuted by not just historians, by netas. The BJP has been up in arms. This image that you see on the right of your screens is of protests that happened all through today in different parts of Maharashtra. Not just this, even the Shiv Sena, that, remember, is working along with the Congress and the NCP, said that we condemn this remark. But again, as I said, they have only stopped there. Will they act against Rahul Gandhi? Will they walk out of the alliance? No one knows. But a lot of reactions have come in. Let's quickly listen in to, first up, what we heard also from Rahul Gandhi, followed by the counters from the BJP.
ये देखिए, ये मेरे लिए सबसे जरूरी डॉक्यूमेंट है. ये देखा आपने? दिख रहा आपको? और इसमें आप देख लीजिए, ये सावरकर जी की चिट्ठी है जिसमें उन्होंने अंग्रेजों को लिखा है. और मैं पूरी चिट्ठी आपको पढ़नी होगी, देख लीजिए, मैंने हाईलाइट भी कर रखी है, मगर मैं सिर्फ आखिरी लाइन पढ़ना चाहता हूं. अंग्रेजी में लिखी है तो मैं अंग्रेजी में बोल देता हूं. आई बेग टू रिमेन, सर, योर मोस्ट ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट, वी.डी. सावरकर. हिंदी में ट्रांसलेशन कर देता हूं. सर, मैं आपका नौकर रहना चाहता हूं. ये मैंने नहीं लिखा, ये सावरकर जी ने लिखा है. तो इसको आप पढ़ लीजिए, देख लीजिए. अगर फडणवीस जी देखना चाहते हैं इसको, वो भी देख लें. तो मैं तो इसमें बहुत क्लियर हूं, सावरकर जी ने अंग्रेजों की मदद की थी.
So this is what Rahul Gandhi had to say about Veer Savarkar yesterday. Now, do remember, the story obviously has generated a lot of traction. There are a lot of people talking about this, and a lot of letters now are also in public domain. They are being circulated on the social media. A lot of them, remember, are a part of the archives. Now, this letter that Rahul Gandhi quoted is right now on the right of your screens. This is exactly the letter that Rahul Gandhi quotes to actually indicate that Veer Savarkar, according to him, is someone who worked against the interest of the country. He was a traitor, is what Rahul Gandhi alleges, and he said he worked for the interest of the British. But on the left of your screen is a letter written by Mahatma Gandhi, And the BJP is using that letter and that counter now to question Rahul Gandhi whether what Gandhi said in that letter can be equated to what Veer Savarkar has said. And as I said, it's an all-out political war. Right from JP Nadda to Devendra Fadnavis, these are the responses.
ये जो टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ खड़े होते हैं, ये आजकल जोड़ने निकले। कल जो उन्होंने वीर सावरकर पर बयान दिया है, वीर सावरकर जिसका नाम के आगे वीर लगा है, जो स्वतंत्रता सेनानी हमारे राष्ट्र पुरुष रहे, उनके बारे में इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये बताता है कि वो भारत को जोड़ने के लिए नहीं, तोड़ने के लिए। और मैं तो उनको कहता हूं, आप पहले पार्टी जोड़ लो, फिर उसके बाद देश जोड़ना।
टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करने वाले राहुल गांधी जी, सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आप कभी हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात करते थे, कभी भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वालों के साथ जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में खड़े नजर आते थे। सावरकर, वीर सावरकर के ऊपर आप प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हो। ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता है जो एक परिवार से आगे बढ़कर ना देख पाई है, ना देख पाएगी।
और खुद इंदिरा गांधी जी ने जिस प्रकार से महिमा मंडन करते हुए वीर सावरकर जी की स्तुति में चिट्ठी लिखी थी, वह भी आज भारत के आर्काइव में मौजूद है। कौन बड़ा नेता है? गांधी परिवार बताए, इंदिरा गांधी सच बोल रही थी या ये राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहे हैं? इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा वीर सावरकर एक सपूत थे हिंदुस्तान के, एक बहुत बड़े योद्धा थे जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ युद्ध लड़ा। देखिए, जहाँ तक ये गांधी परिवार का सवाल है, ये गांधी परिवार को लगता है केवल और केवल उनके परिवार के सदस्य ही स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी थे, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य जेल गए, उन्हीं के परिवार के सदस्य ही भारतवर्ष हैं, उनके परिवार से बाहर भारतवर्ष का कोई अर्थ नहीं है। और तभी आप देखिए, सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी हो या फिर सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल हो, रह रहकर इस परिवार ने महान विभूतियों का जिस प्रकार से अपमान किया है, उनका तिरस्कार किया है, आज नतीजा है कि कांग्रेस साफ हो रही है। और राहुल जी अपने इस यात्रा का नाम तो भारत जोड़ो दे रहे हैं, मगर काम केवल भारत जलाने का और भारत को तोड़ने का है। आज भी देखिए, भारत के मानचित्र पर जिस प्रकार से धू धू करके आग लगाया गया है कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा, क्या ये भारत की परिकल्पना इनकी यही है कि भारत के मानचित्र पे आग लगाना? बार बार राहुल गांधी कहते रहे हैं, पहले भी कहते रहे हैं कि आग लगेगा, आग लगेगा। तो ये मानसिकता भारत जोड़ो वाले नहीं है, ये मानसिकता भारत तोड़ो वाले हैं। और जिस प्रकार के अशोभनीय भाषा का प्रयोग राहुल गांधी जी ने वीर सावरकर के लिए किया है, प्रत्येक भारतवर्षी जो है वो क्षुब्ध है, प्रत्येक महाराष्ट्र का निवासी क्षुब्ध है। राहुल गांधी को क्षमा याचना करनी चाहिए।
वो देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी, आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
So why has Rahul Gandhi made a comment like this? And do remember there the BJP is citing a letter that Indira Gandhi once had littered about Veer Savarkar. So does Rahul Gandhi not agree with that position? Are many questions that even the grandson of Veer Savarkar today is asking. And do remember, he's already also filed a complaint against Rahul Gandhi.
Rahul Gandhi is doing it time and again, and I think there is a political motive behind it. His Bharat Jodo Yatra is not working, and that's why, and I think he knows that if he makes some controversial statement about Savarkar, he is going to get publicity. So all this is doing for the publicity, and I think this is a very bad, because to gain the publicity, you should not malign the great freedom fighter.
So all this is a publicity stunt is what you're saying. So, sir, we have also learned that you have filed a complaint at the Shivaji Park police station. What have you mentioned in the complaint, sir?
See, definitely I have filed a complaint against him because he has categorically said that Savarkar is getting pension from the Britishers and he was working for the Britishers against the interest of Hindustan. And he has further said that Savarkar was a servant of British. So this is a gross defamation of Savarkar and will never accept it. Savarkar has never even apologized. There are no evidence to it. and time and again he is making false statement. So I think I have decided that he should be taught a lessons. So I filed a complaint in the other police, Shivaji Park police station, so that for the defamation of Veer Savarkar, and again there is a clause that is a defamation of our national idols. So that also should be made applicable here.
And do remember earlier we were given to understand that you could have Aditya Thackeray responding to that comment that Rahul Gandhi made. But he spoke to the media, decided not to speak on this. A clear indication of the unease right now in that relationship. Let's quickly shift our gaze to what Pakistan has been up to. And now India, in fact, once again has hit out at Pakistan. This over the Kashmir issue at the United Nations. In fact, it goes on to say that Pakistan was invested in peddling falsehoods with regards to the issue, and it was abusing the sanctity of multilateral forums as a result of the same.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am taking the floor today to exercise India's right of reply to respond to Pakistan's continued abuse of this August Assembly. As we meet today to discuss this extremely important topic of UN Security Council reforms, representative of Pakistan has yet again made unwarranted references to Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir, let me repeat once again for his benefit, remains an integral and inalienable part of India, irrespective of what the representative of Pakistan believes or covets. Pakistan's desperate attempts to peddle falsehoods and a bad habit of abusing the sanctity of multilateral forums deserves our collective contempt and perhaps some sympathy as well. I thank you, Mr. President.
And now to the story that has left everyone shocked, everyone numb, and everyone saying, we want justice for Shraddha. Every day, there are new leads in the entire case, and do remember, till now, these are only source-based information that Republic has been able to access and share with you. What's happened earlier today is that Republic has been able to access one picture of Shraddha. We'll put that picture out on your screens in just a bit. You see bruises on her cheeks, you see a mark on her neck, you see swollen eyes. Is this the proof of the kind of torture that she endured? In spite of this, if you look very carefully, she smiles. This actually tells you that possibly she was in some bit of fear. Was she being pressurized? Why did she not walk out of the relationship? Remember, these are questions that many are asking, but we at Republic are not judging her, because do remember, as I said, every relationship has number of layers. But what's important is the hard facts that have come out so far. And following this entire torture that she endured, she was also admitted to a hospital for 4 days. Republic has been able to speak to the doctor concerned who treated Shraddha. Listen in to what he says.
फॉरेंसिक टीम आफ्ताब अमीन पूनावाला के घर गई सारे एविडेंस रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए। तो सर, जब आपने एंटर किया तो आपने वहाँ पे क्या क्या देखा?
देखिए, हमने उसके जो हाउस की सारी सर्चिंग करी थी और वहाँ पे जो भी क्राइम एग्जिबिट हमें मिले थे वो हमने कलेक्ट किए थे और वो सारे हमने पुलिस को हैंड ओवर कर दिए।
जी, तो सर आपको एविडेंस मिले हैं वहाँ से जो आपने पुलिस को हैंड ओवर कर दिए हैं?
जो भी मिले हैं वो हमने हैंड ओवर कर दिए।
जी सर, अगर डीएनए सैंपलिंग की अगर बात की जाए तो जो हड्डियां जंगल से मिली हैं वो इंसान की ही हैं?
ये एग्जामिनेशन का विषय है। जंगल में भी हमें कुछ एग्जिबिट्स मिले थे
जी,
वो भी हमने पुलिस को हैंड ओवर कर दिए। पुलिस उसको फर्दर डीएनए एग्जामिनेशन या और कुछ एग्जामिनेशन के लिए हमारी लेबोरेटरी में भेजेगी तो उसकी रिपोर्ट दी जाएगी।
सर, कितना क्लीन था घर? क्योंकि ऐसी भी रिपोर्ट आ रही है कि काफी मेहनत से वहाँ पे साफ सफाई की गई है, एविडेंस छुपाने की कोशिश की गई है। ऐसा लगा क्या आपको?
क्लीन था घर, हम यही कह सकते हैं।
जी सर, और एक मैं कहूंगी कि आज कोर्ट की तरफ से नार्को की परमिशन मिल गई है, तो अगर एफएसएल नार्को करता है अगले 2-3 दिन में तो किस तरीके का प्रोसीजर होता है ये?
देखिए, अभी हमारी फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी रोहिणी में नार्को की फैसिलिटी स्टार्ट हो गई जी। हमारी टीम FSL की टीम और डॉक्टर की टीम मिलके बाबा अम्बेडकर हॉस्पिटल में नार्को टेस्ट करते हैं।
जी, तो सर नार्को टेस्ट किस तरीके का होता है कि जैसे अगर पुलिस को अभी लग रहा है कि वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहा है, तो नार्को टेस्ट से कितनी सक्सेस मिल सकती है?
नार्को टेस्ट एक तरह से सच को उगलवाने का एक तरीका है।
जी, तो सर एक सवाल मैं और पूछूंगी कि आफ्ताब आपके साथ था, तो क्या उसने कोऑपरेट किया पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आपके साथ?
इस बारे में पुलिस ही बता पाएगी आपको। थैंक यू
जी सर, बस एक आखिरी सवाल, क्या आफ्ताब ने बताया था कि बॉडी कहाँ रखी, किस तरीके से उसने उसको चॉप किया, या इस तरीके का कोई कन्फेशन?
ये मैडम पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ही विषय है, ये हमारा कंसर्न नहीं है।
सर क्या बाथरूम में रखी थी बॉडी की, कम से कम छींटे पड़े और वहाँ पे कटे?
ये पुलिस वाले ही बता पाएंगे।
सर बाथरूम से भी सैंपल लिए गए हैं?
कई सैंपल लिए थे हमने, 10-12 सैंपल लिए थे
जी,
जो जंगल में लिए।
सर बाथरूम, किचन, घर के हर कोने से एविडेंस ले लिए गए हैं?
जो भी एविडेंस मिले हमने कलेक्ट कर दिए।
So this conversation that you just heard was between Madhurama and a forensic doctor who, remember, actually collected a lot of that evidence. And when you talk of evidence, I think it's important to understand what is it that the police has so far. I do see our colleague Sandeep reporting from Vasai live right now. Sandeep, where about you? Do you have people who want to talk? Have you been able to, get any bit of information, any leads on where does the case today stand, Sandeep?
See, at this point of time, I'm right at crime detection unit, wherein the Delhi police officials are out here, and in fact, Lakshman Nadar, one of the prime witness in this case, his statement has been recorded, and in fact, now, anytime soon, the Delhi police officials will be leaving from this very location, and in fact, it will be very much crucial to see who are the people who have in fact recorded their statement with Delhi police. But at this point of time, what we have been told that only Lakshman Nadar is in fact is the person who physically came here and in fact recorded his statement. It will be very much crucial to see what kind of course of action does this investigation takes, because Lakshman Nadar was the first person. Lakshman Nadar was the first person to inform the father of Shraddha Walkar, and post which a missing report was in fact reported at Manikpur police station. Although there was a month and 2 delay in filing the FIR also, and as soon as Delhi police got the information, Delhi police had in fact registered the case on the 10th of November in this matter. So it will be very much crucial to examine the role of witnesses. Apart from that, why there was a delay of filing a missing report in this case? What did Manikpur police did for 2 months as they had this report? Why was Aftab Poonawala parents were missing, and why what kind of statement were recorded by Manikpur police? So these are some of the questions that Delhi police will be finding an answer for. But yes, at this point of time, the Delhi police officials are right inside at the crime detection branch, and in fact, one of the key point out here is that Lakshman Nadar's statement was recorded for more than 3.5 hours. So he's the prime witness in this case. His statement has been recorded, and expectedly more people can register their statement with Delhi police at this point of time.
Yes, Sandeep, I think you're reporting important details for us, but I want to understand from you, because you've covered a lot of these cases. This is a very, very challenging case. There are a lot of experts who say that does the police today have solid enough evidence to nail Aftab? What's the importance of this statement that is being recorded? Are there more people now who might just turn up? And what about the family of Aftab? We haven't, heard anything about them. We haven't seen them. Are they even aware of what's happened? Have they said anything? Have they kind of, recalled or spoken about how their son was at all?
See, Aftab Poonawala was in fact brought out here at Manikpur police station, and in fact he registered his statement twice out here at Manikpur police station. Now, as soon as the FIR gets registered, just before 20 days of the FIR, in fact, we went in there where Aftab Poonawala's parents, that is Amin Poonawala, used to reside at a unique park residence where their family used to reside. When we went there, we were informed that since 20 days, the family members have left the very residence where they used to reside. And in fact, we also went into the Jamaat Khana where Aftab father was a regular visitor. That is a community center. So definitely no one has the clue why Aftab Poonawala parents disappeared all of a sudden. Was there any kind of conspiracy? Did Aftab Poonawala inform his father Amin Poonawala to move away from this very place and look after for some hideout? So definitely these are some of the questions that needs to be answered, and for the same reason now Delhi police team is out here at Manikpur crime branch detection office, and in fact several hideouts have been also searched by Delhi police, and also one of the the places the proprietors who rented their flat to Aftab Poonawala, their statement will be very much crucial in this case, and definitely these are the people who will be in fact questioned by Delhi police.
All right, so Sandeep, do stay put there and we will reconnect with you shortly once we have an update and the team actually moves out, because a lot actually now just hinges on the kind of evidence, the statements, the corroborative evidence that the police is able to get their hands on. For the moment, I thank you, Sandeep, as we promise our viewers to keep them up to speed with this story until and unless there is justice for Shraddha. Heading into a quick break right now. When we come back, we are getting you this good news story of the day. This is India entering the Elite Space League with the launch of Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket.
2, 1, 0.
Event number 96 completed.
And we have a successful liftoff of Vikram S rocket.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
This is the poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party, this was put in that these are thugs of Delhi, comparing it from the real life to the real life. Today, this is again a poster in which the top brasses, including Manish Sisodia, Satyen Jain, Arvind Kejriwal himself, all could be clearly seen in that poster. And this is the money heist in Delhi poster by BJP Delhi.
Director General of the National Investigative Agency, Dinkar Gupta, at the NMFT conference spoke about the change in India's security scenario after the centre adopted a zero-tolerance policy to terrorism, says it brought change in India's security scenario.
The NMFT process is ministerial. FATF is not ministerial, it's largely official and is membership based. NMFT, the number of countries participating at the ministerial level is increasing by the year. In our conference, I think it's terrorism-related.
From Nagpur, where BJP is staging a protest after Kamalnath had cut a temple-shaped cake with Hanuman's portrait.
Vacuum cleaner that was found at Aftab's residence allegedly used vacuum cleaner to remove the blood stains in the house. The JMM gathered in support of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The ED summoned in connection with the illegal mining case.
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the open.
Welcome back. You're with us here on Republic, and this is the good news story of the day. This is Vikram S, India's very first privately developed rocket that successfully is lifted off from the Sriharikota spaceport. This liftoff of the Vikram suborbital rocket took place at about 11:30 am earlier this morning. This from the Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Event number 96 completed.
With the launch of first privately developed rocket, India has entered the elite league. With Mission Prarambh, ISRO has ushered in a new era.
The Prarambh mission has been launched from the Sriharikota's Satish Dhawan Space Center, and this is definitely a remarkable thing that has happened in the history of space research in India. It is now into the sky. The rocket is at 66 kilometers as we speak. It has been launched, and 80 seconds of the flight time has also been recorded, and this is going to change the game of space research.
India made a space of its own in the list of global nations who have launched their private rockets in the space. The first of the Vikram series, the Vikram S rocket, took off from the ISRO launch pad in Sriharikota.
In India, as privatization comes into the play after the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, opened doors, this is one of the important things that's happening. The first ever private rocket, Vikram S, has been launched into the sky.
The successful launch of India's Mission Prarambh is a big boost to Make in India.
And we know that there are 3 payloads in this rocket. Therefore, this is going to be a historic moment in the Indian history of space research, and more such privatization, more job opportunities.
The Vikram S rocket is reportedly one of the world's first few all-composite rockets with 3D printed solid thrusters.
This is going to open a window for space research in India. This Vikram S, if successful, is going to be the next for the Indian space research. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Sriharikota for Republic TV.
I was on insulin for a very long time. After joining Beto, within 5 months of time, I was off insulin. The medicines what I'm taking has become minimum, and I'm very happy. Maybe in future, I'll be off medicines very soon.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism was held in New Delhi. PM Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. Prime Minister Modi addressed global terrorism in the country, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism with the source of terror funding being organized crime.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it. Over the decades, terrorism in different names and forms tried to hurt India.
The poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Like just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was like including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party, this was put in that.
On 8:30 p.m. tonight, the burning question on the Malegaon blast probe, how the investigation is falling flat, or the why of it. Why, for example, the Maharashtra ATS conducted narco tests on all the accused and then did not use the reports. Or for that matter, why witness after witness is turning hostile, thus debunking the prosecution theory. All that and more. Watch me tonight.
Sources said that Shraddha, who was killed by Aftab, was reportedly hospitalized at the Ozone Hospital in Vasai in Mumbai after she was allegedly assaulted by him in December 2020. Republic TV has some of those documents as well. She is reported to have checked herself into the hospital over pain in her spine. A team of the Delhi police, meanwhile, arrived in Vasai to continue the investigation in Mumbai.
वैसे एक्सटर्नल इंजरी कुछ उसके बॉडी पे नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। जब हमने हिस्ट्री पूछा तो उसने भी हमें कोई ऐसा मारपीट का कारण नहीं बताया। बाकी जो उसके इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हुए उसमें एक्सरे में भी हमें थोड़ा सा स्पाज्म नज़र आया, मतलब जो स्पॉन्डिलाइसिस जैसे फीचर्स रहते हैं वैसे, और वो कई कारणों से हो सकता है, गिरने से, मारपीट से, या फिर एक्सरसाइज नहीं होने से, बैड पोस्चर रहने से, वजन उठाने से भी हो सकता है।
Searches were conducted across Gurugram in an area where the C-Vent office is. The police were later reported to have found bags the authorities took in for further investigation. Sources in the Delhi police state that Aftab has confessed to being a drug addict and was perhaps under the influence of drugs on the day of the crime, the day of the murder in May this year. He's believed to have revealed that consuming of drugs was a matter of argument often between the two, and that he allegedly strangled her to the point of her not breathing while under the influence of marijuana. It appears that he's trying to peddle this angle of being mentally ill and being intoxicated to somehow get away with the murder. More reports coming in that Aftab also claimed to have dumped some parts of the body, that is Shraddha's body, in Dehradun, Uttarakhand, with speculation over the information being to perhaps divert investigators with this new angle. Demonstrations were held at the Parivartan Square in Lucknow demanding an early arrest and death sentence for Nidhi's murder accused Sufia. The teenager had earlier been pushed off the roof of a building, with further details awaiting investigation, with reports that she was asked to change her religion before marriage by the accused Sufia. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has asked Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal to remove Jasmine Shah from the post of Vice Chairman of the Dialogue and Development Commission (DDC) for allegedly misusing his office for political purposes. Rahul Gandhi has once again targeted freedom icon Veer Savarkar, alleging that the latter betrayed leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel by signing a letter of apology to the British before independence. He was, of course, factually incorrect.
Beg to remain, sir, your most obedient servant. तो मैं तो इसमें बहुत क्लियर हूं, सावरकर जी ने अंग्रेजों की मदद की थी.
The BJP fact-checked Rahul Gandhi and Veer Savarkar, saying that the Congress can only break India, while saying that it was a common practice to say your obedient servant, etc. Even letters of Nehru and Gandhi have emerged using the same salutation and sign-off.
ये जो टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ खड़े होते हैं, ये आजकल जोड़ने नहीं। कल जो उन्होंने वीर सावरकर पर बयान दिया है, वीर सावरकर, जिसका नाम के आगे वीर लगा है, जो स्वतंत्रता सेनानी हमारे राष्ट्र पुरुष रहे, उनके बारे में इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये बताता है कि वो भारत को जोड़ने के लिए नहीं, तोड़ने के लिए। और मैं तो उनको कहता हूं, आप पहले पार्टी जोड़ लो, फिर उसके बाद देश जोड़ना।
The pattern of insults to Veer Savarkar has now been called out as Savarkar's grandson, Ranjit Savarkar, also slammed the Congress party for its attempt to tarnish the legacy of the freedom hero. In fact, they've been fact-checked by everyone, including their own allies today. Workers of the MNS gathered at Aurangabad in Maharashtra following Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's comments on Veer Savarkar. Members of the MNS held protest at the Congress offices and in other locations as the Congress continues its Bharat Jodo Yatra.
अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है।
सर 4 से 5 जगह पे रहते थे श्रद्धा और आफ्ताब, कौन से हाउस में लड़का हुआ है?
मैं बता देता हूँ, अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है, बाद में बता देंगे आपको। हाँ, अभी आगे फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है सर, आगे बता दें। हाँ, मैं भी आगे बुलाएंगे।
सर आप उस लोकेशन पर जाएंगे क्या जहाँ पर लिविंग रिलेशनशिप में लोग रहे, क्योंकि उनके पास फर्जी एग्रीमेंट बनाया गया, पति पत्नी बताकर रहते थे, ऐसी बहुत सारी मिसलीडिंग चीजें हैं जो आप लोगों के केस में आगे काम आ सकते हैं।
सर वो फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसमें जारी है, अभी हम कुछ नहीं बोल सकते।
Are you looking out for Amin Poonawala? Are you looking out? Sir, are you looking out for Amin Poonawala? Amin Poonawala sir. Sir, Amin Poonawala को ढूंढ रहे हैं सर। अमीन पूनावाला को ढूंढ रहे हैं आप लोग। सर आप लोग अमीन पूनावाला को ढूंढ रहे हैं। सर अपना नाम बता दीजिए। सर अपना
ये देखिए दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम है, यह इस वक्त इस गाड़ी से निकल रही है। और
आर यू लुकिंग आउट फॉर अमीन पूनावाला सर?
महाराष्ट्र पुलिस का साथ दे रही है, यानी
Amin, so Delhi police team has left. Delhi police team has left. In fact, from the crime branch detection unit, they mentioned that statement of two people have been recorded. Statement of two people, that is Lakshman Nadar and also the owner of the flat wherein Shraddha Walkar and Aftab Poonawala used to reside. They were there since morning, since 11 a.m. They were out here at the crime branch detection unit. They clearly mentioned that Lakshman Nadar, one of the prime witness in this case, their statement have been recorded. And in fact, though the flat owner, his statement has been recorded. It will be very much crucial to see what kind of actions are initiated in this matter. But at this point of time, more than 10 hours, Delhi police team was out here, but only two people's statements have been recorded. Delhi police officer didn't reveal more information regarding this, but yes, at this point of time, the basic information that have been given by Delhi police official is that two people's statement in regards of Shraddha Walkar murder case has been recorded.
Well, what do we know about the investigation now, Sandeep? What was the focus of their investigation? Of course, the entire set of documents, chats. We'll also put out some of the chats that came out today that proved how she was being assaulted, abused, attacked, beaten up by Aftab for years together since 2020. At least the chat showed 2020. We don't know how long it's been happening. So the focus has been on Mumbai and what really happened in Mumbai. There are some reports saying that they went to the police as well. Which police did they go to? And what did the police do on it?
Niranjan, at this point of time, the role of Manikpur police is also being investigated. Remember the case, in fact, on 3rd December, she was in fact admitted to Ozone Hospital, which is located in Vasai. And in fact, on 23rd of December 2020, Shraddha Walkar and her friends filed a legal complaint in the nearest police station. So the questions are also being raised at that point of time when Shraddha Walkar had filed a complaint in Tulij police station, why there was no action initiated by Tulunj police station. And also remember, as the missing report was filed out here by the father of Shraddha Walkar out here, why there was a delay in the investigation by Manikpur police. So these are some of the questions that is something that Delhi police have also questioned to Manikpur police, why there was a delay, and in fact why Aftab Poonawalla was not arrested on first hand. Remember, Aftab Poonawalla, if at all Manikpur police had got the confession, why there was no arrest being made. Ultimately, a zero FIR should have been lodged at that point of time, and initially Aftab Poonawalla, if he would have confessed his crime, he should have been arrested, but he was not arrested. And remember, the day when the FIR was registered, the 10th November, the day when FIR was registered in Delhi, before 20 days of the registration of FIR, Aftab Poonawalla family member disappeared from the very flat where they used to reside. So the questions also arises there. Was there any kind of conspiracy behind this? Did Aftab Poonawalla informed their parents about the killing? In fact, that was done by Aftab Poonawalla himself. Why was the family members are still not being traced by Manikpur police? So these are some of the important questions that Delhi police is out here. And in fact, remember, they were staying at the very flat in Vasai and Naigaon. So they also gave fake documents. They mentioned that they are married. So what kind of inquiry was initiated before giving the flat by Palghar police? Was there any kind of verification or not? So these are some of the points which is of which Delhi police is in fact here in Vasai, and in fact looking out for an answer at this point of time. Yeah. But yes, so far only 2 people's statement has been recorded, and more than 3.5 hours. Lakshman Nadar, one of the prime witness in this case, 3.5 hours he was questioned out here at the crime detection unit of Vasai, Niranjan. Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Keeping a close track. In fact, there's another bit of breaking news update that we've just gathered. On the bottom of your screens, those are details coming in of the narco test that will be conducted on Aftab, the killer. Earlier today, we broke details of how the court order asked for the narco test to be conducted perhaps within 5 days of the order, which was yesterday. And 5 days from yesterday would mean Monday, Tuesday, perhaps it would conclude. This is the Rohini FSL lab in Delhi. The FSL lab in Delhi will be conducting that narco test. Thank you, Sandeep, for joining us with those inputs. Let's get you some other stories we're tracking from across the country today. Protests in Mumbai leading to eventual deployment of police was carried out by workers of the BJYM, or the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, over comments allegedly made in connection with Veer Savarkar. This is the BJP youth wing that protested. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, while commenting on Rahul Gandhi's comments on Veer Savarkar, stated that the comments revealed the ideology of the Congress party, anti-national sentiments of Rahul Gandhi.
देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी, आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
Even the Uddhav Thackeray faction has disapproved of Rahul's remarks against Veer Savarkar, saying that his party, that is Uddhav's party, faction rather, had immense respect for the late Hindutva ideologue. BJP staged massive protest against Rahul Gandhi for insulting the freedom icon Veer Savarkar. The party has also demanded an apology from Rahul Gandhi.
कौन बड़ा नेता है? गांधी परिवार बताए। इंदिरा गांधी सच बोल रही थी या ये राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहे हैं? इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा वीर सावरकर एक सपूत थे हिंदुस्तान के, एक बहुत बड़े योद्धा थे जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ युद्ध लड़ा। देखिए, जहां तक ये गांधी परिवार का सवाल है, ये गांधी परिवार को लगता है केवल और केवल उनके परिवार के सदस्य ही स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी थे।
Union Minister Anurag Thakur lambasted the Congress party, accusing the party of engaging in a policy of divide and rule by asking votes on the basis of caste, community and religion.
वो ये शायद जानते नहीं, गुजरात का मॉडल नंबर 1 मॉडल है। गुजरात का मॉडल विकास मॉडल है और गुजरात की गली गली में एक ही नारा है, भाजपा ने राजमा गुजरात मजामा।
उन्होंने ये भी कहा।
US Navy Secretary Carlos Del Toro arrived at the national capital, with the US official laying a wreath at the National War Memorial as a part of the engagements of his visit. BJP President JP Nadda, besides union ministers and chief ministers addressing public meetings in at least 89 Gujarat Assembly constituencies, going to the polls in the first phase of elections on the 1st of December. Punjab Cabinet, led by Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, has given approval to the notification for implementing the old pension scheme in the state. Decision taken at a meeting of the Council of Ministers held under the leadership of the Chief Minister. Many as 25 students suffered from giddiness, fell ill after an alleged chemical gas leak in a laboratory in Hyderabad's Kasturba Government College. Affected students were rushed to the hospital, and as per medical officials, the students are now out of danger. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, while alleging that Jasmine Shah's office had been sealed by the Delhi LG for being a spokesperson for the AAP, stated that BJP leader Shambit Patra, who was the chairman of the ITDC, ought to be sealed as well, as he was the spokesperson too. A big day for India's space program and the space industry. Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket, successfully lifted off from the Sriharikota spaceport. Vikram S is expected to test and validate the majority of technologies in the Vikram series of orbital class space launch vehicles, including many subsystems and technologies that will be tested across the pre-liftoff and post-liftoff phases of the launch. There's a big BJP versus TRS political face-off in Telangana. The TRS protests turned violent. They even vandalized a BJP MP, Arvind Dharmapuri's residence.
3, 2.
Out of sheer arrogance, caste arrogance, power arrogance, she sent goons, Telangana goons, TRS party goons, to my residence and created a ruckus. They damaged the furniture, they damaged worship gods, idols of gods which we worship.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism Financing was held in the national capital. Prime Minister Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on it. The Prime Minister gave the inaugural address at the terrorism financing event, speaking about how certain countries supported terror with the source of terror funding based organized crimes.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it. Over the decades, terrorism in different names and forms tried to hurt India. We lost thousands of precious lives, but we have fought terrorism bravely.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah raised the issue of attack on Hindus in the Hindu community and temples in Bangladesh in a bilateral with the Bangladesh Home Minister. Said India will not accept such attacks and on Hindu symbols especially, and that the Bangladesh government should act immediately. The Home Minister went on to state how there had been vast changes in the situation in South Asian regions following August 2021. The Home Minister added that the ISIS and Al-Qaeda had emerged as a major challenge to regional security.
अगस्त 21 के बाद दक्षिण एशिया क्षेत्र में स्थिति में बहुत परिवर्तन आया है। सत्ता परिवर्तन तथा अल कायदा और आईसिस का बढ़ता प्रभाव रीजनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण चुनौती के रूप में उभर कर सामने आया है। इन नए समीकरणों ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग की समस्या को और अधिक गंभीर बनाया है।
Home Minister Amit Shah, while speaking on the third No Money for Terror conference on counter-terrorism financing, stated that there were certain terror outfits invested in spreading terror across the world and they continued to thrive. Following Farooq Abdullah's announcement of resignation as the chief of the national conference, there is speculation of Omar Abdullah becoming the next chief of the party has led to the BJP calling the move as an act of promoting nepotism in politics. The heat is on the rise against the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP today held a news conference with another sting that they claimed that showed financial transactions between key functionaries of the Aam Aadmi Party and others. The BJP held a poster campaign against the Aam Aadmi Party's government in Delhi ahead of the MCD polls after being called thugs of Delhi yesterday. The latest poster on BJP's Delhi social media handle portrays prominent members of the AAP as characters of a crime show, Money Heist. And more stories that we're tracking for you across the country. In Twitter fell into pitiless chaos under its new owner Elon Musk after several employees appear to have quit following a deadline by the billionaire entrepreneur, and the company sent messages it was closing its office buildings for the next few days. The company has also announced a temporary disclosure of office till November 21st. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong said that she had spoken by phone with freed Australian academic Sean Turnell and that he was in very good spirits following his deportation from Myanmar. Now, Turnell will land in Melbourne on Friday and his arrival will be a relief to his family, friends, supporters in Australia and overseas. European Union made a surprise disaster fund offer at the climate talks taking place in the seaside resort of Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. The issues of compensation and pollution cutting are two sides of the same coin as far as the European Union is concerned, said European Union Vice President and Climate Chief. Germany's foreign minister said European Union was serious about delivering climate justice for poor countries suffering disastrous impacts of global warming, urging other major polluters to put up or shut up when it comes to providing financial support for those in need. China and the United States have held tense talks at the COP27 gathering at the seaside resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. US climate envoy John Kerry called Thursday's talks interesting and helpful to the process but offered no further details. Ukrainian President Zelensky on Thursday accused Russia of lying about the facts in the 2014 downing of MH17 Malaysia Airlines passenger jet. Zelensky also urged his allies to ramp up Ukraine's air defenses, saying that 6 Russian cruise missiles and 5 Iranian-made attack drones were shot down. A heating gas tank exploded in a residential complex in northern Iraq on Thursday, killing 6 people. Local officials said explosion in the city of Suleimania destroyed 3 homes and also injured 16. The lead negotiators of Germany and the G77 and China group met for talks in Sharm el-Sheikh on Thursday amid a standoff between developed and developing countries over the issue of a compensation fund for climate disasters known as loss and damage in negotiators' parlance. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced her plans to not pursue a leadership position in the House of Representatives, but she will remain in the Congress. Announcement made in the wake of Democrats narrowly losing control of the House to Republicans. Pelosi's decision to either seek another term as the Democratic leader or to step aside had been widely anticipated. Polish President Duda visited the site in the country's east where a missile landed and killed 2 people. A farming community this is, where 500 people in about 6 kilometers from the border with Ukraine. Villagers were in shock when the missile struck, killed 2 employees of a grain drying facility, men they had known, at least by sight.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Protesters turned out in central Bangkok on Friday as leaders gathered for the opening session of a two-day APEC summit. Police pushed back a group of protesters who tried to roll a police car blocking the street, eventually scuffling with some of the majority appeared to watch the scene from afar. Leaders from 21 economies on both sides of the Pacific Ocean are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine, great power rivalries, inflation, climate change, and fending off the pandemic at the APEC event. As host, Thailand has invited 3 special guests to the meeting: French President Emmanuel Macron, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and the Cambodian Prime Minister, who was to represent Asia but will not attend after contracting COVID-19. But even as the world leaders gather, the protests in central Bangkok continue unabated. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
The third No Money for Terror Ministerial Conference on Counter-Terrorism was held in New Delhi. PM Modi as well as Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the conference, sharing their perspective on global terror and India's stand on the same. Prime Minister Modi addressed global terrorism in the country, speaking about how certain countries supported terrorism with the source of terror funding being organized crime.
Our country faced the horrors of terror long before the world took serious note of it. Over the decades, terrorism in different names and forms tried to hurt India.
This is the poster war which is on in the national capital. Yesterday also we have seen the same, and this is not the first time. Just before the MCD election, now it is on the daily basis when Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi unit of Bharatiya Janata Party, is coming out with the posters, and this is the poster war which is going on. And today, if we talk about the latest, this is about the money heist, the poster which has been put by Bharatiya Janata Party on the Twitter handle, and they are calling them professors of corruption. Yesterday, let me remind you, this was including all the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party, this was put in that these are thugs of Delhi, comparing it from the real life to the real life. Today, this is again a poster in which the top brasses, including Manish Sisodia, Satyen Jain, Arvind Kejriwal himself, all could be clearly seen in that poster. And this is the money heist in Delhi poster by BJP Delhi.
Director General of the National Investigative Agency, Dinkar Gupta, at the NMFT conference spoke about the change in India's security scenario after the centre adopted a zero-tolerance policy to terrorism, says it brought change in India's security scenario.
The NMFT process is ministerial. FATF is not ministerial, it's largely official and is membership based. NMFT, the number of countries participating at the ministerial level is increasing by the year. In our conference, I think it's terrorism related.
Burning Question, powered by Tata Motors.
Well, hello and welcome viewers. I am Aishwarya Kapoor and you are watching The Burning Question. But let's begin
First with the headlines.
Sir, your most obedient servant. तो मैं तो इसमें बहुत क्लियर हूं, सावरकर जी ने अंग्रेजों की मदद की थी.
Rahul's insult to Hindutva icon Veer Savarkar becomes the biggest political issue.
जो स्वतंत्रता सेनानी हमारे राष्ट्र पुरुष रहे, उनके बारे में इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये बताता है कि वो भारत को जोड़ने के लिए नहीं, तोड़ने के लिए.
BJP fact checks Rahul on Veer Savarkar, says Congress can only break India, says the BJP. The biggest investigation of 2022 on Malegaon narco analysis goes missing. Variations in witness statements. What's the Malegaon truth, viewers? Evidence of Aftab's brutality piles up. Shraddha's chat with manager from 2020 shows she wanted Aftab to move out. It's one murder, but many twists in his latest tale. This monster accused Aftab says he was intoxicated when he murdered Shraddha.
2, 1, 0.
Event number 96 completed.
And we have a successful liftoff of Vikram S rocket.
अगले पे कौन है? India enters the elite space league with the launch of Vikram S, India's first ever privately developed rocket. As I said, the first debate on the burning question is the question is not what's wrong with Rahul Gandhi or the Congress, because now you have the leaders not only of the BJP to the likes of the BJP national president, Jagat Prakash Nadda, saying that Congress only breaks the country, but leaders from within the Congress now saying that yes, we accept, and I repeat, on Republic, Congress leaders are saying that yes, we accept that there is a faction, there is a section of leadership within the Congress party which is anti-Hindu. This is not the BJP, viewers, not the BJP, but Congress leaders saying on Republic, on your channel. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar being called what not by Rahul Gandhi, but forgetting what Rahul Gandhi's own, and I say, own grandmother and the former Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, said. She said, and I quote, Veer Savarkar's daring defiance of the British government. Please listen again. Indira Gandhi on May 20, 1980 says, Veer Savarkar's daring defiance of the British government, and ends that letter by saying, remarkable son of India. Remarkable son of India, being said by Indira Gandhi for Veer Savarkar. And what does Rahul Gandhi does? What does he do? What does he do? That's debate number one on burning question. But first, this special report, viewers. First, this special report.
Back-to-back protests against Rahul Gandhi after his insult to Savarkar. BJP staged massive protest against Rahul Gandhi. 2 days after he donned saffron cap in Maharashtra, Rahul Gandhi insulted India's freedom hero, Veer Savarkar.
ये सावरकर जी की चिट्ठी है जिसमें उन्होंने अंग्रेजों को लिखा है, I beg to remain, sir, your most obedient servant, V.D. सावरकर. तो मैं तो इसमें बहुत क्लियर हूं, सावरकर जी ने अंग्रेजों की मदद की.
In a massive showdown, BJP took to the streets of Mumbai and Pune demanding apology from Rahul Gandhi. The slogans raised and the posters that were displayed depicted the anger against abuse to Hindutva icon. Earlier in the day, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena filed a police complaint against Rahul Gandhi for hurting Hindu sentiments. Condemning the derogatory remark, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said, "This is a cheap stunt by Rahul."
वो देश का विरोधी है, हिंदू संस्कृति का वो विरोधी है, वो भारत का विरोधी है। इसीलिए हम यही बताना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी आपने जो बात बोला, देश आपका ऊपर प्रतिशोध लेगा।
And the controversial remark has raised several questions on the fate of the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in the state, with Shiv Sena reiterating its displeasure. As another blunder of Rahul traps him, BJP demands his Bharat Jodo rally to be stopped. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Now, when not the BJP and not only the BJP, from Himanta Biswa Sarma to Jagat Prakash Nadda, calling out what Rahul Gandhi has said, but Congress leaders themselves. And I quote Acharya Pramod Krishna. He says, there is a faction, there is a section of leaders within the Congress party, which he says, I am sad to accept, but yes, they are anti-Hindu. Otherwise, such a comment about Veer Savarkar would not have been made. This is not Jagat Prakash Nadda. This is not Amit Shah. This is not Yogi Adityanath, but a Congress leader. Asif Bamla, senior leader of the BJP, joining in from Mumbai. Dr. Bhavan Lal, biographer of Hardayal and Netaji. Subhash Chandra Bose, live from Delhi. Ashutosh Mishra, senior journalist. And Syed Asad Abbas. Syed Asad Abbas. Tell me, Syed Asad Abbas, why? And can I have Asif Bamla on the other side? What's wrong with Rahul Gandhi,
Yes,
Syed Asad Abbas?
certainly. Aishwarya bhai,
Why will you call
first and foremost?
the man and the first Indian? No. Now you listen. First you listen, Asad, and then I'll take your answer, please.
I'm listening to you, my friend.
Please.
I'm very humble.
The first Indian, and I repeat, the first Indian who was given not one but 2 life sentences, Veer Savarkar. First Indian who was not allowed by the British to get his book published, Asif Bamla. The first Indian was not allowed when he was writing on India's first independence struggle. First Indian lawyer whose degree at law was seized by the British. They were so scared. The first Indian who was put behind bars and was used instead of a bull, and was forced to that extent, Syed Asad Abbas. And about such a man, about such a freedom fighter, Rahul Gandhi would say such comments that will divide the Congress and the UPA. This comment came, Asif Bamla, and the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena said, okay, thank you very much. Height of everything, we can't stay with UPA anymore. Whatever little of the UPA is left. Syed Asad Abbas, first 32. First Syed Asad Abbas and then Asif. Thank you. Yeah.
Allow me. Aishwarya bhai, I was listening to you very keenly, my dear friend, and now I have a very important point to make here. You know, a good friend of mine comes from Bangalore City. He's written 2 books on V.D. Savarkar. That is Mr. Vikram Sampath. Well, in his statement, Vikram Sampath made a very important point, which I'm sure the panel agrees with me. He said that history must be said like it is. Be it any way it is, history must be stated. The fact that Rahul Gandhi brings in, what did Rahul Gandhi say? He said that Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Jawaharlal Nehru, Mahatma Gandhi did go to the jail but did not apologize to the Britishers. Here, what do we see in the case of V.D. Savarkar? There is a mercy petition, a maafinama signed by V.D. Savarkar, which says, I beg to remain your most obedient servant, sir. So can my good friend Asif Bhamla, my dear friend, a philanthropist of the Asif Bhamla Foundation today, can he say no, V.D. Savarkar did not write that letter? Rahul Gandhi ji has merely stated the facts today. Asif Bhamla sir, can you deny this truth, this fact, sir?
You see, we are not. This is not an unusual innuendo from Rahul Gandhi. We've been, earlier before, we used to see him going to the other countries, talking against the country, talking against the Honorable Prime Minister. So this is, I don't know if this is a Bharat Jodo or a Bharat Todo. Now, what Veer Savarkarji's history for, we come from Maharashtra. महाराष्ट्र में वो युग पुरुष माने जाते हैं, आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, और मुझे लग रहा है उनके सबसे बड़े प्रेरणा स्रोत रहे आदरणीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी। अब तो खैर बाला साहब ही नहीं रहे तो उनके विचार कहाँ रहेंगे, तो लेकिन ठीक है, बाला साहब की जो अभी सेना बची है वो इनके विचार को लेकर आगे जा रही है। जो अन्य जो सेना है वो तो लिप सर्विस दे रही कि भाई नहीं ये बराबर नहीं है, वो नहीं है, हम का है। So this is what has been curated. But what I'm saying is, for someone whom Indira ji held in the highest respect and who she called him as the Swatantra Sangrami, और ऐसे व्यक्ति को स्वयं जो है राहुल जी इस किस्म की बात करके इतने, और फिर आपने ये अगर जोड़ने की बात करें तो ये देखिए, दिस इज हिस्ट्री, इसको लाने की जरूरत क्या थी? आप अन्य विषयों पर बात करिए, बेरोजगारी पर बात करिए, अन्य तमाम विषय हैं उन पर बात करिए अगर आपको योग्य नहीं लगता। वैसे कोई तक विषय बचा नहीं। और फिर उन्होंने देखा कि भाई शुरुआत हुई जब से उन्हें कोई आईबॉल्स नहीं मिली। आज शायद रिपब्लिक भी इस बात की चर्चा नहीं करता अगर उन्होंने ये जो कंट्रोवर्सी क्रिएट नहीं की। तो वो कहते हैं ना, इतिहास का अध्ययन उन्हें नहीं है और इसीलिए उन्होंने ये एक
आसिफ बामला, let me before I go to Dr. Bhuvan Lal and Ashutosh Mishra, hold on, Asif Bamla referred to the letter. Can I have all four?
10 सेकंड दीजिए मुझे।
Asif Bamla, please. Point taken, Asif Bamla. Dr. Bhuvan Lal, biographer of Hardayal and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Thank you, Asif Bamla. Can you hear me, Asif Bamla? Thank you, sir. Yeah. Can I go to Dr. Bhuvan Lal and Ashutosh Mishra? Thank you. You know what Indira Gandhi, who was not only the grandmother of Rahul Gandhi, but also India's former Prime Minister, late Indira Gandhi wrote? Dr. Bhuvan Lal, you are a biographer, sir. I am sure you must know. And I repeat, and I quote from the letter written on the 20th of May 1980 by Indira Gandhi, whom Congress has often referred to India as Indira, Indira is India. She wrote, that Indira Gandhi, Veer Savarkar's daring defiance of the British government. Dr. Bhuvan Lal, and I repeat, Veer Savarkar's daring defiance of the British government has its own important place in our freedom struggle movement. And she ends this letter, Dr. Lal, by saying, this remarkable son of India. Remarkable son of India. And what does Congress does and Rahul Gandhi does and says?
Absolutely.
Dr. Bhuvan Lal. Dr. Bhuvan Lal and Ashutosh Mishra. Yes, Dr. Lal. First you.
I am shocked. I am shocked. The way this has been brought up, this has to be withdrawn immediately. My blood is boiling that we are now, as Indians, in the 75th year of our independence, challenging the contribution of Veer Savarkar. Do we even understand what that name means to the Indians? Veer Savarkar was a frontline revolutionary. There is no comparison to our revolutionaries and the Congress party members who went to jail. You can't compare the two. The revolutionaries were sent to cellular jail. The conditions in the cellular jail, have you ever understood what that means? What that were? What circumstances those were? And you are now saying mercy petitions? Mercy petitions were filed by people who were on the death row all across our freedom movement. This is not a new thing. Read the archives. Somebody has misinformed the leadership of various parties in this country. They have not read enough. If you read and go through what's happened during the Hukumat Britannia's rule in this country, you will be shocked what was happening to our people. And after independence, we must come to an understanding that we will respect all our revolutionaries. So many of them, their names were just wiped out from our history books. They were ignored. And now a time has come that their stories are being told to our countrymen. So in the future generations, they will be inspired by these people. You cannot take their contribution the way it is being done right now. Veer Savarkar. His name is in the history of at the highest honor. I recommend to the country's Prime Minister that he should be given a Bharat Ratan. This is what this country demands.
So
he's nothing less than that.
Aishwarya, since
hold on. Ashutosh Mishra, please tell me. Ashutosh Mishra, please tell me, you're a senior journalist yourself. They were so scared. That they gave him life imprisonment not once but twice. They were so scared that they put him 3,629 kilometers away from the national capital then. Cellular jail, Ashutosh Mishra. And Rahul Gandhi does what? Ashutosh? And why? The Congress leaders themselves, Ashutosh Mishra, I don't know, sir, why are you defending him today? Because Congress leaders like Acharya Pramod Krishnam are coming out and saying, and he says that, yes, I'm going to be attacked for this from within the Congress. But I cannot go. But I cannot say what Rahul Gandhi is saying because he's being ill-advised. I say, what ill-advised? Ashutosh Mishra. Can't he think? Ashutosh Mishra, what is happening?
So, you are right. Rahul Gandhi is thinking. And that's why he is exposing to the new people, to the growing youngsters, truth about our history. Who was scared? Savarkar was scared. He was so scared that he rose more than 1% petitions. You talk about history.
No.
Morarji Desai.
This is not
Morarji Desai, who was the Home Minister
One by one, Dr. Saab. Dr. Bhavan, one by one, please.
So, Morarji Desai, who was the Home Minister of Bombay Presidency, he spoke about Savarkar's role in Gandhiji's assassination. What did Savarkar do? Why was he allowed to go free by the British? Because he was a part of British plan to sabotage Gandhiji. That is there in history. Anybody who has read history knows that. That's his actual role. The role he played in
I think this gentleman has not read history.
The problem here is that when you talk about there were
spreading fake history.
Parts of
this is not the truth. What are we hearing? This is national television.
Against the British, that is accepted.
Scandalous.
And when he was sent to cellular jail, he became a British lackey.
Ashutosh Mishra.
There were two parts.
Ashutosh Mishra, I have to stop you.
Ashutosh
Mishra, I have to stop you. Ashutosh Mishra, now you need to calm down. Ashutosh Mishra, I am not going to Asif Bamla in saying that it is not a BJP issue.
How dare you say that?
Asif, hold on. Can I only have Dr. Bhavan Lal on it? Only me and Dr. Bhavan Lal.
Who has curated
Dr. Bhavan Lal.
This history that you're talking
Mishra,
about?
Who calls himself a senior journalist, has just said something. No, Asif, hold on. Asif, can I only have Dr. Bhavan Lal on air, director? Dr. Bhavan Lal. Dr. Bhavan Lal.
I am...
Please.
Yes, I can hear you.
Please.
Yes. This gentleman who was speaking before me is totally misinformed.
Ashutosh.
The man Veer Savarkar, his contribution, his sacrifice is unbelievable. He was the person who understood the root cause of how the British were ruling the country. He wrote a book, 1857, the first independence movement of India. And then that book became the starting point for the Gadar party and Azad Hind Fauj later. When the INA trial was taking place at the Red Fort, Veer Savarkar sent a message to the British Emperor. It had 4 words only. 1857. Reminding them that the Gadar of 1857 is about to happen again. These people, the revolutionaries, they were the greatest threat to the British Empire. They got us our freedom. And we cannot ever say anything which is not appropriate in their name. What is happening in our country today is unfortunate. The words that were used for Veer Savarkar must be withdrawn. This gentleman who spoke before me, people like him, they are creating a complete fake history. The youth of this country is inspired by people like Veer Savarkar. The future of our country is being jeopardized by making these fake statements.
I think you should put a stop to this misinformation spread by this gentleman. This gentleman is spreading misinformation.
What is misinformation here?
Clear.
Excuse me.
He has to.
How is this misinformation?
These right-wingers are so diffident that they build statues of Sardar Patel.
Oh my God!
Savarkar.
Oh my God! There is no right or left here, sir. This is the truth.
Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who was against these communal people, and who himself physically stopped Hindu Mahasabha from holding programs in West Bengal, and who said that he will ensure that this is said by Gowalkar as well as Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. He now says that Savarkar was the inspiration for Netaji. That's a shame on him. Let us be very clear. Savarkar was rejected by the
not only Savarkar, Hardayal was inspiration for Netaji. All the people who participated.
Gandhi and ideology was accepted, and that's why Savarkar encouraged Godse, Apte to do what they did. And this has been confirmed more than once. And even later, J.L. Kapoor Commission has said that
Asif Bamla. Can I have Asif Bamla instead of Dr. Lal now? Asif Bamla wants to come in. Asif Bamla.
You are going off
Ashutosh, you're saying we are ashamed to debate today with you on this bloody channel. You are misguiding the people on national network. Do you know that, Ashutosh?
No, what are you saying? Please, your language. Language, Asif Bamla. Language.
Why did he say this?
Language.
Why did he say
language,
this?
Asif.
We are ashamed.
Asif Bamla language.
No, this is the typical.
Let me tell you this.
Typical language that they use when they don't have any.
Language first, all of you.
It is something which Modi does against.
Don't use foul language on Republic. Please don't.
This gentleman will do against me because they don't have facts supporting me, so they will do all sort of ruses.
I can't speak when somebody else disturbs. They always have a habit to disturb and intervene and reject. Let me tell you, गांधी परिवार को छोड़ के कोई भी दूसरा परिवार इतर जो स्वतंत्र संग्राम में इन्वॉल्व है, ये देख नहीं सकते, ये बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते हैं.
The problem here is that they see that all the other fighters have been given.
Asad. Before I go to Sayyid Asad Abbas, can I just talk to Asif Bamla? Asif Bamla, why are you abusing the channel? Asif Bamla, why are you abusing the channel? Asif Bamla, can you listen to me? Ashutosh Mishra, calm down. Ashutosh Mishra, calm down. Calm down, Ashutosh. Sayyid Asad Abbas, I'm coming. Asif Bamla, in your anger against Ashutosh, you did not understand. You have abused the channel. You have abused the channel. Don't.
No, I
control your anger. Don't abuse.
This channel is my favorite channel. I will not abuse that.
Do not abuse. Do not abuse. My only request to all the panelists is do not abuse. Do not abuse. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Have a half a glass of water. Have a half a glass of water. Asif Bamla, calm down. Asif Bamla, calm down. Sayyid Asad Abbas. Sayyid Asad Abbas. Sayyid Asad Abbas.
Cultured way of debating.
Sayyid Asad Abbas. Okay, in anger sometimes. Okay, calm down. Calm down.
You may have differences of opinion. That's not a big deal.
Understood. Absolutely. Yeah.
First and foremost, yes, I know Asif Bamla Bhai very well. He's got great respect for the Republic Network. Well, anger makes you things too. But nevertheless, I think it's important to have a cultured, nuanced way of debating. I think let us present our points. The biographers have put his points and both of them on each side. I'm very much saying that undoubtedly history has said, nobody can deny that. Our former women Prime Minister, Iron Lady of India, Indira Gandhi, did call V.D. Savarkar Swatantra Sangrami, Senani and so on and so forth. And I'm sure he's got a huge following. But also as a matter of fact, there are facts of the mercy petition. Also the gentleman, Dr. Bhuvan Lal, also did mention to us that many of them filed. So what? But respected sir, an open challenge to the Mr. Biographer. Sir, can you show me one mercy petition of Bhagat Singh? Bhagat Singh laid his life but did not sign on any mercy petition. Even Jawaharlal Nehru was sent to jail. Mahatma Gandhi was sent to jail. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was sent to jail. But sir, since you said all of them wrote mercy petition, I challenge you on the greatest, largest Republic media network of India. Can you present me one mercy petition of Bhagat Singh? If you can, well and good. If not, you have to take back your words, sir.
Asif
To
Bhamla.
Dr. Bhuvan Lal. To Dr. Bhuvan Lal, my question to the biographer who came in, who said that all of them wrote
Okay,
mercy
Dr.
petitions.
Bhuvan Lal. Dr. Bhuvan Lal. Last 30 seconds, Dr. Bhuvan Lal. Dr. Bhuvan, Doctor.
Show me the
Many of
mercy
them
petition of Bhagat Singh.
Yeah.
Yes, Doctor. Fade on.
You see, yeah, I'm speaking now. So, a lot of them put mercy petitions and a lot of them didn't. It was an individual choice.
Show me the mercy
and it was a
petition of
normal
Bhagat Singh,
legal
sir.
process.
I challenge
and this
you on
was
Republic
specific.
Network.
Hang on.
Now you calm down, Asad.
Hang on, sir.
Asad, now you calm down. Asad,
Okay,
calm down now.
I'm answering your question. Please listen to me carefully. A lot of them did put up mercy petitions. Bhagat Singh did not. But that's a personal choice. The situation here was very different. We are talking about a range of revolutionaries. Some of them were pre-Bhagat Singh era. Some of them were after Bhagat Singh era.
Absolutely.
And the people who went to Kalapani are totally different. People who went to Naini jail are totally different. So don't mess with this. Another point I must make. Rash Bihari Bose, the man who threw the bomb on the Viceroy
What
and
I'm saying
escaped
is
to
this,
Japan.
Asif Bhamla, Dr. Bhuvan Lal, Ashutosh Mishra, Syed Asad Abbas. Syed Asad Abbas, I'm only saying this, Ashutosh, you are trying to teach history to Dr. Bhuvan Lal. I am saying teach some history to Rahul Gandhi also. Should I send you a WhatsApp or should I send you a physical letter of Indira Gandhi as I quoted of May 20th, 1980, Ashutosh Mishra, should I?
If you had listened to
Remember,
me,
and with those words, I'm ending debate number 1. Listen, viewers, on 20th of May 1980, and I repeat, the then Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, wrote, listen to this, Ashutosh, Veer Savarkar's daring defiance of the British government. Now you will quiet, Asif Bhamla. Listen, Veer Savarkar's daring defiance of the British government, and she ends, viewers, remarkable son of India. That's Indira Gandhi. And that's how I end debate number 1 on burning question. I'm handing it over to Abhishek Kapoor for debate number 2 on the burning question now. Abhishek, over to you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Both black and white with a bit of a change there. And breaking news development coming in. Let's begin with that. Getting in the pictures of Shraddha's killer Aftab being taken to his house to recreate crime scene. The video is from last night. And as this gory story keeps giving out more details, we continue to bring you up-to-date viewers on whatever is happening insofar as investigation goes. This happened last night. You can see in the pictures 5 cops and they are taking a hooded Aftab to the scene of crime, which is the residence where he was staying with Shraddha. And he can be seen trying to evade eye contact with anyone, and completely hooded, wearing a hoodie, surrounded by cops. We are told that he was taken there to recreate the crime scene, ask some questions. Remember, he has been hoodwinking the cops. He's been misleading the cops. He's frequently changing his story, his narrative, and that's something which is not a good development insofar as justice for Shraddha is concerned. We'll try and connect with our reporter if we can get that. And these are pictures of last night, which is Thursday night, and late into the evening, the cops taking Aftab essentially to avoid public frenzy there. Remember, when he had to be produced in the court, he had to do that the police had to do that via video conference because there was a huge crowd of lawyers, and the situation was one where Aftab could have faced the brunt of public ire, and that's why he had to appear via video conference. And now in these pictures it can be seen that late in the evening yesterday, Aftab taken to the residence in Delhi where he was staying with Shraddha and where he killed her, dismembered her body and threw those body parts across the forest in South Delhi, and of course at other places, including, it is believed, in Dehradun and Himachal Pradesh, where the cops are in fact going to take him tomorrow morning. Those are the details coming in, a breaking news development, and that's in connection with Aftab being taken to his house to recreate the crime scene which was done last night. Exclusive pictures breaking in at this hour in connection with the Aftab Shraddha story. All right. And moving on now, friends, it was a classic deep state in action, using the Malegaon blast to create something that does not exist and follow up with repeat messaging with political leaders so that the world believes the story of saffron terror. Began with P. Chidambaram, of course, and then we had the entire Congress ecosystem talking about it. Digvijay Singh even releasing a book on RSS terror. All that is coming crumbling down. 29 witnesses have turned hostile in the Malegaon blast probe, and some shocking details of agencies manipulating evidence are emerging. Where are those who painted terror in the colors of religion now? Let's look at this report and then come back to debate.
14 years, 7 accused, and 29 witnesses who turned hostile. The truth about the Malegaon investigation under the UPA is now becoming clear. The missing narco analysis report is the fresh twist in the case.
Me and Samir Kulkarni, we volunteered the first day, and Sadhya Pragya Singh Thakur also had volunteered the first day. Narco analysis test was conducted by the ATS at Bombay. After a few days, they took us again to FSL Bangalore and conducted another test. It simply means that in the first narco analysis test, we had been found to be innocents, and they wanted to somehow implicate us.
Where is the narco analysis report? Why has it been buried? Those who raised the Hindu terror bogey must now answer for the Malegaon fraud.
All right, welcome friends. Joining us to discuss this in a bit, Sushil Pandit, columnist and social activist, generally picks up the Hindu right-wing causes, particularly those of Kashmiri Pandits. He'll be joining us live from Delhi in a bit via Zoom. Then we have Ramesh Upadhyay. In fact, he's an accused in the Malegaon blast, now fighting for justice because he believes that he was falsely implicated, as many others, including Colonel Prasad Rohit. We'll get to Ramesh Upadhyay. But on the other side, Zubair Memon, political analyst live from Pune, and Tausif Ahmed Khan, advocate and political analyst live from Kolkata. Let me go to Ramesh Upadhyay और let me begin with him first. उपाध्याय जी, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है और आप कनेक्टेड हैं तो ज़रा बताएं, आपने कुछ एप्लीकेशन किया है जिसमें आपने बोला है कि आपका नार्को टेस्ट जो उन्होंने किया था वो दे दिया जाए, और जो एजेंसी है वो आपको नहीं दे रही है. क्यों नहीं दे रही है? व्हाई?
जब हम लोग पहले दिन खड़े हुए मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने, यू आर कंफर्टेबल इन हिंदी और शुड आई स्पीक इन इंग्लिश?
English would be better because we are on an English show.
When we were produced before the magistrate for the first time, Sadhya Pragya Singh Thakur had already given her consent for narco analysis test. Myself and Samir Kulkarni were produced together. On the first day itself, we gave our consent for narco analysis test. And whosoever was asked to put for willingness to get narco analysis test, we all volunteered because we knew that we are innocent.
Yeah.
And we were given the impression that narco analysis test report will be handed over to us. It was not handed over to us. When we tried to get it, we were refused. We were told, no, the agency has already been given the narco analysis test report, the CD of it. And we had nothing for our defense at that particular time. So what I did was, we went to...
What have you said? What have you said in your narco report which makes the agency believe that it's not going to help their help the prosecution cause? Help the prosecution case? Have you said something which makes the agency believe that this is not good for their case?
say what happens is when the narco analysis test is conducted, when a person is injected and he is not in his senses. So I do not know what all questions were asked to me. But one thing I know, that I was innocent, and all of us were innocent. To prove our innocence, we needed the CD of that narco analysis test report. Trial court refused. We went to High Court. High Court also, in High Court, prosecution said that they are not relying upon it. After that, I went through RTI, and from FSL Kalina, I obtained the report in writing. CD was not given to me, but I got the report in writing from FSL Kalina. The FSL report from Bangalore was not given to us because they said that it has already been handed over to ATS. Now, that report, when I got it, I gave it in the court that this is the report that I have received. It proves my innocence, and I will use it as my defense. So, you are requested to seek the report. That is what I said. The SPP Rohini Salian said that she has received the narco reports, but prosecution is not relying upon it. The very fact that they are not relying upon it proves our innocence. And they knew it from day one that we are innocent. They had the narco analysis report. They had that CD. They did not produce it in court. They did not give it anywhere. And the truth must come out.
Okay, the truth must come out. But Tausif, somebody does not want the truth to come out, because if it does, then this fake, false narrative of saffron terror would also come undone. Tausif, that is the reason why Ramesh Upadhyay is not being allowed to access his own statement. And remember, what happens in truth serum test is that a chemical called sodium pentothal is injected, and then you are not in control of what you are saying. So essentially what Ramesh Upadhyay has said in his narco test is truth. And the ATS, or the agency that carried out the investigation for most part, does not want the truth to come out. Tausif, would you admit now that this entire narrative of saffron terror was make-believe of the Congress ecosystem?
You see, there's a very good shairi on this point. कि अब कहाँ ढूंढने जाओगे हमारे कातिल?
Stay on facts, Tausif. I'm not into Mushaira at 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. prime time. Please stick to facts.
You should sometime. It helps. It helps in few lines to speak the entire soul of the story. So I will repeat it. कि अब कहाँ ढूंढने जाओगे मेरे कातिल? आप तो कत्ल का इल्जाम हम ही पे रख दो. So it is possible. Where there's also a chanting by the BJP workers that Modi hai to mumkin hai. It is possible for India to go into demonetization and without bringing a single rupee of black money.
This is facetious.
And it is possible that witness will turn hostile because the court cases is lingering on for over 15 years.
This is flippant.
Now
Tausif, don't be flippant. Tausif, don't be flippant. Tausif, don't be flippant. Let me because
never took place at all.
No. Tausif, you are being flippant. Tausif, the issue is Ramesh Upadhyay entitled to access his truth serum report or not?
Bomb blast. There was no.
Tausif is no. You are not sitting in judgment. Tausif, you have to listen to me. You are not sitting in judgment over what happened, what did not happen. The system, the judicial system, the prosecution system will take care of that. No. Tausif,
you are doing a media trial of a case which is pending in the court from last 15 years. A concrete watertight case was built by the prosecution then.
We report on cases pending in the court. That does not make it a media trial, Tausif.
Now, after so many
years,
and
we are not questioning the courts of law. We are questioning the investigation agency, which every citizen has a right to do.
We all saw under what circumstances Judge Lodha was killed. So today, you know, everything is possible. I'm saying this.
Tausif.
After few.
Okay, if you are done, can I take the debate forward?
Bomb blast never took place. It was all a concocted story. There was no bomb blast at all. No one died in Malegaon bomb blast.
Malegaon blast took place Malegaon blast took place, 6 persons lost their lives. Malegaon blast happened outside a mosque.
Those
but
who are
Tausif,
injured in the blast,
Tausif,
those who are,
I'm not.
who are killed in the blast, you blame them.
Tausif, this is unfair. You are being unfair to, you are not just being unfair to Ramesh Upadhyay, you are being unfair to the other panelists and you are being unfair to the viewers. I'll have to move on and bring in Sushil Pandit on this. Sushil Pandit, let's stick to bare bones facts. Nobody is disputing that Malegaon blasts happened, that six innocents lost their lives. But what we are discussing here is whether Ramesh Upadhyay has the right to access his narco test report or not, and based on which should he not be allowed to move the courts?
But Abhishek, how can you allow truth to speak about the innocence of the so-called Hindu terrorists? The entire concoction will fall flat. It doesn't serve the purpose of those who wish to create some kind of confusion in the minds of the country and international opinion. And if it doesn't help, then truth be damned. The point is, the very government changed affidavit of Ishrat Jahan in Supreme Court without any fresh inputs from
twice changed the affidavit just to suit their agenda. Twice changed the affidavit just to suit the agenda.
Absolutely. And when an officer demanded the reasons for changing that affidavit, he was tortured. He's on record. MRS money has gone public with the kind of humiliation and torture he had to bear because he asked for the fresh facts that compels the government to change the affidavit in Supreme Court. So there is a track record of this entire system which through torture, through fabrication, somehow or the other was trying to concoct a Hindu terror story. So if by some stretch narco analysis doesn't fit, then it be damned. If truth doesn't fit, then it be damned. If facts don't fit, then they be damned. If evidence doesn't tally, then that be damned. That has been the case.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Truth be damned. Truth be damned, because the political establishment at that time clearly wanted, and I'm taking a clear position, the political establishment at that time wanted a saffron terror narrative to be pushed. Zubair, I'm just giving you some facts and then you make your comments.
I have a question, Abhishek.
Go ahead.
My question is that this system does not take this wrong turn by itself. It did not get a fit. It did not create suddenly some kind of a mutation. The system was applauded by the political leadership of that time and was helped by the pliable investigators working under them.
Of course.
Why aren't they?
No, I come to that. Because you mentioned pliable investigators, Sushil Pandit, in September, which is 2 months back, a warrant had been issued against a Maharashtra ATS officer of that time as he refused to turn up on summons to depose, despite repeated summons, of course. And this was because he had arrested Sadhvi Pragya Thakur. Also, on November 16, which is just a few days back, couple of days back, the NIA court again issued a bailable warrant against another officer of the Maharashtra ATS because he had recorded statements of some of these witnesses, which the witnesses say were all wrong. They had turned hostile. 29 witnesses, Zubair. 29 witnesses have turned hostile. Maharashtra ATS officers of that time who were involved in the probe are being summoned, and they are in fact being issued bailable, non-bailable warrants. And in this scenario where the entire case is collapsing, it is clearly emerging that whatever happened at that time by way of investigations was all cooked up. Zubair, I am for justice for the Malegaon blast victims, but then this kind of cooking up of facts cannot be allowed. Zubair.
मैं मेरी बात रखूंगा। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस तरीके से बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट अक्यूज साहब को 3 मिनट 4 मिनट दी गई, उस तरीके से मुझे सिर्फ 2 मिनट चाहिए। मैं फैक्ट्स पे बात करूंगा। मेरी आवाज क्लियर आ रही है?
एग्जैक्टली 2 मिनट बोलिए।
एग्जैक्टली जी। आई स्टार्ट माय टाइम। मालेगांव ब्लास्ट के अक्यूज जितने थे उसमें 2 सेट ऑफ क्रिमिनल्स थे। एक मुस्लिम क्रिमिनल्स थे, एक हिंदू क्रिमिनल्स थे। मुस्लिम क्रिमिनल्स का जो बैच था, जो यूपीए सरकार के दौरान में बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट के अगले ही दिन मुसलमानों के नाम लिए जाते थे, झूठे नाम, जिनको 2016 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, स्पेशल कोर्ट ने बाइज्जत बरी कर दिया। मुस्लिम सेट ऑफ क्रिमिनल्स जो थे, अक्यूज थे, उनको बरी कर दिया। अब ये आवाम को, आपको और हमको समझना है कि अगर एक सेट बरी हो जाता है तो दूसरा सेट फिर अक्यूज है या नहीं है, वो आप और हम अज्यूम कर सकते हैं या कोर्ट उसका डिसीजन दे सकती है। सेकेंड पार्ट, मालेगांव अक्यूज के अंदर जो आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे थे, वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन के हेड थे हेमंत करकरे, जो शहीद हो गए थे पाकिस्तानियों के खिलाफ लड़ते हुए 26/11 के हमले में। उस शहीद हेमंत करकरे की हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे सवाल उठा रहे। सेकंड पॉइंट, एकदम साफ पॉइंट है, साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह।
देखिए हेमंत करकरे अभी यहाँ है नहीं अपने को डिफेंड करने के लिए।
अनइंटरप्टेड मैं फिनिश कर दूंगा सर, अनइंटरप्टेड मैं फिनिश कर दूंगा सर। सेकंड पॉइंट, साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह ठाकुर की बाइक जो उनके नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड थी, उसके अंदर बम लगा करके फोड़ा गया। और कर्नल पुरोहित और साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह की कॉल रिकॉर्डिंग कि मेरी बाइक ऐसी जगह क्यों लगाई कि कम मुसलमान मर गए, भीड़ भाड़ वाली जगह